Chapter 1265. Yang Chen followed the housekeeper and once again arrived at the Zhao clan's guest hall. However, before he entered, Yang Chen heard Zhao Ziyu's exasperated voice, "Useless thing, scram." A figure practically rolled out of the guest hall and scrambled out of the doorsill. Without even looking at Yang Chen and the housekeeper, he broke into a run and disappeared before their eyes in the blink of an eye. However, what the bystanders didn't notice was that when that person and Yang Chen crossed paths, Yang Chen clearly saw a hint of anger and unwillingness in that person's eyes. "Master Yang, please forgive me for taking the liberty to invite you here." The Zhao clan's clan head displayed a good temper and his tone was as gentle as usual. Sure. Yang Chen replied casually, then looked at Zhao Ziyu who had a bad expression and suddenly asked, "That person just now wasn't a disciple of your Zhao clan, right? Why do you think so?" The Zhao clan's clan head made a no sound and asked curiously. "Your daughter's attitude doesn't seem to be towards a disciple of the Zhao clan." Yang Chen's gaze turned to Zhao Ziyu and a smile appeared on his face as he slowly replied. "That's a disciple of a small branch of the Zhao clan. Since he has become a branch of my Zhao clan, he's my Zhao clan's dog. What attitude do I still need?" Zhao Ziyu's temper was very bad. Seeing that Yang Chen was still smiling, she immediately said angrily, "Yang Chen, don't be so shameless. The feeling of having your consciousness shaken just now wasn't good, right? How long do you think you can endure that kind of pressure? Won't you become my Zhao clan's dog sooner or later? So the Zhao clan wants me to be their dog." Yang Chen's gaze sharpened, but his face still carried a smile. However, that time just now clearly wasn't enough. "Then I'll wait until all your women become dogs, then I'll see how long you can endure." Zhao Ziyu clearly knew about the behavior of Yang Chen's family in the guest room and sneered. Zhao Ziyu's words also made Yang Chen completely certain that within the Zhao family manor, no one's every move would be able to escape the Zhao family's surveillance. Fortunately, Yang Chen had expected it and never told the 7 girls anything that he didn't want the Zhao family to know. "Wait here." Yang Chen didn't care at all. He said slowly, "I'm used to being scared. Aren't you guys fine?" Her words were calm, but Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Zhao Ziyin's actions had completely infuriated Yang Chen. "We're fine because we have a secret technique to resist it. I want to see how many times your women can withstand it." Zhao Ziyin's face was almost deformed. She said in a stern voice, "Even if you're born with multitasking, how many times can you take? Thank you for Elder Zhao's concern. Then, let's wait and see." Yang Chen didn't bother with Zhao Ziyin anymore. He turned to the Zhao clan's clan head, who was watching the show from the side. Clan head and Ling Yuan are playing the good cop and the bad cop. Ling Yuan is putting in so much effort to perform. I think the clan head is planning to sell out at the right time. Zhao clan's clan head was seen through by Yang Chen, but he wasn't angry. He still had a smile on his face as he said slowly, "My daughter hasn't been by my side for a long time and has suffered a lot outside. Naturally, she's a bit arrogant. I'm ashamed." Although he said he was ashamed, there wasn't a trace of shame on his face. Well said. Yang Chen waved his hand and didn't look at Zhao Ziyin's face. He just calmly asked, "I just don't know, has Elder Bei's spiritual awareness hypnosis been broken?" This question suddenly poked the hornet's nest. Zhao Ziyin jumped up and shouted at Yang Chen, "Yang Chen, what method did you use on Elder Bei?" Zhao Ziyin couldn't help but be angry. She thought that Yang Chen used spiritual awareness hypnosis. As long as he used a master with a higher spiritual awareness, it could be easily broken. She didn't expect that even a few great elders couldn't solve it. As a last resort, she even let Black Tortoise come out, but the result was still to no avail. Bei Shuangyu was still the same frightened look. Where was the demeanor of the Green Jade Immortal Islands teaching elder? Thinking of the big talk before, and then looking at Yang Chen's proud face now, how could Zhao Ziyin still bear it? The initiator of all this was Yang Chen, including her own failure was also on Yang Chen. If it weren't for the Zhao family's master, Zhao Ziyin couldn't wait to tear Yang Chen's body into pieces. Such a small trick, it doesn't enter my eyes. The smile on Yang Chen's face became more and more brilliant. It couldn't be seen that he was under house arrest at all. He smiled and said, I just didn't expect that Elder Bay was so important. This statement made Zhao Ziyin even more angry. Her mission in the Green Jade Immortal Island had failed. Now if Bei Shuangyu could cooperate, she could also let the family master more secrets of the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, she didn't know what kind of restriction was placed on Bei Shuangyu by Yang Chen, and she became like this. Zhao Ziyin, who was eager to make amends, of course, hoped that Elder Bei could recover as soon as possible, but she was blocked by Yang Chen's technique. She couldn't help but be angry. If you want to let Elder Bei return to normal, I don't know what price Grandmaster Yang wants. The Zhao family's master waved his hand to stop Zhao Ziyin's attempt to rush up and teach Yang Chen a lesson. He asked unhurriedly, Grandmaster Yang can even tell the secret of the 5th grade alchemist master. Presumably, you won't care about this small trick, right? Of course. Yang Chen leaned back and sat more and more comfortably on the armchair. He also crossed his legs and said, if the master said so earlier, wouldn't it be simple? Things that are good for both sides, I'm most willing to do it. As he said, he turned to Zhao Ziyin next to him and said, Poor T, I'm discussing with your father. As a daughter, shouldn't there be some etiquette? Zhao Ziyin was furious and was about to attack. The Zhao family's master next to her stared at her slightly. Zhao Ziyin didn't dare to act rashly. She obediently stepped forward and poured a cup of tea for Yang Chen and put it in Yang Chen's hand. She was very respectful. The Zhao family's master was also a little regretful. Since Yang Chen had said so, combined with his previous performance, it seemed that as long as the price was enough, Yang Chen would cooperate. In this case, he had been a villain in vain. However, there was no turning back. He could only go down this road. Family head, you have taught your family well. I admire you. Seeing this, Yang Chen also gave the Zhao family head a thumbs up. The head of the Zhao family acted as if he didn't see Yang Chen's actions. He looked at Yang Chen and asked calmly, I wonder what price Great Master would ask for to help solve Elder Bei's problem? No problem. Yang Chen became serious as soon as he started talking about business. He stared into the eyes of the Zhao clan's leader and said calmly, It just so happens that I'm going to refine a new medicine and need the help of an expert with an extremely high divine sense. Can the owner of that divine sense help me refine a furnace? Chapter 1266. New drug. The Zhao family's family head immediately became spirited. If others said that they were refining a new drug, he didn't care at all. But who was Yang Chen? He was the only 5th grade alchemist master in the world. If he wanted to refine a new drug, it was estimated that no one would not be interested. Especially when the difficulty of refining was still so high, he could use the spiritual awareness of a 2nd grade Earth Immortal Master to refine a pill. What kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill should it be? Can you do it or not? Give me a straightforward answer. Yang Chen did not care about the covetous expression on the face of the Zhao family's family head, and asked impatiently. Bold. Zhao Ziyu shouted loudly from the side. She felt indignant when she saw that Yang Chen actually talked to her father like this. Elder Zhao, I will give you a word. Yang Chen turned his body back, facing Zhao Ziyu, and said in a tone of teaching a younger generation first, Elder Zhao is also a Yuanying stage ancestor. Second, Elder Zhao has been in a big sect like the Green Jade Immortal Island for so many years, and you have gained a lot of experience. How can you still have such a child's character? Zhao Ziyu's face suddenly became ugly again. Yang Chen's words were merciless accusations. He was pointing at her nose and scolding her for having a bad temperament. This was the territory of the Zhao family. How dare Yang Chen? Zhao Ziyu's eyes were almost vertical. It could be imagined what kind of eruption would happen next. It's not that I want to criticize you, but even in terms of age, Elder Zhao, you are also 600 or 700 years old. Among the mortals, you are no longer at the age of being obedient. Just hearing a few unpleasant words or even a tone that you don't like, that's something that only an 8-year-old child can do. Yang Chen did not give Zhao Ziyu a chance to speak, and directly gave a long series of lectures. You have not made any progress in your cultivation for so many years, and you have not reached the edge of the tribulation. It may not be the only reason. To put it bluntly, have you been living like a dog at this age? In front of the Zhao family's family head, Yang Chen directly reprimanded Zhao Ziyu. Previously, Zhao Ziyin had said that she wanted Yang Chen's family to be dogs. Now, Yang Chen had turned the tables and scolded her for living her life as a dog. "I'll kill you." Zhao Ziyin could no longer endure it. Her eyes turned red, and a flying sword appeared, ready to slash at Yang Chen. "Attack! Are you as good as Bei Shuangyu?" However, Yang Chen did not care at all. He only snorted coldly and did not even look at Zhao Ziyu. He turned around and faced the Zhao family's family head. He said impatiently, "Can you do it or not? Give me a straightforward answer. Don't keep watching from the side. Is there any meaning in teaching your own daughter like this?" "Zi Yao, stop." The Zhao family's patriarch's expression did not change, but he shouted in a deep voice. Zhao Ziyin's flying sword, which had already flown out, abruptly stopped in the air. It could not stop trembling, showing how angry the owner of the flying sword was now. However, Zhao Ziyin finally followed her father's instructions and took back the flying sword. Grandmaster Yang's teachings, which sentence didn't hit the nail on the head? The Zhao family's patriarch began to face Zhao Ziyin at this moment and began to coldly lecture her. "You have suffered outside for hundreds of years. As a father, I feel guilty in my heart. It's not good to lecture you face to face, but this is not your capital to make a scene. If you really want to make a move, are you Grandmaster Yang's opponent?" Still not thanking Grandmaster Yang for showing mercy? At this time, Zhao Ziyin did not have the attitude of the Zhao family's princess. She lowered her head and listened to her father's lecture without saying a word. She did not dare to refute. It was not until the Zhao family's patriarch said the last sentence that Zhao Ziyin began to really think about Yang Chen's words. Now Zhao Ziyin remembered that Bei Shuangyu was already the elder of the Dacheng stage. It was said that she was captured by Yang Chen at that time. If it weren't for the face of the Green Jade Immortal Island, her head would have already been separated from her body. Her own cultivation base was not as strong as Bei Shuangyu. Even Shashanshan could hit her hard in one move, let alone Yang Chen. After thinking about this, Zhao Ziyin suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Looking at Yang Chen's figure, she did not dare to say anything more. Helping Grandmaster Yang to refine pills is naturally no problem. After the Zhao family's patriarch finished lecturing his daughter, he turned to Yang Chen, and his face also had a smile. "But this old man wants to know, what kind of medicinal pill is Grandmaster Yang planning to refine this time?" "It's not a special medicinal pill. Since you have such a master here, then try to see if you can refine a medicinal pill that can enhance the cultivation base of your spiritual awareness." Yang Chen did not hide it and said directly, "I can't do it alone, but if you have a master to help, maybe it is possible." Enhance the spiritual awareness? The Zhao family's patriarch's eyes suddenly lit up. In this world, some medicinal pills were almost impossible to exist, but there were always exceptions. For example, the general medicinal pill could not enhance the spiritual power cultivation base, but the devilish bead could. In the same way, there was no medicinal pill that could directly enhance the spiritual awareness cultivation base in the mortal world, but now wasn't Yang Chen going to try it right away? "I don't know if this medicinal pill Grandmaster is willing to sell it." The Zhao family's patriarch immediately asked. "Why, do you want it?" Yang Chen's face showed a smile that was not a smile, and suddenly asked, "I am not sure myself. Do you dare to take the medicinal pill that I refine? Are you not afraid of losing your life after taking a medicinal pill?" "Ah." The smile on the face of the Zhao family's patriarch instantly converged, and then he smiled again. "What is Grandmaster Yang talking about? As long as the Grandmaster takes action, I have not heard of any failure. Here I wish the Grandmaster success." As he spoke, he didn't bring up the matter of the elixir anymore. As long as Yang Chen was still in the Zhao family manor, the Zhao family's patriarch was not afraid of any accidents. A grade 2 Earth Immortal Black Tortoise was enough to deal with any accidents. It was a pity that the Black Tortoise was restricted by the array and could not make a move at will. Otherwise, it would have dominated the world long ago. The first sect of Dao sects, when would it be the turn of Taishanmen? The ancestors could not be blamed for restraining the Black Tortoise like this. If it were not for this control, the Black Tortoise would definitely destroy the Zhao family first. Now it was just right. Anyway, any attack against the Zhao family was indirectly against the Black Tortoise, which was the foundation of the Zhao family's immortality. Grandmaster Yang, when are you going to refine the medicinal pill? Just tell me, I will ask the master to help according to the Grandmaster's request. This time, the Zhao family's patriarch gave a very clear answer and said nothing else. No matter how many medicinal pills Yang Chen refined, in the end, the Zhao family would benefit from it. It was just a matter of time. The Zhao family's patriarch had never seen or even heard of someone who could persist to the end after entering the Zhao family's demon sealing array, and Yang Chen would definitely not be an exception. On this point, the Zhao family's patriarch had absolute confidence. Well, in that case, let's start tomorrow. Yang Chen set the time, but his heart was already blooming with joy, and he almost laughed out loud. Chapter 1267. What Master's help in refining was purely an excuse. What Yang Chen wanted was to have further contact with the Black Tortoise's spiritual awareness. The demon seal formation was indeed powerful. Not only did it block the passage for Yang Chen and others to enter and exit, but it also blocked the tribulation. Even the spiritual power and spiritual awareness of the Black Tortoise were sealed in it. Without the permission of the Zhao family, there was no way to explore it. The Black Tortoise had a faint bloodline of the Swanni, which was not something in Yang Chen's previous life memory. This was what Xiao Tian told Yang Chen. As a descendant of the Dragon Clan, Xiao Tian, who had completely stimulated the bloodline of the Yazi, had a keen sense of the dragon's aura. Almost at the moment when he saw the Black Tortoise, he could be sure of this. Of course, Yang Chen had heard of the Swanni, but he did not expect that there would be such a powerful one in the mortal world. Since Xiao Tian could be sure, then Yang Chen could have an idea on this Black Tortoise. The blood essence of the Xiao Tianquan was now gone, but the blood essence of Xiao Tian could still be taken out. He just didn't know if it had the effect of stimulating the bloodline of the Swanni. Yang Chen still needed to test this. However, Yang Chen was still confident. He didn't dare to say anything else, but the merit article that he had just obtained was not a decoration. As long as the blood essence of Xiao Tian had such a weak effect of stimulating the bloodline, Yang Chen could magnify it to the maximum. This time, Yang Chen also intended to use Xiao Tian's blood essence to try it. The merit chapter had just been obtained. How to get started with the specific operation, in addition to refining it himself, there was no other way. Even if it failed, he could just say that he was not familiar with it. Regarding the merit article, no one knew except Li Chen and Yang Chen did not intend to tell anyone else. The Zhao family master's arrangement was very thoughtful. He did not make things difficult for Yang Chen's attitude towards Zhao Ziyu. In fact, the Zhao family master had to accept Yang Chen's kindness in this matter. He couldn't reprimand his own daughter directly, so he had to borrow Yang Chen's mouth to reprimand her first before he achieved his goal. It had to be said that the Zhao family's master cared about his daughter very much. After this lesson, Zhao Ziyu also understood her own problem. Just as Yang Chen had said, her temperament was really too poor, and she couldn't even show simple emotions on her face. She was no different from a child. Yang Chen was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, but even at this point, he still had a smile on his face and did not show any anger. In comparison, she was simply a shrew in the marketplace. Yang Chen's performance, coupled with the performance of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue that Zhao Ziying knew, made the Zhao family's master very interested in how Yang Chen quickly eliminated the impact of his experience in the demon continent. Almost everyone in the Zhao family would go to the demon continent to cultivate when the time was right. Those who came back alive almost all had to retreat for a long time to eliminate the impact. Even so, there were always times when they were out of control. How could they be as relaxed as Yang Chen and never have any problems? As far as the Zhao family's master knew, Yang Chen, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue were not in retreat, but he didn't know how to do it. He wanted to inquire about it, but this time was not the right time to put it forward. Anyway, everyone was a cultivator, and it didn't matter if it was 100 or 80 years. As long as Yang Chen was still in the Zhao family manor, he would always know this method. The next day, Yang Chen had just prepared a batch of medicinal materials and a drop of Xiao Tian's blood essence, and Black Tortoise's spiritual awareness had appeared again. But this time, instead of targeting Yang Chen's woman, it obediently followed Yang Chen's instructions and used its spiritual awareness to wrap Xiao Tian's drop of blood essence in the air, constantly vibrating. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had naturally established a connection with Black Tortoise again. Through the beast-controlling secret art, Yang Chen could clearly express his meaning without opening his mouth at all. Others would never think that Yang Chen was communicating with Black Tortoise that they thought was well controlled. "I'm Yang Chen, greet the senior." Yang Chen's thoughts were directly transmitted to Black Tortoise's mind, and he greeted it calmly. This time there was plenty of time. Yang Chen didn't have to worry about the communication being interrupted. There was no need to provoke Black Tortoise's anger to attract its attention like the first time. Black Tortoise's cultivation was the second grade of Earth Immortal, and it was unknown how many years it had existed. No matter from which aspect, it deserved the title of Yang Chen's senior. After Yang Chen greeted it like this, Black Tortoise did not respond for a long time. Only the blood essence of Xiao Tian wrapped in its spiritual awareness was constantly vibrating, as if it was just doing things according to Yang Chen's instructions. Just when Yang Chen was wondering, Black Tortoise's voice finally sounded in his mind. "Boy, where did you get the Yazi bloodline?" It seemed that it didn't know that he had the Yazi bloodline. Yang Chen was not surprised at this point. When Yang Chen found Xiao Tian was just an ordinary native dog. It didn't even have a mind. How could it know that he had the Yazi bloodline? This Black Tortoise was probably in the same situation. It didn't know how noble its origin was. Of course, this also had something to do with the fact that the Yazi bloodline had been diluted to the extreme after many years and generations. What Yang Chen wanted to do was to stimulate the Yazi bloodline in his body and become a dragon son like Xiao Tian. Yang Chen was patient and began to explain to Black Tortoise that he had a very thin Yazi bloodline, and he was refining the elixir to help Black Tortoise stimulate the Yazi bloodline. At the Earth Immortal level, even if Black Tortoise was ignorant, Black Tortoise also knew what the Yazi bloodline was after so many people in the Zhao family had practiced and communicated with each other for so many years. How could it not care? Hearing that he still had the opportunity to stimulate the Yazi bloodline and become a dragon son, how could Black Tortoise not be excited? As soon as he was excited, Black Tortoise's spiritual awareness began to fluctuate violently. Yang Chen directly detonated the alchemy furnace in his hand without thinking about it. Originally, he intended to test the use of the merit article. What he took out was just an ordinary alchemy furnace, not the profound spirit furnace. It would not be a pity if it exploded, but he could explain to the Zhao family the reason for the fluctuation of Black Tortoise's spiritual awareness. It was not surprising that there was an accident in alchemy and the explosion of the furnace happened frequently. No one in the Zhao family was surprised. Yang Chen soon changed another alchemy furnace and started again. Anyway, the drop of blood essence of Xiao Tian had been wrapped by Black Tortoise's spiritual awareness and was not damaged. He just lost some ordinary medicinal materials. Yang Chen could still afford to consume them. Soon Yang Chen and Black Tortoise established communication again. This time, Black Tortoise also suppressed its temper and was no longer excited. With his cultivation of the second grade of Earth Immortal, it was really easy to do. How did the predecessor fall to this point? Is there really no way to escape? Yang Chen no longer talked about the Yazi bloodline with Black Tortoise, but began to ask about Black Tortoise's current situation. It's a long story. There was enough time. Black Tortoise had not communicated with others for a long time. It was in the mood of talking, plus the excitement of stimulating the Yazi bloodline. Black Tortoise began to talk with confidence. Chapter 1268. It was a long story, but the story was very simple. Black Tortoise was chosen by an ancestor of the Zhao family as the foundation beast. He put the refined villa on his back, and then bound him with the demon sealing formation, so that he could only be controlled by the Zhao family. Black Tortoise's lifespan was extremely long, which was one of the reasons why the ancestors of the Zhao family valued him. At first, Black Tortoise's cultivation was not so high, but it was in the middle stage of the darching stage, but the Zhao family found a way to constantly improve Black Tortoise's cultivation. The method of improvement was incredible, and even Black Tortoise himself couldn't explain it clearly. He only knew that he was restrained in one place. Under the control of the ancestors of the Zhao family, with the help of a very strange formation, after attacking a certain place with all his strength, there was a strong breath in that place. Black Tortoise was nourished by that breath. After thousands of years, Black Tortoise had the cultivation of the 6th or 7th grade of the human immortal. The place where the strong breath came from, one day suddenly began to erupt a very strange breath. When ordinary cultivators were stained with it, they would involuntarily be triggered by the heart devil. Black Tortoise couldn't bear it, and finally left that place under the control of the Zhao family. But obviously, the ancestors of the Zhao family deliberately opened that place, and later arranged a huge formation in that area, which seemed to enclose the entire continent. It had to be said that the ancestors of the Zhao family at that time were really generous. Yang Chen listened to the description of Black Tortoise, but he was more and more surprised in his heart. This situation was clearly the formation process of the demon continent. The strange breath that triggered the heart devil, wasn't it the demonic energy? Unexpectedly, the demon continent turned out to be the masterpiece of the ancestors of the Zhao family, so it was not so incomprehensible for the Zhao family to go to the demon continent to practice when they had time. The culprit turned out to be here. No wonder Li Cheng would ask Yang Chen to meet on that island. Was it to let Yang Chen completely solve the problem of the demon continent? Black Tortoise later cultivated for thousands of years and achieved the present strength of the 2nd grade of the Earth Immortal, but because of the demon sealing formation, there was no tribulation. He could only be sealed by the formation and become the cornerstone of the Zhao family manor. How did they control you? Yang Chen was more curious about this issue. If Black Tortoise used divine awareness, as long as it moved, those masters who wanted to control Black Tortoise would become idiots. Obviously, this was not the method used. There is an extremely dense black aura seeping out from that place and surrounding my sea of consciousness. Black Tortoise replied honestly, they have a magic circle and magic weapon that can control these breaths. If I don't follow their instructions, the black chi will make me miserable. When Black Tortoise transmitted this thought, it even had a feeling of lingering fear. This made Yang Chen feel very strange. What kind of aura could make Black Tortoise so scared? Is it this black aura? Yang Chen suddenly had an idea. He revealed a little bit of the 9 nether flying sword. The 9 nether flying dust suddenly hit Black Tortoise's divine awareness. The devil chi immediately began to affect Black Tortoise's divine awareness. That's the aura. Black Tortoise immediately noticed the aura of the 9 nether flying sword and quickly responded, but it's much richer than this. This level is not enough to affect me. Sure enough, it was the devil chi. Yang Chen was even more sure that the Zhao family was definitely related to the demon continent. However, to Yang Chen's surprise, his 9 nether flying sword had obviously absorbed the rich devil chi on the ultimate demonized Vine's corpse, but it still could not make Black Tortoise uncomfortable. How strong was the devil chi that controlled Black Tortoise? Just because of the control of the devil chi? Yang Chen still felt a little incredible. Just some devil chi should not be enough to make Black Tortoise so obedient, right? There is also a formation that extracts the spiritual power from my body all the time. Black Tortoise's helpless voice came to Yang Chen's mind, it's like maggots in the tarsal bone, there is no way to get rid of it. When necessary, they can make me unconscious immediately. That feeling of helplessness was passed to Yang Chen's mind, with an emotion of despair to the extreme. The taste of begging for death, this Black Tortoise had suffered for many years. While communicating with his divine awareness, Yang Chen had blown up another alchemy furnace. This was purely for the Zhao family to see. Even the Zhao family did not feel strange at all. Instead, they sent dozens of low-grade alchemy furnaces for Yang Chen to consume. Yang Chen did not start to use the method of merit chapter to alchemy, but was considering another problem. This Black Tortoise obviously had a deep grudge against the Zhao family. He believed that once he could get rid of the control of the Zhao family, the first one he would destroy would be the Zhao family. The problem was that Yang Chen and his 7 concubines were all in the Zhao family's manor. At that time, Yang Chen did not want to be killed by Black Tortoise. Do you think that stimulating the Dao Wu bloodline can help you get rid of the control of the Zhao family? Young Chen suddenly asked Black Tortoise. Can't I? Black Tortoise was stunned and asked back with a thought. The Dao Wu bloodline can't guarantee it. Young Chen shook his head directly and continued to communicate slowly. But I have a way to let you completely restore your freedom. But why should I help you? Don't you want to leave the Zhao family? Dao Wu asked strangely. He was now very clear about Young Chen's situation. He was obviously under house arrest by the Zhao family. Fundamentally speaking, he should be in the same situation as Black Tortoise. Everyone should have a common enemy. Why did Young Chen say so now? It's not difficult for me to leave the Zhao family. Young Chen had basically understood Black Tortoise's thoughts from Black Tortoise's description all the way. This guy did not have many cunning thoughts. After being tortured for so many years, he had already accepted his fate. Now suddenly there was a way to be free, he could not wait. Big talk. Black Tortoise's thought came, and his tone was full of disdain. Even Black Tortoise, a grade 2 Earth immortal, could not break the control of the Zhao family. Young Chen, a little yuanying stage that he could destroy with a breath, dared to say such big talk. He could not help but sneer. If you can really leave, why do you bother to say so much to me? What do I have to do to make you believe me? Young Chen did not care about Black Tortoise's tone. He had been controlled for tens of thousands of years or even longer, and had never been free. This attitude was normal. Unless you can prove it. Black Tortoise did not really care about Young Chen, but he did not believe Young Chen's big talk. The way to stimulate the Dao Wu bloodline was still in Young Chen's hands. If he wanted to be free, he had to honestly find a way from Young Chen. After all, for so many years, this was the first time that someone outside the Zhao family communicated with him. This was the only chance, whether it succeeded or not, he had to seize it. Chapter 1269. Black Tortoise was not afraid of what the Zhao family would do to him after he failed. At most, he would suffer a little. He was the cornerstone of the Zhao family now, and the Zhao family could not completely destroy him. How to prove it? Young Chen asked. How do I know? You said you have a way. Black Tortoise directly passed a very rogue's words. But this was also a fact. If he knew how to prove it, he would have a way to be free long ago. Does it count if I hurt you? Young Chen hesitated for a while and suddenly asked Black Tortoise. Yes. Black Tortoise suddenly became excited. Black Tortoise was now sealed by the Demon Seal formation, but at the same time, it was also protected by the Demon Seal formation. As long as his spiritual power was not exhausted, nothing could hurt him through the Demon Seal formation. For so many years, Black Tortoise had never been hurt. When Young Chen suddenly said this, Black Tortoise was certainly excited. If Young Chen could really hurt him, it meant that Young Chen could deal with the Demon Seal formation. If he could deal with the Demon Seal formation, he could be free. It was a very simple logic. Black Tortoise's meaning had just been passed on. After Young Chen received it, without saying anything, the immortal beheading blade appeared directly in his hand. The immortal beheading blade was held in Xiao Tian's mouth, the tip of the blade was down. Young Chen used one arm to insert the immortal beheading blade into the ground beside him. On the ground, there was only the handle of the blade. The blade of the immortal beheading blade under the ground suddenly began to grow longer, and then it stabbed down like a hot knife through butter. Under the blessing of Xiao Tian, the immortal beheading blade was already invincible. It penetrated the ground hundreds of feet deep in an instant, and the tip of the blade also touched the edge of the Demon Seal formation below. On Xiao Tian's body, a faint golden orb suddenly flashed. It was still a slight sound that almost no one noticed. The tip of the immortal beheading blade easily pierced into the Demon Seal formation. The Demon Seal formation, which was known to be able to withstand the strongest attack in the mortal world, was pierced by the immortal beheading blade in Xiao Tian's mouth. The blade of the immortal beheading blade was still lengthening. After the tip of the blade pierced the Demon Seal formation, the remaining power did not disappear. It suddenly became several miles long and pierced into the back of Black Tortoise. All the way, it went straight into the flesh of Black Tortoise. Roar. The sudden severe pain directly made Black Tortoise unable to suppress it and let out a painful roar. Its whole body shook violently. The manor of Zhao's began to shake crazily as if it had suffered a strong earthquake. Fortunately, the manor of the Zhao family was also a strong cave residence that had been refined, so there was no danger of collapse. But even so, such a huge movement of black tortoise caught many people off guard, and they fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Another alchemy furnace exploded directly. Yang Chen's reaction was very fast. Looking at it from the beginning to the end, there was another problem with the refining this time. Moreover, the black tortoise's spiritual awareness was shaken, which then caused its body to shake violently. The more it was like this, the more pleasantly surprised the Zhao clan's clan head was. With such a huge commotion, just how powerful was the medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen? He now wished he could rush to Yang Chen's side and ask what was going on, but Yang Chen's refining obviously failed. The Zhao clan's clan head was also a smart person. He would not rush to Yang Chen's side at this time to be Yang Chen's punching bag. He just quietly told the family's disciples not to disturb Yang Chen, and he was still watching the progress of Yang Chen's alchemy in the dark. Black Tortoise had never been hurt since it was controlled by the ancestors of the Zhao family. Its body had long forgotten what physical pain felt like. Yang Chen only used one knife, and it recalled the long-lost feeling of the physical body. At this moment, Black Tortoise almost cried with excitement. The stinging pain clearly told Black Tortoise that Yang Chen did hurt him through the demon sealing tactical matrix. He also knew the technique used by Yang Chen. It was almost stabbed under the wrapping of his spiritual awareness. It was impossible to cheat. Even Black Tortoise's spiritual awareness could now establish a connection with Yang Chen through the immortal beheading knife in his body, instead of using the beast-controlling spell. The demon-sealing tactical matrix, which could shield heaven's retribution and resist the strongest attack in the mortal world, and even the masters at the human immortal level could not penetrate it, was pierced through by Yang Chen with one knife. What did this mean? If Yang Chen wanted to leave the Zhao family, it was really just a piece of cake. The powerful demon-sealing tactical matrix had no effect on Yang Chen at all. This knife stabbed in his body, bringing pain and hope, but at the same time, it also brought a kind of fear that made Black Tortoise dread to the bone. There seemed to be a hidden breath on the knife, which made him instinctively feel fear, so that his huge body of hundreds of miles had an impulse to tremble. If he hadn't forcibly suppressed this fear from the bone with cultivation, his body would have trembled uncontrollably. If Yang Chen wanted to kill him, it would be easy. After coming to this conclusion, Black Tortoise couldn't believe his own judgment, but the instinct of his body and the experience of living for hundreds of thousands of years told him that this was true and not a dream. For a guy who could easily kill him and set him free at the same time, Black Tortoise no longer despised him like before and dared not to use him again. As for killing everyone in the Zhao family's manor, including Yang Chen, after he was free, he didn't even dare to think about it. With a slight sound, the immortal beheading knife was gently retracted as if it had just been stabbed. Soon it returned to its original size, and then it was taken into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. What do you want? When everything was quiet for a long time, Black Tortoise's spiritual awareness sent another thought. But this time, Black Tortoise's attitude was much more humble, no longer the feeling of a condescending elder facing a younger generation. You can do whatever you want with the Zhao family, but leave the Zhao family's manor to me. Yang Chen began to ask without hesitation, it's a good cave residence. It's good to keep it to make my concubine happy. After that, he suddenly thought of something and added, leave the lives of the two women to me. Yang Chen referred to Zhao Ziyu and Bei Shuangyu. These two women were still useful to Yang Chen. He couldn't let Black Tortoise kill them here. No problem. When Black Tortoise heard that he was not asking him to let go of the Zhao family, he suddenly felt relieved. It was just a cave residence. So what if he kept it? The Zhao family had controlled him for so many years and made him beg for death. As long as he got out of trouble, he would let the whole Zhao family pay the price. As for the two women that Yang Chen wanted, he would leave them to him. You have been at the bottom of the sea for so many years. You must have collected a lot of good things. Yang Chen then put forward his second request, I want these things. As soon as he made this request, Black Tortoise suddenly hesitated and seemed to be reluctant. After stimulating your Swanee bloodline, You will condense your merit monument. Yang Chen was not afraid that Black Tortoise would disagree. Those things are useless to you. As long as you are willing to carry merits for me, I will give you as many merits as you can carry. How about that? Chapter 1270. For Black Tortoise, freedom was his biggest wish now. Everything else, including the stimulation of Dao Wu's bloodline, was secondary. The accumulated resentment for tens of thousands of years or even longer surpassed anything else. Yang Chen's strike made Black Tortoise completely see the hope of freedom. At the thought that he would no longer be driven around by the Zhao family like a slave, Black Tortoise could not help but have an impulse to kill all the Zhao family members immediately. After all, he was already a second-grade Earth immortal evil beast. When he forcibly suppressed this impulse and began to consider Yang Chen's conditions, he immediately realized what it meant to stimulate Dao Wu's bloodline. Even if no one had really seen Dao Wu, they had heard of the legend and there were many records about it. One of the 9 sons of the dragon, the existence of transcendence. Black Tortoise could not help but be excited when he actually had the opportunity to become Dao Wu. The merit tablet of Dao Wu was definitely Dao Wu's natural natal magic weapon. Nothing was more suitable for Dao Wu's cultivation than this magic weapon brought from its bloodline. The greatest use of the merit monument was to increase one's merit. Legend has it that the merit stele carried on the back of Bian recorded his own merit. However, this was obviously not comprehensive. In fact, Dao Wu could carry anyone's merits. This could be proved by the countless Dao Wu stone tablets all over the world. The inscriptions on those tablets recorded the merits of some human emperors or other outstanding gurus. How the merit tablet reflected the level and strength was nothing more than the amount of merits added to it. In this regard, Dao Wu had a natural advantage that people envied. He did not even need to cultivate. As long as he could constantly add merits to his merit tablet, it would naturally grow. In Yang Chen's words just now, he said that how much merit the Black Tortoise could carry, how much merit he could add to it. For Black Tortoise, this was like a huge pie falling from the sky, which could directly make him dizzy. Compared with merits, the property he had secretly accumulated by staying at the bottom of the sea for tens of thousands of years was really useless, as Yang Chen said. Is that true? Black Tortoise used a lot of willpower to make the thoughts it passed to Yang Chen's mind not so agitated. I can make a heart oath. Yang Chen did not hesitate to pass on his own meaning. Black Tortoise originally wanted to confirm whether Yang Chen had so many merits, but Yang Chen swore by the heart demon, so Black Tortoise no longer doubted him. He said resolutely, "Deal. It's a deal." Yang Chen also happily made this agreement with Black Tortoise. Yang Chen couldn't help but be happy. The merit on the Swan Ni merit monument was not the same as the merit recorded on the merit ring. As long as it was on the merit monument, then those merits would never disappear. Even if the heavenly court were to change dynasties right now, it would not disappear. Yang Chen's immeasurable merit and virtue, he was worried about how to keep it. Immediately, there was this Swanni that came to his door. How could Yang Chen not be ecstatic? Even if it was just for this purpose, Yang Chen would try his best to stimulate the merit stele's bloodline in Black Tortoise. The next thing was naturally that Yang Chen began to crazily practice the merit in the process of alchemy recorded in the merit stele. The merit stele was not particularly detailed. It was just a general outline. The specific details needed Yang Chen to explore carefully. For anyone else in the mortal world, this merit stele was of little value, and no one could practice it. Even if one had a genius's aptitude, it was impossible to master it without a lot of merits to practice. It was just like alchemy and refining weapons. If one didn't practice it and just read books, one could not learn it in any case. This was one of the reasons. Another difficulty was that even if one saved people from water and fire in the mortal world, and saved people from hanging upside down, and accumulated countless merits, before entering the heavenly court, how could the cultivators in the mortal world know how much merits they had, and how could they use them? However, Yang Chen not only had merits, but also had the merit ring in his hand, which could be used at any time. In particular, Yang Chen was not afraid of consumption. The power of the merit stele, if one did not add enough merits, how could the effect be seen? On this point, no one could compare with Yang Chen. He could throw out hundreds of trillions of merits without blinking his eyes. No one could be more generous than him. At first, it was definitely not to refine the elixir to stimulate the Tao's bloodline, but the spirit congealing pill. The spirit congealing pill itself did not have the effect of improving the spiritual awareness of the user, but Yang Chen hoped that after the blessing of merits, the spirit congealing pill could improve a little. Of course, this kind of spirit congealing pill was purely for practice, in order to let Yang Chen master the alchemy method of the merit stele. It had to be said that what Li Cheng took out was really powerful. After Yang Chen began to refine the elixir seriously, it took him more than half a year. During this period, almost 15 alchemy furnaces exploded, and he finally succeeded in refining a merit congealing pill. These exploding alchemy furnaces were not deliberately done by Yang Chen. It was completely an accident in the process of alchemy. In the process of alchemy, the Zhao family almost monitored the whole process, especially those disciples of the Zhao family who were good at alchemy. They stared at Yang Chen's every move without blinking in a place where they could see the situation of Yang Chen's alchemy, trying to learn something from it. Black Tortoise was also frequently asked what Yang Chen wanted him to do. On this point, Yang Chen and Black Tortoise had a tacit understanding. Black Tortoise's answer to the Zhao family was that Yang Chen only asked him to wrap some medicinal materials and alchemy furnaces with his spiritual awareness. All the operations were still carried out by Yang Chen. Yang Chen's failures were seen by the Zhao family, but more importantly, Yang Chen was never discouraged. Every time he failed, Yang Chen would always collect the dregs of the furnace explosion, carefully observe and summarize, and then continue the next attempt. Seeing Yang Chen's behavior, many alchemy disciples of the Zhao family were thoughtful. In this world, whether it was cultivation or alchemy, there was never a shortcut. Everyone understood this truth in their hearts, but they always forgot it in the actual operation. Now from Yang Chen, everyone saw Yang Chen's persistence. Perhaps, this spirit of reluctance was one of the factors that allowed Yang Chen to become a fifth-grade alchemist. In any case, after more than a dozen failures, Yang Chen finally succeeded in refining an elixir. When Yang Chen finished the elixir, he took it in his hand and observed it for a few times. The Zhao family's master appeared in front of Yang Chen. "Master Yang, can you sell this elixir to the Zhao family?" When he met the Zhao family's master, he asked for alchemy. Chapter 1271. This medicinal pill is not for sale. Yang Chen just raised his eyelids and glanced at the Zhao family patriarch, then he lowered his eyelids and refused directly. The face of the Zhao family patriarch did not change. He still had that kind of warm smile, but his eyes flashed and then disappeared without a trace. "This is just a test. The medicinal materials used are also garbage. The effect is not great. It has almost no effect on the Zhedan stage. Maybe it is only effective for the foundation establishment stage." The Zhao family patriarch was about to say something, but Yang Chen had already said, "If you are not afraid that your children will die after eating it, call one to come and try the medicine." As soon as he heard Yang Chen's words, the smile on the Zhao family patriarch's face became more and more brilliant. Without saying anything, he waved his hand in a certain direction. After a while, 10 young people who looked very young came to Yang Chen and the Zhao family patriarch. The 10 people were all in the foundation establishment stage, basically ranging from the early stage to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The 10 people didn't know what was going on. They lined up and stood in front of Yang Chen and the patriarch, quietly waiting for instructions. "Master, which one is suitable?" The Zhao family patriarch was completely courteous at the moment. Yang Chen stood in the middle. He accompanied Yang Chen on the left side, slightly behind Yang Chen, and asked expectantly, "You?" Yang Chen was not polite. His spiritual awareness turned on the 10 people and directly found the weakest one, the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. The young man who was pointed out by Yang Chen stepped forward very cooperatively. The patriarch waved to the others next to him, and the other 9 people quietly lined up and left from the place where they came in, leaving only the young man selected by Yang Chen. A medicinal pill was sent to the young man's hand. Before he took it, Yang Chen specifically told him after taking the medicine, immediately absorb the medicinal power. Pay special attention to the changes in spiritual awareness. The young man nodded and glanced at the patriarch of his family. The Zhao family patriarch nodded slightly on the side of Yang Chen. The young man immediately picked up the medicinal pill and swallowed it. Then he sat directly on the ground and began to practice. Yang Chen and the Zhao family patriarch didn't find the waiting process boring. They just stood in front of the young man and quietly waited for the medicinal pill to take effect. After almost half a day, the young man completely absorbed the medicinal power and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw two pairs of expectant eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw two pairs of expectant eyes. Yang Chen asked anxiously. His eagerness was like an alchemist who wanted to know the efficacy of his own medicinal pill immediately. In fact, Yang Chen was indeed in this kind of mood. After all, this was the first time for people to take the merit pill. This younger generation junior's spiritual awareness has greatly increased. The younger generation who took the medicine was full of surprise and bowed to Yang Chen. "Thank you, Grandmaster. It works." In Yang Chen's tone, he couldn't suppress the joy, and his face was also that kind of surprised smile. He didn't seem to be sure that what he heard was true, and he confirmed it again. The Zhao family patriarch next to him also had a bright smile. Yang Chen's medicinal pill was effective. He really deserved to be a fifth-grade alchemist. After so many failures, he finally succeeded in refining this kind of medicinal pill that can increase spiritual awareness. "It works, Master," the young man replied quickly, and his face was also full of surprise. When he first came in, he was told that it was a medicine test. He was very nervous, but he didn't expect such a big benefit. "Tell me specifically, how much has it increased?" Yang Chen has already begun to ask in detail, confirming what the effect of the medicinal effect is, the specific feeling after taking it, etc. It is completely to further determine the specific medicinal effect of the new medicine. The Zhao family patriarch has begun to think about how to take Yang Chen under the Zhao family as soon as possible. Such a talented alchemist has already entered the Zhao family manor. If they let Yang Chen go, it would be a loss. Even if they can't get it, they can't leave it to the guys outside. However, Yang Chen seems to be somewhat unmoved by force or persuasion. Now the only one who can control Yang Chen seems to be Black Tortoise, who cooperates with Yang Chen to refine medicinal pills. Without the help of Black Tortoise, it is impossible for Yang Chen to refine this kind of unnamed medicinal pill. It seems that he can only find a way from Black Tortoise. This is to cater to Yang Chen's favor. The Zhao family patriarch firmly believes that as long as he is sincere, he can definitely make Yang Chen move. As for Yang Chen's 4 wives in their respective sect, it is easy. At that time, as long as Yang Chen is willing, he can let the disciples of the Zhao family take Yang Chen's handwritten letter and bring them to the manor to reunite with Yang Chen's family. It was just that Yang Chen himself, but he absolutely could not let him leave. The Zhao family patriarch understands that Yang Chen is an alchemist who is obsessed with alchemy. Once he succeeds in refining this unprecedented medicinal pill, he will definitely want to refine it again. In this way, he can't do without the help of Black Tortoise. Without the help of Black Tortoise's powerful spiritual awareness, Yang Chen can't refine successfully. Next, the Zhao family patriarch began to show his value to Yang Chen. Not only did he bear all the medicinal materials needed by Yang Chen to refine medicinal pills, but he also generously allowed Yang Chen to use Black Tortoise's spiritual awareness to help Yang Chen refine medicinal pills at will. Of course, the Zhao family hoped to buy the medicinal pills refined by Yang Chen at a high price. This is a matter of hitting it off. Yang Chen needs Black Tortoise's spiritual awareness to help improve a higher level of medicinal pills comprehensively, and the Zhao family needs Yang Chen's medicinal pills. The two sides immediately reached a cooperative relationship. The Zhao family patriarch is not afraid of any accident after Yang Chen refined a perfect refreshment pill. Even if Yang Chen and his 7 concubines can improve their spiritual awareness cultivation, so what? Can they be stronger than Black Tortoise? Black Tortoise is still controlled by the Zhao family, let alone Yang Chen's family. Therefore, Yang Chen can refine medicinal pills with Black Tortoise and communicate with it at will without fear of others knowing. The previous medicinal pill, Yang Chen, added almost 10 million merit points, which improved the spiritual awareness of a guy in the early stage of foundation establishment to the peak stage of foundation establishment, which made Yang Chen have a more intuitive understanding of the merit points. As long as it can be proved to be effective, the effect of the medicinal pill only depends on the amount of merit points. After this period of practice, Yang Chen has basically mastered the method of adding merit points during alchemy. Next, he naturally began to refine medicinal pills to stimulate the Taowu bloodline. The main medicinal material was naturally the drop of Xiao Tian's blood essence. In the blood essence of Xiao Tian, there must be some effect of the blood essence of Xiao Tianquan. What Yang Chen wanted to do was to completely magnify this part of the effect to achieve the purpose of stimulating the black tortoise's Taowu bloodline. This time, Yang Chen spent a lot of money. Not only did he let Xiao Tian contribute a drop of blood essence, but he also directly paid 1 trillion merit points, which was the greatest merit points he could currently add at one time. Just waiting for the medicinal pill to be completed, it depends on the effect of black tortoise's use. Chapter 1272. This time, the time of alchemy was much longer than that of the last success. Everyone could understand that the previous one was just an experiment, and this time it was the real deal. The medicinal pills of the experiment were simple. Ordinary medicinal materials with a little bit of age would not exceed 100 years. It was already the top for it to have an effect on the cultivators of the foundation stage. Now Yang Chen wanted to further refine it. To target the masters of the Yuanying stage and the Daching stage, it was only normal to use medicinal materials that were thousands of years old. As for the time and difficulty of refining, it was 10 times and 100 times more. Even for simple medicinal pills, Yang Chen had blown up more than a dozen pill furnaces. Now even if he lost a few, it was also very normal. This time, Yang Chen's action directly lasted for a whole year. During this period, he also blew up 2 pill furnaces. Of course, this was a superficial phenomenon. In the merit ring that others could not see, the profound spirit furnace had been under the control of Yang Chen, refining the medicinal pills that the black tortoise needed. The refining process of the medicinal pills had been very smooth, and Xiao Tian's blood essence was completely integrated into it. Yang Chen was not stingy in adding 1 trillion merit points. Another unprecedented medicinal pill in the mortal world was born. This kind of medicinal pill, named by Yang Chen as the bloodline pill, was the 2nd grade. This was still Yang Chen was afraid that if the difficulty was increased, the refining would fail, so he used the lowest refining. However, even if the pill was successful, now the black tortoise faced another trouble, that was, how to take this medicinal pill. It must be known that the demon seal formation could isolate the black tortoise and the Zhao family mana. It was not so easy to send the medicinal pills out, and the black tortoise did not even need to think about coming in. It seems that you can only take another knife. After thinking about it, Yang Chen had no other way but to use the immortal beheading blade to cut through the barrier of the formation. However, even if Yang Chen tried to restrain the power, it was not so easy to be cut by the immortal beheading blade. At the thought of the desperate fear brought by Yang Chen's knife stabbing into his body, the black tortoise couldn't help but shudder again. Even Yang Chen had to explode the alchemy furnace that he showed to the Zhao family again to cover up black tortoise's abnormal behavior. The Zhao family, who had been monitoring Yang Chen's alchemy, almost wanted to cry. It must be known that the medicinal herbs used by Yang Chen were all treasures of thousands of years. Destroying a furnace was equivalent to destroying the wealth of several Yuanying stage masters. Yang Chen was a tycoon and didn't care about the loss of these herbs. However, didn't the Zhao family's patriarch say that the Zhao family would pay for the herbs that Yang Chen refined? These lost herbs were the Zhao family's painstaking effort. The 7 girls quickly cleaned up the fragments of the pill furnace and medicinal dregs around Yang Chen. They had been by Yang Chen's side all this time, serving Yang Chen and cultivating on their own. Although they didn't know how Yang Chen left the Zhao family manor, they never disobeyed Yang Chen's words. Especially in this case, being by Yang Chen's side was the safest place. Perhaps, the 7 girls never thought that one day they, the 7 masters of the Daching stage, would be protected by a Yuanying stage cultivator. Come on. After a long time of hard work, The black tortoise finally chose the former between eating Yang Chen's knife to regain freedom and being enslaved by the Zhao family. It was very difficult to summon up the courage, and then said to Yang Chen, "Hey." Yang Chen's hand was too fast. Even without giving the black tortoise more time to prepare, the immortal beheading blade in Xiao Tian's mouth had once again inserted the handle into the ground. The blade quickly changed into a cylinder, wrapped in the second-grade blood meridian pill and dozens of fifth-grade Lingji mushroom jade pills, and quickly extended downward. It easily penetrated the barrier of the demon seal formation and went straight into the body of the black tortoise. This time was different from the last time. It was just a simple injury to the black tortoise. Yang Chen needed to send the medicinal pills into the stomach of the black tortoise. The damage was almost 10 times greater than the last time. This was also the reason why the black tortoise had been hesitating for a long time before it made up its mind. Fortunately, the change of the immortal beheading blade was very light. With the cooperation of the black tortoise, in just a few short breaths, it had pierced the stomach bag of the black tortoise from the outside, sent the wrapped medicinal pills into the stomach of the black tortoise, and then quickly withdrew. Dozens of fifth-grade Lingji mushroom jade pills were used to heal the black tortoise. Although it only had a significant effect on the darching stage, it was just a careful stab, and it also had a certain effect on the black tortoise of the second-grade Earth Immortal stage. Unfortunately, the murderous intent of the immortal beheading blade brought mental damage to the black tortoise, which was not something that Yang Chen could avoid. Last time, Yang Chen simply pierced the back shell of the black tortoise, but this time it went directly into the stomach. The moment the black tortoise was pierced by the immortal beheading blade, it almost fainted directly. Fortunately, it had a strong strength, and finally resisted the killing intent of the immortal beheading blade that was converged to the extreme, and did not reveal any flaws. Otherwise, Yang Chen could only detonate another pill furnace. The fifth-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill quickly worked, plus the recovery power of the black tortoise itself, the physical injuries began to recover visibly. Compared with the body of the black tortoise, which was hundreds of miles in size, the wound caused by the immortal beheading blade that Yang Chen deliberately shrunk was only as thick as an arm. It almost took a few breaths for it to recover. The next thing to play a role was the bloodline pill, which added 1 trillion merits to Yang Chen, and completely stimulated the effect of Xiao Tian's bloodline. The black tortoise only felt that the heat of the 5 elements began to spread directly from the stomach to the limbs and bones, which made it have a comfortable impulse to roar out. It would take some time for the bloodline pill to take effect completely. When Xiao Tian swallowed the blood essence of the celestial dog, it took a few years for it to slowly show the true colors of Yazi little by little. Even if the cultivation of the black tortoise was many times higher than that of Xiao Tian, some time could not be saved. The people of the Zhao family who were monitoring Yang Chen were finally happy to find that Yang Chen's refining technique was becoming more and more skillful, and finally they could not see the explosion of the furnace anymore. This could only mean one thing, that was, Yang Chen had begun to master the trick of refining, and the success of refining was only a matter of time. The black tortoise was restrained by Yang Chen for refining, so the control and mastery of the black tortoise by the Zhao family had also declined. Otherwise, they would have found that when the black tortoise wandered around the bottom of the sea seemingly aimlessly, it was slowly moving towards the position where Yang Chen and his family entered the Zhao family's manor. At the same time, they did not find that the body of the black tortoise was changing a little bit magically. The huge head of the black tortoise had become another shape. It looked like it was carrying a taowu. Its body had also changed a lot, but because its body was too huge, no one could see it. Even the Zhao family would not use their divine awareness to explore the body of the black tortoise at will. Chapter 1273. On the back of black tortoise was still carrying the manna of Zhao family. It seemed that nothing had changed, but both black tortoise and Yang Chen knew that there was a small stone tablet under the demon sealing formation and the manna of Zhao family. Dao Wu's merit tablet. In other words, it could not be called a stone tablet. The tablet was made of the same material as black tortoise's shell. It was even condensed from the essence of black tortoise's shell. It grew on black tortoise's back and was a part of its body. It had been almost half a year since Dao Wu took the medicine, and this was just a preliminary change. The merit tablet had just appeared, and there was no merit, but it already had the function of the merit tablet. Naturally, the next step was for Yang Chen to continue to fulfill his promise. Yang Chen had said that Yang Chen would add merit to Black Tortoise as much as it could carry. Now, Yang Chen was doing this work, adding merit to the merit tablet. It had to be said that Dao Wu's merit tablet was indeed a powerful object for absorbing merit. Yang Chen used the method of merit chapter. He directly pierced the demon ceiling formation and touched the merit tablet through the immortal beheading saber, and then added merit to the merit tablet. In less than 2 breaths, the 1 trillion merit that Yang Chen could use at one time disappeared without a trace. Of course, it was not that the merit disappeared, but that it was transferred from the merit ring to the merit tablet, which was more stable. But this speed shocked Yang Chen, and he almost thought that there was an accident. It should be known that it took Yang Chen a whole year to add 1 trillion merit to the elixir. Soon, Yang Chen found that this was far from the limit that the merit tablet could bear. At least, although Black Tortoise had felt the growth of the merit tablet, it still had extra strength to carry it. Carrying merit was completely different from carrying a heavy object. It was a feeling of another level. It was like the merit was pressing on Black Tortoise's heart. Whether it could bear it or not, Black Tortoise could completely judge. When this thought passed from Black Tortoise to Yang Chen's mind, Yang Chen immediately began to add further. 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, until it reached 100 trillion, 1,000 trillion, Black Tortoise still had extra strength. This made Yang Chen pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, he could not help but sigh. The Bian was indeed the best carrier to carry the merits, far better than the merit ring. Unfortunately, it was too little. Even the Dragon Clan might not be able to give birth to another perfect Swanni. The Black Tortoise could feel that the merit monument on its body was growing wildly, and its admiration for Yang Chen was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it was not admiration, but awe. How do you cultivate now? While Yang Chen continued to add merits, Yang Chen also asked about the cultivation of the Black Tortoise. After a long silence, Black Tortoise, Black Tortoise was very embarrassed. Tortoise was, Black Tortoise of Tortoise, Wu. Black Tortoise of Cultivation, Tortoise, Yang Chen of Tortoise, Black Chen, of Black Tortoise, of Tortoise was. Everyone knew that the Demon Clan, who cultivated by instinct, was definitely the most powerful one in the same realm. Black Tortoise, who had not experienced the wind tribulation in the mortal world, already had the strength of the 2nd grade of Earth Immortal. Yang Chen was really looking forward to how powerful it would be after the real tribulation. I have a complete set of the Dragon Clan's cultivation method in my hand. Yang Chen passed this thought, and then quietly waited for Black Tortoise to accept it. Then he asked Black Tortoise slowly, "Give me a reason to teach you." In the Dragon Tower, there was a complete set of the Dragon Clan's cultivation method. If Xiao Tian could cultivate, so could Black Tortoise. Yang Chen said this. Naturally he wanted to get more benefits from the hands of the Black Tortoise, or more guarantees. I carry your merit. We are already in the same boat. We are bound together for good or bad. The natural relationship between master and servant can't be easily changed. After Black Tortoise pondered for a long time, it conveyed its meaning. Master, please give me a name. Since Bian's bloodline became more and more obvious, Black Tortoise had already realized this, especially when all its hopes were on Yang Chen, so it had to rely on Yang Chen to get freedom. The merit monument added Yang Chen's merit, and there was a natural connection, like a flesh and blood connection, which could not be easily cut off. Therefore, Black Tortoise immediately recognized the situation and admitted the master-servant relationship with Yang Chen. You are Bian, one of the 9 sons of the Dragon Clan. You are a descendant of the Dragon Clan. You are a Black Tortoise, so you should be called Long Xian. Yang Chen was not pretentious. He directly gave Black Tortoise a name. Anyway, he already had a Yaz's demon pet, so he didn't care about having a Bian's demon servant. Long Xian thanks Master for giving me a name. With a name, Black Tortoise immediately passed a word of thanks to Yang Chen. Immediately afterward, the 8 stone inscription images on the 1st floor of the Dragon Tower were passed to Long Xian's mind by Yang Chen. This is the 1st level of the Dragon Clan's cultivation method. Your current cultivation is too high. It will take at least 1,000 years to fully transform. When you can fully cultivate, there will naturally be a second level of cultivation method. Yang Chen's words then sounded in Long Xian's mind that should be a matter in the spiritual world. Long Xian was overjoyed, and almost caused a turbulence in the Zhao family manor because of his excitement. With the cultivation method of the Dragon Clan, coupled with the massive merit that Yang Chen was still adding, as a descendant of the Dragon Clan, even if he had just ascended to the spiritual world, he was definitely a master among masters. In the following days, Yang Chen continued to add merit to Long Xian's merit monument. In the eyes of outsiders, it was the appearance of Yang Chen concentrating on alchemy, and there had been no accidents this time. It seemed that he was going to succeed. It's just that they didn't know how effective the medicinal pills refined by Yang Chen this time would be for the masters of the Yuanying stage and the Dacheng stage, which made the Zhao family very much look forward to it. The immortal beheading blade in Xiao Tian's mouth must pierce the demon seal array and touch the merit monument. Soon Yang Chen discovered that this was not an opportunity to use the merit to refine the immortal beheading blade. Anyway, it would cost a lot of merit, so he could try the refining technique in the merit chapter. With the experience of merit alchemy, it was not so complicated to add merit when refining. After Yang Chen just fumbled a few times, he found the trick and the immortal beheading blade began to accept the baptism of merit. Originally, the merit on Yang Chen's merit ring was almost all obtained from the immortal beheading blade. Although the current immortal beheading blade was not the main body of the immortal beheading blade, it had integrated the will of the immortal beheading blade. From this point of view, Yang Chen used the merit to sacrifice the immortal beheading blade, which had a bit of a return to the origin, and the immortal beheading blade absorbed the merit quickly. What surprised Yang Chen was that after the merit was sacrificed to the immortal beheading blade, although there was no significant increase in the power of the immortal beheading blade, Yang Chen's speed of refining the core of the demon continent had accelerated several times, and it seemed to be half refined. Chapter 1274. It was a small accident that the technique on the merit chapter wasn't used on the 9-water flying sword first, but on the immortal beheading saber. However, Yang Chen liked this small accident very much. The more powerful the immortal beheading saber, the happier he was. After all, the immortal beheading saber was Yang Chen's real natal flying sword. Adding merit to Long Xian's merit stele, it took Yang Chen about a year's time. In the past year, plus rest and blessing, intermittently added up, Yang Chen had been blessed with almost 100 million trillion merits. It wasn't until this number that Long Xian finally noticed the weight of the merit stele. It made him feel like he couldn't breathe. This was the limit that Long Xian could carry. If it was any more, he would probably be like a stone swan ni, unable to move an inch. The changes on the merit stele really surprised Long Xian. After adding so much merit to Yang Chen, others couldn't see it, but Long Xian himself knew that the small merit stele had become the size of a normal stone stele. Although it was still insignificant compared to Long Xian's current size, it was obvious that Long Xian was trapped in the demon sealing array. As long as he could break out of the array, he would be able to become a size that matched the merit stele. He didn't even need to use the transformation technique. After activating the Swan Ni bloodline, coupled with the merit on the merit stele, Long Xian's cultivation level rose straight to the Earth Immortal Grade 4. If it wasn't for the seal of the demon sealing array, he would have already triggered a violent tribulation. It had to be said that the demon sealing array was indeed a formation that the Zhao family was proud of. Even the Earth Immortal Grade 4 Long Xian couldn't break free. According to Long Xian, he still couldn't break through the aura around his sea of consciousness. His spiritual sense could only spread out according to the direction that the Zhao family arranged. Yang Chen had vaguely guessed that the aura around Long Xian's sea of consciousness should be a high concentration of demonic qi. He just didn't know what method the Zhao family used to condense the demonic qi and send it around Long Xian's sea of consciousness. Not only that, this demon continent may have been created by the ancestors of the Zhao family in order to achieve the purpose of making the Zhao family live forever. As for how they used the demonic energy, it was unknown. However, there was one thing that Yang Chen was sure of. The Zhao family definitely had a way. Yang Chen had seen many members of the Zhao family, and there were faint traces of devil qi on them. This could not escape Yang Chen's eyes. If things continued to develop normally, perhaps in the next 10,000 years, the Zhao family would not have much development, because Yang Chen basically had no memory of the Zhao family in his mind. However, 10,000 years later, the Zhao family might replace the current profound heaven sect and become the ruler of the heavenly court. The demon ceiling formation was the foundation of the Zhao family in the mortal world. Unfortunately, if they had not trapped Yang Chen's family in the demon ceiling formation, a series of unforeseen events would not have happened. Of course, if Zhao Ziyin did not take the initiative to find trouble with Shishanshan, maybe all of this would not have happened. It was a pity that there were not so many IFS in this world. Just like now, Zhao Ziyin once again stood in front of Yang Chen and swaggered. After blessing Long Xian's merit monument, Yang Chen of course continued to sacrificial refine his immortal beheading blade. This was Yang Chen's life source magic weapon. Naturally, the quality could be improved as high as it could be improved with merit, there was no upper limit. While sacrificial refining the immortal beheading blade, Yang Chen did not forget to pretend to be alchemy. At the same time, he was also planning to help Long Xian break through the demonic energy around his sea of consciousness. Yang Chen also did not stop refining the profound spirit furnace for a moment. However, what was being refined in the profound spirit furnace was not a spirit congealing pill, but a 5-grade body refining pill. Naturally, Yang Chen's merit was indispensable. This furnace of 5-grade merit body refining pills was what Yang Chen intended to give to his disciples and elders and friends around him. It was used to improve their 5-element spirit roots and make their cultivation more smooth. The refining of the body refining pill was not very difficult. Even if it was a 5-grade refining pill, with the blessing of merit, more than 2 years was enough to successfully refine the body refining pill. Yang Chen finally began to collect the pills and then used the jade bottle to collect all the 5-grade merit body refining pills that were cured. Zhao Ziyin came to the door at this time. Yang Chen's refining of the medicinal pill had been completed and it was obvious that there was no failure. According to Zhao Ziyin's thinking, at this time, Yang Chen should take the initiative to offer the refined medicinal pill to win the favor of the Zhao family, instead of receiving it in his own Chenkuan bag without any expression. Hand over the refined medicinal pill. He didn't know what the Zhao family's patriarch was thinking. Maybe he was planning to hone Zhao Ziyu's temperament through Yang Chen. Unexpectedly, the patriarch himself didn't follow, and the others also didn't appear. It was only Zhao Ziyu who came to find Yang Chen. Yang Chen just looked at Zhao Ziyin like looking at an idiot and didn't bother to talk to her. Last time, Yang Chen had already been so straightforward in front of the Zhao family's master. Didn't this guy actually open up a little bit? Or this face that Yang Chen owed her how much money, did he really think that he was the master? It was no wonder that the Empress Zhao Ziyu was also a nobody in his memory. With her personality, if she was lucky enough to ascend and did not die, who knew how many people she had offended? Even if she was not suppressed to some corner by her own people, she would be secretly killed by some of her enemies. There was no way she would be able to stand out. Stretching out his hand, Murong Han had already passed a cup of fragrant tea over to Yang Chen. This was prepared long ago by Shishanshan for Yang Chen. Gaou instructed the few of them to take good care of Yang Chen's life at all times. Of course, this kind of delicacy was only for Yang Chen and definitely not for Zhao Ziyin. You promised my father that you will use my Zhao family's medicinal ingredients and the divine sense of my Zhao family's experts to refine medicinal pills. The medicinal pills refined will be given to my Zhao family first. Zhao Ziyin wasn't really an idiot. When she saw Yang Chen's gaze, she immediately realized that there was a problem with her attitude. But she didn't want to give in to Yang Chen. Instead, she planned to use the agreement between the Zhao family's master and Yang Chen to force Yang Chen to lower his head. Looks like the Zhao family's master had put in quite a bit of effort on this daughter of his. Unfortunately, old habits are hard to change. Zhao Ziyin's character still hasn't completely changed. Although there was a little progress, there was not the slightest change in her bones. Exchange it with a 7th grade fire seed. Yang Chen finally responded, no longer remaining silent. The agreement between him and the Zhao family's master was that the Zhao family would exchange things. If the other party really took out a 7th-grade fire seed, why not give them a few of these 5 revolutions merit body refining pills? Anyway, Long Xian would soon be out of trouble. At this time, even if he was reborn, what would be the use? Zhao Ziyin almost went berserk. Finally, she suppressed her anger and looked at Yang Chen with a sneer. This guy, did he really think that the Zhao family couldn't do anything to him? Chapter 1275. If you don't want the life of any of your concubines, just say it. I will end her for you, how about it? Zhao Ziyu's gaze swept past Fairy Junkie, Fairy Qingmu and the 5 Murong sisters one by one. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes, making people have no doubt that as long as Yang Chen said a name, she would directly make a move. In Zhao Ziyu's heart, the lives and deaths of these women and Yang Chen were all in her hands. However, Yang Chen slowly sipped a mouthful of hot tea. After putting on a good posture, he slowly asked, "Don't you want to know how to cure Elder Bay?" "PH, it's just a small method of hypnosis. As long as you wait patiently for a few hundred years, could it be that your spiritual awareness can affect a master of the Great Ascension stage and not be consumed?" Zhao Ziyu looked at Yang Chen and sneered. Did he really think that the Zhao family was so anxious? Bei Shuangyu was not without the slightest resistance. After all, she was a master of the Great Ascension stage. No matter what, her spiritual awareness would instinctively resist external influence. No matter how strong the spiritual awareness that Yang Chen left behind was, under this resistance, the influence would become smaller and smaller. If Yang Chen could not supplement it, it would only be a matter of time to undo the hypnosis of Elder Bay. For cultivators, waiting for a few hundred years was not a big deal. Oh! Yang Chen suddenly looked at Zhao Ziyu with some surprise. Zhao Ziyu saw that Yang Chen was looking at her. She coldly snorted and stuck out her chest. "You're smart, you know how to use your brain." Yang Chen nodded his head and commented, "Just like Zhao Ziyu's elder." This sentence immediately ignited Zhao Ziyu and she was about to explode. "Don't you want to know how to completely solve the problem of the aura on your Zhao family's disciples?" Before Zhao Ziyu's volcano erupted, the magma had already reached the mouth of the volcano. Just as it was about to erupt, Yang Chen suddenly asked in a leisurely manner, immediately forcing the magma back into the mouth of the volcano. Because the 7 girls were by his side, Yang Chen didn't say it clearly. However, Zhao Ziyu definitely knew what Yang Chen was talking about. Only the 7 girls were still confused, not understanding what Yang Chen was talking about. The Zhao family didn't seem to have much of a problem. Yang Chen's proud method was to purify the demonic bead, which has been unanimously praised by the masters who have been gaining experience in the demon continent. Not to mention anything else, just outside the gathering point in the core part of the demon continent, hundreds of masters lined up to ascend can be clearly explained. Although the Zhao family was a family that used the demonic qi earlier, they didn't have a clean method like Yang Chen. Although the Zhao family also had outstanding demonic refiners and their own means to purify the demonic qi, they couldn't achieve the complete purification like Yang Chen. "My Zhao family has our own means, and it's not necessarily inferior to you." Of course, Zhao Ziyu understood what Yang Chen was saying. Using this as bait, Zhao Ziyu was a little discouraged, but her mouth refused to admit defeat, and she retorted stubbornly. After speaking, Zhao Ziyu realized that her performance just now seemed to be a little weak, and she immediately became tough. "It seems that Master Yang won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. Someone, kill Dao Junkie for me." While ordering, Zhao Ziyu's figure retreated violently. She also knew that her cultivation was not enough in front of Yang Chen's family, and she didn't want to lose herself. However, Yang Chen was too hateful, and she must let him know that the Zhao family was not so easy to talk to. Yang Chen had been sitting there, and he didn't move at all. He looked at Zhao Ziyu's eyes, but there was a hint of murderous intent. But soon Yang Chen dispersed his murderous intent. It was really degrading to argue with such a person. Zhao Ziyu's identity was the daughter of the current Zhao family's master. In the Zhao family's manner, she was also a princess. In particular, she was appointed by the Zhao family's master to negotiate with Yang Chen. Her words, to a certain extent, represented the order of the Zhao family's master. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few figures quickly appeared in the courtyard, and then a depressing aura wrapped the entire courtyard. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had not been retracted, and he immediately understood that this was one of the effects of the demonic ceiling formation, but it protected the Zhao family's courtyard and unrelated people. Dao Junqi was a master in the late Dacheng stage. The person who could kill Dao Junqi must at least be a master of the same cultivation base. If such a master fought, an ordinary island could probably be razed to the ground. If this place was not protected, even if the Zhao family's manor looked safe and sound on the outside, it would be uninhabitable inside. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you really think that I'm a sick cat? Yang Chen's words also became cold, and the immortal beheading blade suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the ground. He held the hilt with both hands and said coldly, "Junqi, I can't see clearly if I'm too far away. Come closer and let me see which guy wants to kill you. I'll hold the line for you here." As he spoke, the part of the immortal beheading blade that was submerged in the ground had once again pierced the underground demonic ceiling formation, and began to emit strands of spiritual awareness, trying to communicate with Long Xian. Previously, when Long Xian and Yang Chen communicated, they used the spiritual awareness channel that was allowed by the Zhao family, so naturally, there was no obstruction of demonic qi. If Yang Chen wanted to free Long Xian, of course, he had to clear the demonic qi around his sea of consciousness. Now this move was to touch the demonic qi that wrapped Long Xian's sea of consciousness. Dao Junqi certainly understood Yang Chen's words. What did it mean to take a closer look? It was either to put the whole person in front of Yang Chen, or to put his head in front of Yang Chen. The Zhao family might feel that the victory was in their grasp, so they only dispatched 6 or 7 masters in the late Dacheng stage, a few of which were to contain Yang Chen and the other women, and the remaining 2 were to deal with Dao Junqi alone. 2 against 1, everyone's cultivation base was similar, and it was still in the Zhao family. There was a natural geographical advantage. Under normal circumstances, there would be no accident in the result. Zhao Ziyu had even seen Dao Junqi being attacked by the masters of her family, and the beautiful head was sent to her, and Yang Chen was silent over there. When she thought of this, she felt indescribable joy in her heart. Wishes were beautiful, ideals were illusory, but reality was cruel. Other than Yang Chen and the 7 girls around him, no one in the Zhao family would know that not long ago, Li Cheng gave each of the 7 girls a greeting gift, and this greeting gift was an iron-winged eagle's egg. As long as it hatched, it would be a demonic pet with peak Dacheng cultivation base. Under the astonished gazes of Zhao Ziyin and the rest of the Zhao clan, an incomparably large iron-winged eagle appeared out of thin air. Its pair of iron wings were like an iron wall as it swept across the bodies of 2 experts. The instant the 2 Zhao clan experts were sent flying into the air with blood spurting out of their mouths, Dao Junqi's flying sword had already swept across their necks. Chapter 1276. When the 2 heads of the 6 sons flew to Yang Chen with Dao Junqi's flying sword, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had already come into contact with the demonic qi around Long Xian's sea of consciousness. As soon as the contact was made, even if Yang Chen was already prepared, he had already raised the spirit of the whole service to deal with it, but the sudden rich and incomparable demonic qi still made Yang Chen almost lose his mind. The demonic qi that could make Long Xian, a second-grade earth immortal, helpless and fearful, was by no means ordinary. Even the demonic qi overflowing from the core of the demon continent did not seem to be as strong as the demonic qi around Long Xian's sea of consciousness. This demonic qi was bound by something and existed around Long Xian's sea of consciousness, but it did not invade Long Xian's sea of consciousness in the slightest. Like a natural cage, Long Xian's sea of consciousness was firmly locked. Without the permission of the Zhao family, Long Xian could not even use the slightest spiritual awareness. For a master of the second-grade earth immortal, this was simply the greatest torture. The boundless demonic qi began to sweep violently through Yang Chen's sea of consciousness like a stormy wave. Fortunately, Yang Chen was just stunned and immediately calmed his mind. The tough spiritual awareness cultivated by the 3 purities secret art, coupled with the sea of consciousness that had been condensed countless times, blocked the scourge of this violent demonic qi, and then immediately began to fight back. The 9-nether flying sword had been placed in the immortal beheading saber and became one of the sword souls. Naturally, It immediately began to extract the demonic chi. The demonic chi that was richer than the core of the demon continent began to surge wildly towards the immortal beheading saber. Of course, it was the 9-nether flying sword that worked, but the medium of contact was the immortal beheading saber. Perhaps in the past, the 9-nether flying sword could not withstand such a violent and rich demonic chi at all, and it would be directly washed away by the demonic chi, causing Yang Chen to be unable to control it. But now with the immortal beheading saber, which had been blessed with countless merits, as a medium, the 9-nether flying sword performed extremely strong and absorbed madly. However, the demonic chi was too dense after all. In just a few breaths' time, Yang Chen noticed that the 9-nether flying sword had begun to tremble uncontrollably. From the looks of it, if there was no other way, the 9-nether flying sword would explode from the devil chi in no time. Once the 9-nether flying sword was damaged, the demonic energy would directly attack Yang Chen's body. Even Long Xian, who was a grade 2 earthly immortal, was afraid of the devilish energy. So even if he didn't die from it, it would absolutely cause Yang Chen to suffer unspeakably. With the experience of the past 10,000 years, Yang Chen's consciousness was very calm. Even in this situation, Yang Chen still did not panic. Countless methods flashed in his mind. Then with a flash of inspiration, he connected the largest devil bead with the beheading immortal saber. The devil bead began to automatically absorb the devil chi. The largest devil bead was originally the devil bead of the ultimate demonized demonic vine. It was also a grade 2 earthly immortal cultivation base. This absorption was equivalent to an additional channel for the devil chi. Countless devil chi surged over, and in a short time, the devil bead was dyed into a pitch-black color. The 9-nether flying sword had an additional buffer because of this, and he no longer had to worry about being blown up by the devil chi. The method was effective, and Yang Chen simply gathered all the remaining huge devil beads together, and put them close to the largest devil bead, sharing this extremely rich devil chi with all his strength. The concentration of the devil chi around Long Xian's sea of consciousness was definitely high, but it was not endless like the core of the demon continent. The total amount was limited, and under the sharing of so many devil beads, the whole situation was soon stabilized. Yang Chen could even detect that at least half of the devil chi had poured into the 9-nether flying sword and the devil bead. In such a short time, Dao Junkie's flying sword had already flown in front of Yang Chen with the heads of 2 Zhao family experts. Everyone's attention was on the flying sword and the heads, and the Zhao family was all in shock. No one noticed the abnormality of Yang Chen just now. "Husband, please look." Dao Junkie had returned to Yang Chen's side, put away the flying sword, and a tray appeared in her hand. The 2 heads were placed on the tray and sent to Yang Chen. "Sorry, not an acquaintance." Yang Chen pretended to look at the 2 heads for a while, then waved his hand and pushed the 2 heads together with the tray in the direction of Zhao Ziyu. The words that came out of his mouth could make the Zhao family's anger rise to the heavens. The surrounding Zhao family masters were shocked, and there was no lack of vigilance. No one thought that Dao Junkie, a master of the late Darching stage, would have a peak Darching stage monster pet. If it weren't for all the Zhao family's firm belief in the power of the demon seal array, maybe their first reaction would be to turn around and flee. "Good. Hello." Zhao Ziyu's eyes were almost bursting with fire. Her beautiful face became incomparably hideous. She gnashed her teeth and said, and the words seemed to be squeezed out of her teeth, "Dare to kill my Zhao family, Dao Junkie, even if the great principal golden immortal comes down to earth, he can't save your life." As if in coordination with Zhao Ziyu's words, the figure of the Zhao family's patriarch finally appeared. Not only the Zhao family's patriarch, but there were also several old men with cold faces beside him. Each old man was surging with a frightening spiritual power fluctuation. Even Dao Junkie, who was in the late Darching stage, had a huge change in her face. "Master Yang, my Zhao family treats you with courtesy. Is this the etiquette of a distinguished guest?" The Zhao family's patriarch, who had always been smiling, had a cold face at the moment. "Treating me with courtesy means killing my concubine?" Yang Chen also responded with a sneer. "If that's the case, then I will return a grand etiquette first and kill your daughter to show my sincerity. How about it?" People had already died. It was not something that everyone tacitly played a game to suppress, especially the two masters of the late Darching stage of the Zhao family. No matter how big a family was, how many children could cultivate to this point. This kind of thing, unless it was a blood debt, it would never be given up. The Zhao family's patriarch was very clear that his arrogant and domineering daughter must have ruined the big event. At that time, he wanted to use Yang Chen to wear down Zhao Ziyu's temper, and at the same time, he could slowly polish Yang Chen's arrogance. This plan was simply a mistake. He wanted to kill two birds with one stone, but now he had fallen into this situation. It was just that, it was impossible for him to use the life of his own daughter to be responsible for the two masters of the Zhao family. Glancing at Zhao Ziyu fiercely, the Zhao family's patriarch began to weigh the death of one or two people and a fifth-grade alchemist master, how to choose, and it would not hurt the mood of the people, and at the same time, he could get the loyalty of Yang Chen. Soon, he made a decision. At the same time, he also firmly believed that if Yang Chen was smart, he should make the same choice. Chapter 1277. Grandmaster Yang, for your sake, as long as you make a heart demon oath to be loyal to my Zhao family, hand over Fairy Junkie, and let my Zhao family deal with her, I can pretend that nothing happened this time. The Zhao family's patriarch took a long breath and said loudly to Yang Chen. When the surrounding Zhao family heard the words of the patriarch, they were a little surprised, but immediately some people began to use their brains to ponder the intentions of the patriarch. Soon, the Zhao family was no longer so excited, quietly waiting for Yang Chen's reply. As long as it was a cultivator, they would understand what a fifth-grade alchemist master meant, especially when Yang Chen successfully refined the medicinal pill to enhance the cultivation of spiritual awareness with the help of the masters of the Zhao family a year or two ago. In addition to the medicinal pills produced by Yang Chen before, each of them seemed to be attractive. If Yang Chen was willing to submit to the Zhao family and make a heart demon oath, it would be a blessing for everyone in the Zhao family. Under such circumstances, it was not unacceptable to kill Dao Junkie to avenge the death of the two people of the Zhao family. Sure enough, he was worthy of being the patriarch. He immediately thought of the most appropriate solution, which could not only make Yang Chen not feel desperate, but also bring great benefits to the Zhao family. Yang Chen did not answer. This was normal. Such a big thing, who didn't need to think about it for a while? The Zhao family could still afford to wait for a while. However, Zhao Ziyu was a little impatient. Seeing this situation, she was about to scold immediately. Just as she was about to make a move, the Zhao family's patriarch's sharp eyes swept over, directly scaring Zhao Ziyu. She didn't dare to make any more moves, and stood there obediently. Speaking of which, Zhao Ziyu was actually a straw bag in dealing with certain things. When Yang Chen returned to the Green Jade Immortal Island with his wives, she felt that Shashanshan's return from the Demon Continent might lead to the Green Jade Immortal Island using the Demon Continent on a large scale to gain experience. She immediately tried to suppress Shashanshan to divert the attention of the Green Jade Immortal Island's high-level officials to the Demon Continent. As a result, she went for wool and came home shorn, and she also lost an adult. After returning to the Zhao family, Zhao Ziyu still didn't change her self-righteous character, especially when she returned to her father's side and became the princess of the Zhao family manor. On normal days, even the masters of the Darching stage were respectful to her. The conceit in Zhao Ziyu's character immediately swelled up. After spending a few years under the adoration of her clansmen and the care and concern of her father, Zhao Ziyu had already become a little complacent. It was as if she felt that everyone in this world should kneel before her and ask for whatever she wanted. The moment they disobeyed her, it was as if they had violated the laws of heaven. Seeing his enemy, Yang Chen, who had humiliated him, he naturally couldn't restrain himself. No matter what, he wanted to suppress Yang Chen and make Yang Chen kneel in front of him and repent. Unfortunately, her willfulness and stupidity directly led to the current embarrassing situation. Even the Zhao family's patriarch seemed to have some bad impressions of her. When her father glanced at her, Zhao Ziyu immediately realized what a stupid thing she had done. After the matter was over, she couldn't escape punishment. But this was also good. Originally, the Zhao family's patriarch wanted to use painstaking efforts to get Yang Chen's allegiance. Now, using force to force him could also achieve the same effect. As long as the goal was achieved and Yang Chen made a heart demon oath, As for how to make Yang Chen bow his head in the process, the method was not important. At this important moment, as the protagonist, Yang Chen was slow to speak. No one knew what he was thinking. Of course, no one at the scene found out what Yang Chen was doing. The group of people, including the 7 girls by Yang Chen's side, were waiting for Yang Chen to make a decision. Dao Junqi, in particular, was even more perturbed. She hoped that Yang Chen could protect her, but she also understood that if Yang Chen supported her, the end result would be that everyone would be buried with him. And Yang Chen's silence seemed to be hinting at something. After living for such a long time, Dao Junqi had developed a deep dependence on Yang Chen. Of course, it wasn't that she needed Yang Chen's care in life or cultivation. It was the feeling of having someone to rely on that made her intoxicated. So, when Yang Chen asked her to make a move, she didn't hesitate to kill because that was what her husband wanted. Now, the lives of 8 people depended on Dao Junqi alone. Looking at Yang Chen, who hadn't said a word, Dao Junqi suddenly felt a chill in her heart. In such a situation, anyone would know how to make a choice. As a Taishanman, Fairy Junqi understood better than anyone the feeling of the weak being helpless. This was because most of the time, the Taishanman used this method to force others. "I'll take responsibility for my own actions." Dao Junqi took 2 steps forward and said. Instead of waiting for Yang Chen to speak, she might as well say it herself. This way, Yang Chen would remember her kindness and owe her a favor. Maybe he would be more biased towards the Taishanman because of this in the future. It would also be an explanation to the sect. "Junqi, back off." Yang Chen's reprimand came directly from behind Dao Junqi. "I haven't said anything yet, and you dare to make a decision on your own. What do you think of me, your husband?" "Wu Shuang, remember that Junqi has broken the family rules once. Make up for it in the future." "Yes, husband." Dao Junqi and Shi Wu Shuang agreed in unison, especially Dao Junqi, whose originally determined face suddenly flashed with an unprecedentedly moving radiance. At that moment, Yang Chen's reprimand was as beautiful as fairy music, making people involuntarily have a sour feeling in their noses. If there were not so many people here, Dao Junqi would definitely rush into the arms of Yang Chen. Shi Wu Shuang was also happy, including the Murong sisters. They all had the same mood. If Yang Chen really let Dao Junqi stand out alone, even if they didn't say it, they would be extremely disappointed in their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Chen did not make such a decision. The 7 girls were ready. Their life-flying sword could be unsheathed at any time, and the iron-winged eagle monster pet at the peak of the darching stage was also ready. As long as Yang Chen gave the order, it would launch a fatal blow at any time. Since they were already Yang Chen's people, then everyone lived and died together. It was also vigorous and lingering. "It seems that Master Yang intends to be enemies with my Zhao family." When the Zhao family's patriarch saw this scene, his mouth was filled with unspeakable regret. "What a pity! What a pity! Since that's the case, then let's send Master Yang's family on their way." While sighing, he glanced at Zhao Ziyu next to him, and he didn't know how many times he had scolded her in his heart. "Wait," Yang Chen suddenly said. "What advice does Master have?" The Zhao family's patriarch was delighted in his heart, and his eyes lit up as he asked eagerly. Chapter 1278. In addition to the Zhao family master and Zhao Ziyu, there were only masters of the peak darching stage and human immortal realm facing Yang Chen's family. Dao Junqi could instantly kill 2 Zhao family members in the late darching stage, indicating that the combat effectiveness of Yang Chen's family could not be underestimated. Those without strength would not come forward to get in the way. In front of so many masters, Yang Chen, a small Yuanying stage ancestor, dared to talk here, especially to protect his own woman. Many people secretly nodded in their hearts. Unfortunately, this guy refused to submit to the Zhao family, so he was the enemy of the Zhao family. The 5th-grade alchemist master was very important, but since it was not his own, he would rather be destroyed than become the help of others. The masters of the Zhao family, who had already planned to make a move, heard Yang Chen say this weight so eagerly. All of them had a contemptuous smile on their faces. So what if he was a 5th-grade alchemist master? When faced with the real threat of death, didn't he still have to give in? "There is something I want to say to you, but someone wants to say it more than me, but you can't hear his words for the time being, so I will relay it. Yang Chen didn't seem to see the posture of the Zhao family masters around him and said very calmly, "What words? Who asked you to relay it?" The Zhao family master frowned. What did Yang Chen mean? Who was he relaying? Not only the Zhao family master, but the other people in the Zhao family also had such a puzzled expression. Who is it? You will probably see it soon. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. You don't have to be so curious. In the moment of silence, Yang Chen had completely absorbed the rich demonic qi around Long Xian's sea of consciousness. He didn't know how the Zhao family got such a rich demonic qi and how it entrenched around Long Xian's sea of consciousness, but these were no longer important. The important thing was that Long Xian's spiritual awareness was no longer restricted, which was equivalent to having recovered half of his freedom. The other half was naturally the restraint of the demon sealing formation. If it wasn't Yang Chen, replaced with anyone else, or if Yang Chen didn't have Xiao Tian, then under the suppression of the demon seal array, whether it was Yang Chen or Long Xian, they could only be captured. But now it's different. Yang Chen has Xiao Tian in his hand. Coupled with the understanding of the advanced formation in his previous life's memory, the demon seal array at the moment is just a fragile window paper. Then what did he ask you to relay? The head of the Zhao family was, after all, the head of the Zhao family. From Yang Chen's tone and behavior, he clearly heard something. He quietly shifted his position and blocked Zhao Ziyin, who was still in the nascent soul stage, behind him as he asked suspiciously. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. In Yang Chen's mouth, he suddenly spat out these 6 words coldly, and a chilling smile appeared on his face. He asked me to tell you that after so many years of accounts, let's settle it all together today, let's do it. With Yang Chen's words, there was a slight cracking sound under the ground. The sound was very light, but everyone present was a master and they could hear it clearly. Now everyone noticed that the knife that Yang Chen's hands were leaning on was inserted into the ground. They always thought that Yang Chen was just putting on airs. In the Zhao family manner, to be exact, in the demon sealing formation, not to mention the flying sword of Yang Chen's little Yuanying stage, even if it was the life source flying sword of the Supreme Elder, if the person controlling the formation did not allow it, it would be impossible to cause any damage. When Dao Junkie made her move, it was just that no one expected it, and the person controlling the formation could not react in time. Could it be that Yang Chen still wanted to rely on that knife to overturn the heavens? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a series of cracking sounds came from the ground, as if something was shattering. The sound directly spread into the distance, and it was still continuous. Not good. The demon sealing formation. Among the Zhao family, Zhao Ziyu was the first to react. She had stayed in the Zhao family manor for the shortest time, so she did not have a thorough understanding of the power of the Zhao family's demon sealing formation, so she did not have complete confidence in the demon sealing formation. But Yang Chen had always been a person who created miracles. The first thing that flashed through Zhao Ziyu's mind was that the demon sealing formation had shattered. Impossible. The Zhao family head's face darkened, and he hurriedly berated Zhao Ziyu. This demon sealing formation was the foundation of the Zhao family in the mortal world. How could it be destroyed by a little Yuanying stage? However, the Zhao family head only had time to say these 3 words, and the cracking sounds had already begun to spread from the ground to the sky. In the surrounding air, the sound of the void shattering came, and the cracking sounds were endless, but no movement could be seen. Just as the Zhao family was in a state of shock and uncertainty, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, and the originally bright sky suddenly became incomparably dark. Then, everyone clearly sensed that the Zhao family manor was beginning to rise madly. At the same time, a pitilessly overbearing consciousness swept across everyone's body. The people who felt this consciousness only felt chills all over their bodies, and there were no other thoughts in their minds. I believe that the family head already knows who wanted me to pass on those words. The overbearing spiritual awareness had no effect on Yang Chen's family. On Yang Chen's face, it was still the kind of smile that made people feel cold in the eyes of the Zhao family's patriarch. He slowly said this sentence to the Zhao family's patriarch. The Zhao family head's heart was already as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice, and even the other experts of the Zhao family were in a panic. The demon ceiling formation had shattered, and with the turbulence beneath their feet, if they still could not guess the change of Black Tortoise, then the Zhao family would be fools. Impossible! Impossible! A supreme elder immediately screamed, and he no longer had the usual calmness in front of the Zhao family's younger generation. The demon ceiling formation, which had been passed down by the Zhao family's ancestors for hundreds of thousands of years, was the foundation of the Zhao family's inheritance. How could it be so easily broken by this junior in front of him? Even if you broke the demon ceiling formation, so what? Do you think that beast can save your family? The Zhao family head's face had already taken on an incomparably ferocious look, and he roared at Yang Chen, "Do you think that my ancestors did not leave a way to check and balance that beast? It's too early for you to be happy." After yelling at Yang Chen, an array disc suddenly appeared in the hands of the Zhao family head. "The ancestor will let you see the means of my Zhao family ancestor. Wait for me to suppress this disobedient beast, and then I will dismember your family into thousands of pieces. Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish." As the family head roared, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and they had already risen above the sea. Chapter 1279. Dao Junqi, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters were dumbfounded as they watched all this happen. The sudden change made it almost impossible for them to accept what was happening in front of them. Throughout the years that Yang Chen had been refining elixirs, none of the 7 girls had stopped fighting and tried to break through the shackles of the demon ceiling array. The Zhao family also knew what the 7 girls were thinking, but they had absolute confidence in the demon ceiling array. Instead, they allowed them to attack and study it and never made a sound to stop them. After a few years, the 7 girls were already in despair. This demon ceiling formation was a huge thing that was even harder than the hardest turtle shell. No matter what method they used, no matter what means they used, not to mention the comfort of breaking through the demon ceiling formation, they couldn't even send out a wisp of divine sense. If they did not have this understanding, the 7 girls would not have been in such despair just now and would not have thought of dying together with Yang Chen. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that their husband would be able to silently and effortlessly shatter the supposedly unbreakable demon ceiling formation into pieces. Seeing that Yang Chen had calmly controlled everything in his hands, the 7 girls were both impressed and happy. Their husband was indeed not an ordinary person. The pride that came from the bottom of his heart made them feel incomparably sweet. Seeing the Zhao family's master gritting his teeth, the 7 girls almost did not hesitate to stand in front of Yang Chen, blocking Yang Chen behind her. "It's all right, sit down and watch the show." Yang Chen's calm voice came from behind them, bringing them infinite peace. There are so many people going through the tribulations and ascending at the same time. Take a good look, it will be of great benefit to all of you. Yang Chen's reminder stunned everyone who heard it. At this moment, everyone realized that the sky that had just brightened up was suddenly covered with dark clouds and immediately became dark again. The sky was not covered with rain clouds, it was clearly the thick tribulation clouds that could not be dispersed. Not good. Zhao family's family head was shocked. Just now, he only focused on subduing Black Tortoise, but he forgot that once the demon ceiling formation was broken, without the cover of the demon ceiling formation, the cultivation of those highest elders had already exceeded the level of crossing the tribulation, and they immediately attracted the tribulation cloud. This was a big trouble. Even if the great elders were able to successfully transcend their tribulations, every Zhao family disciple who reached that level would definitely be blown to dust by the great elders' hurricane tribulations. Just as this thought arose, another even more terrifying thought suddenly surged into the head of the Zhao family. The supreme elders could trigger the heavenly tribulation, and so could the Black Tortoise. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. This was common sense. The question was, how terrifying would the heavenly tribulation triggered by the Black Tortoise be? For a moment, the master of the Zhao family almost lost all hope. Once the Black Tortoise broke through all the restraints, it would trigger a divine punishment that was enough to bury the entire Zhao family. Not to mention the Zhao family within a radius of hundreds of miles, it was hard to say whether a living creature could be left in the sea area within tens of thousands of miles. The array plate in the hands of the master of the Zhao family had already lit up crazily. The urgent matter was to subdue Black Tortoise, and then immediately rearrange the demon sealing formation. If they moved fast, they could still make it. As long as the resistance of Black Tortoise could be suppressed, everything could still be saved. Otherwise, the Zhao family could only be destroyed. At this time, the master of the Zhao family didn't want to argue with Yang Chen anymore. He focused all his attention on activating the array plate to suppress Black Tortoise. Not far from Yang Chen's family, he began to act anxiously. "Husband, let's go." Dao Junqi was so experienced in fighting that she immediately saw the opportunity in front of her. However, she also saw the danger now. This was the best time for the family to escape. If they didn't leave now, when would they? As long as they got out of the range of the divine punishment, they would meet with the reinforcements of the sect, and the threat of the Zhao family would no longer exist. "There's no hurry, there's no hurry." Yang Chen's voice was neither hurried nor slow, as if nothing had happened. "This is such a great opportunity to witness the heavenly tribulation. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. Let's just watch quietly and ignore everything else." "But husband, the divine punishment doesn't recognize people." Shi Wushuang, who was next to him, also anxiously advised. Sigh. Just as Dao Junqi and Shi Wushuang were panicking, a faint sigh sounded from the side. Murong Yang's voice rang out softly, "Sister Junqi, Sister Wushuang, my husband has a well-thought-out plan. He has the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Why are you so anxious? My husband can absorb the aura of the divine punishment to refine the pill of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Why would he care about being hurt by the divine punishment?" The Murong sisters' thoughts were indeed more thorough than Dao Junqi and Shi Wushuang's. From the very beginning, Yang Chen had appeared to be very shocked and had never panicked. This explained many things. Especially now that he has been so calm, it was obvious that he has some sort of assurance. Coupled with the legend of the pill of 7 emotions and 6 desires, they had thought of some things before Dao Junqi and Shi Wushuang. Dao Junqi and Shi Wushuang then remembered that their husband still had a trump card that he had yet to reveal. Their faces instantly lit up with joy. It was just as Yang Chen had said. With so many cultivators undergoing their divine punishment at the same time, how could they only benefit from being able to observe the ceremony from such a close distance? There would be a period of time before the divine punishment begins to descend from the tribulation clouds. This was also the period of time that Master Zhao wanted to fight for. As long as they could subdue the Black Tortoise during this period of time, they could then use their ancestors' demonic sealing formation to quickly set up a temporary demonic sealing formation. Then, everything would be salvageable. Of course, that was assuming that no one would disturb them. "Husband." Dao Junqi calmed herself down and immediately stared at the Zhao family's patriarch. The other cultivators of the Zhao family had already begun to prepare for their divine punishment. How could they care about anything else? At this moment, as long as they could get rid of Master Zhao, the Zhao family would vanish into thin air before their very eyes. However, Dao Junqi still remembered what Yang Chen had just scolded her. Before taking action, she did not forget to ask for her husband's opinion. "There's no need to do that. Just sit and watch the show. There's no need to bear the karma." Yang Chen shook his head. He put away the immortal slaying saber and stood up. Suddenly, he shouted in an unknown direction, "Don't destroy my manna." As soon as he finished speaking, there was nothing under everyone's feet. The Zhao family's manna just now had disappeared without a trace. Everyone stepped on the void. If it were not for the fact that everyone had the ability to fly, they would have already fallen into the sea. Then, everyone saw the huge black tortoise that was thousands of miles long. Today's black tortoise was slightly different from the first time they saw it, but no one could tell exactly what was different. However, this was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. The 7 girls' eyes were all fixed on the shining formation plate in Master Zhao's hand. Impossible? How could it be? In just the span of a few breaths, a horrified expression appeared on the face of the head of the Zhao family, and he began to scream crazily. Chapter 1280. Before each family master took office, the former family master would explain some things clearly, including the array board to control Black Tortoise. It was not only a simple handover of the array board, but also a hands-on teaching the control method, and even watching the new family master control the array board freely. This also meant that every time the new family master handed over, Black Tortoise had to suffer a terrible torment. In order to familiarize himself with the method of controlling Black Tortoise, the new family master would try hard to familiarize himself with it, torturing Black Tortoise. Naturally, there was also the intention of letting the new family master subdue Black Tortoise, so that Black Tortoise would no longer dare to resist. In the past, every time the array board was launched, Black Tortoise would madly beg the family master not to continue. The family master of the Zhao family thought that this time was the same. Even if there was no demon sealing array, the array controlling Black Tortoise was engraved by the ancestors of the Zhao family with a powerful divine sense around Black Tortoise's sea of consciousness. It was impossible to fail. But what made the family master afraid was that this time, he did not feel any intention of surrender from Black Tortoise, and Black Tortoise did not even make a painful move. What was going on? No one in the mortal world could break the array around Black Tortoise's sea of consciousness. Not to mention the masters in the mortal world, even the masters in the spiritual world and the masters in the fairy immortal realm could not do it. But the facts were in front of him, and the family master of the Zhao family had to believe it. The array controlling Black Tortoise left by his ancestors seemed to have completely failed. Thinking of Yang Chen's confident performance, the family master of the Zhao family could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Could it be that Yang Chen had already broken the array controlling Black Tortoise? This was very possible. Yang Chen could even break the demon sealing array, maybe he could also break the array controlling Black Tortoise. It was his biggest mistake to trap Yang Chen in the Zhao family. No matter how hard the family master of the Zhao family thought, he could not understand that Yang Chen did not break the array at all. With his current ability, it was impossible to break the array in Black Tortoise's sea of consciousness. The method used by Yang Chen was to empty the devil chi in the array. No matter how the array was launched, without the invasion of devil chi, it would have no effect on Black Tortoise. Kill them. The head of the Zhao family was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The tribulation clouds in the sky had almost gathered, and the heavenly tribulation would soon descend. The only thing he could do now was to watch Yang Chen's family die in front of him. The several grand elders were also furious. As soon as the patriarch gave the order, they immediately rushed towards Yang Chen and the others. The natal magic treasure smashed down without any regard for its own life, seeking to kill in one strike. Seeing that the magic treasures were about to descend upon Yang Chen and the 7 girls, the 7 girls summoned out their natal flying sword, intending to defend themselves. However, Yang Chen remained calm and composed. There was even a smile on his face as he looked at the few who were attacking and shook his head slightly. There's no need to do anything. Just watch the show. The 7 girls originally intended to summon out their own peak-darching monster pets, but Yang Chen's words made them give up this plan and even put away their natal flying sword. After Yang Chen had just quietly broken the demon seal formation, the 7 girls' trust in Yang Chen was not ordinary. Boom, an invisible barrier seemed to appear out of thin air. All the magic treasures hit the barrier, but there was a slight dull sound, and then there was no other movement. The aggressive flying sword also became a stuffy gourd, stopped in the air, motionless. The Zhao family people who launched the attack were shocked and hurriedly controlled their own natal magic treasure to withdraw. Fortunately, the magic treasure was not damaged and could be easily controlled. However, no matter how much they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out what kind of magic treasure could withstand the joint attack of the Grand Elders. It seemed that there was no need to guess too much. Except for the Black Tortoise, there was no other possibility. The Zhao family master had completely fallen into shock. Thinking that Yang Chen must use the spiritual awareness of a master to help with alchemy, it could be said that from the beginning, he fell into the trap of Yang Chen. In the past 2 years, where was Yang Chen alchemy, he was clearly helping the Black Tortoise to break the formation. The more he thought about it, the more regretful the Zhao family master was. If he knew this, why did he have to move that idea? Why did he have to control Yang Chen in the Zhao family? If he wasn't so greedy, how could there be the current disaster? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world, otherwise the Zhao family master would be the first to snatch it. The tribulation cloud had been formed, But it was still not falling. Everyone could sense it. Everyone could find that the tribulation cloud was getting thicker and thicker. It could be imagined what kind of tribulation was falling. The faces of the Zhao family members were already pale. Everyone had already figured it out. This was definitely the black tortoise's heaven's test. Even the highest elder would not be able to escape from the heaven's test with that kind of cultivation. Seeing that they were not in danger, they could vent their anger and happily watch the Zhao family being punished. The girls were very happy. Shi Wushuang immediately heard something from Yang Chen's words. Her big eyes blinked a few times, and her eyelashes fluttered a few times like small brushes. She asked mischievously, "Husband, what do you mean by your manner?" The 7 girls' beautiful eyes all looked over. Yang Chen sat in the same place, staring at the scene of the Zhao family fleeing like wolves and insects. He replied casually, "It's the Zhao family's manner. I feel good living here for these years, so I decided to collect this manor. Soon there will be no Zhao family. Whatever you like in the manor, you can divide it yourself." Yang Chen had always been generous to his women. The Zhao family had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Even a fool would know that there must be a lot of cultivation resources. Not to mention the magic treasures and materials, the key was the cultivation methods and experience, as well as some information passed down from the upper world. These were the most attractive things. The Zhao family's foundation seemed to be no worse than that of the 5 major sects. These things were treasures that people would go crazy for no matter where they went. Not to mention other things, just the method of controlling the black tortoise at the earthly immortal level and the demon ceiling formation were enough to make countless people fight for them. Even if Yang Chen did not say it, everyone could understand the benefits. "Husband, if my sect also wants it." Among the 7 girls, only Shi Wushuang could put down her pride and act coquettishly in Yang Chen's arms. However, it seemed that only Shi Wushuang's move was useful at this time. Dao Junqi and the Murong sisters understood the key. At this time, they could only look at Yang Chen and wait for his answer. Anyway, Yang Chen would not be biased. Since he had promised Shi Wushuang, they would definitely get a share too. Exchange. Yang Chen used one word to express his attitude concisely. It could also be considered as an answer to the girls. Your sect contributions cannot be reduced. In addition, take some good things that can move your husband. We can't let him work hard for nothing, right? Chapter 1281. The original owner of the manor was not far away, so he could hear the conversation between Yang Chen and the women clearly. The original owner was still here, but Yang Chen and his concubines were already discussing how to deal with the wealth they left behind. Such an attitude, how could he not grit his teeth in hatred? The problem was, so what if he hated them? The most important thing now was to escape from the range of the Black Tortoise tribulation as quickly as possible. As long as he was alive, he would have a future. Other than the Zhao clan head who was still standing in the same spot like a walking corpse, how could there be anyone else from the Zhao clan? Even his most beloved and protective Zhao Ziyu had escaped from the very beginning, not caring about their father-daughter relationship at all. The heavenly tribulation finally arrived, and the terrifying wind tribulation was more violent than any of the ones Yang Chen had seen before. Long Xian's huge body directly caused the wind tribulation to become a windstorm that covered thousands of miles. As long as any living being came into contact with it, they would immediately freeze on the spot and would no longer be able to move. In an instant, all living beings within thousands of miles were frozen. The sea surface was filled with people who looked like clay sculptures, floating in the air without any signs of life. The only exception might be Yang Chen's family. Within this circle, there was no wind tribulation, but everyone's spiritual consciousness could feel the terror of the wind tribulation outside. To the women, this was simply an unimaginable experience. This degree of wind tribulation, even if all the ascendants in the world were added together, it would not be as strong as this. What Yang Chen was interested in was the magic treasure that Long Xian used to protect his family. What surprised him was that this was actually the merit monument that he had completed blessing not long ago. Now that the merit monument was invisible, it directly enveloped Yang Chen's family. Even the wind tribulation couldn't pass through it. It seemed like even in the spiritual world, This merit monument was also a super strong protective magic treasure. Just now, it was only the first wind tribulation, and very soon, the second wind tribulation began to descend. Just in front of the Yang Chen family, the Zhao family's master and those who fled far and near turned into clay models, directly turned into dust, drifting with the wind, and no trace of their existence could be seen. Except for those Zhao family disciples who were not in the Zhao family manor, the entire Zhao family was annihilated in an instant. Looking at the situation in front of him, Yang Chen shook his head. If everyone was in the Taishanmen's camp now, they wouldn't have to think of ways to dig a hole for the Taishanmen. They could directly kill the Taishanmen. Unfortunately, Long Xian's whereabouts had always been under the control of the Zhao family. He could roam slowly in the sea, but if he wanted to go on land, the Zhao family probably wouldn't let him. The power of the Zhao clan, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind. So what if he was ambitious and domineering? In the end, he would still end up as a pile of dirt. In fact, he wouldn't even be able to obtain a pile of dirt. He would die without a burial. This secret family that created the demon continent by hand disappeared completely. No one knew what happened before, and there was no future. Perhaps this was the rise and fall of the ancient times. Yang Chen did not sigh for too long, and began to collect the aura of the wind tribulation. Such a pure aura of the tribulation was enough for Yang Chen to refine many 6 desires pills. This tribulation alone was much more than the wind tribulation aura that Yang Chen had collected in the demon continent. The 7 girls had been frightened by this unimaginable wind tribulation. A family whose strength and inheritance were comparable to the 5 major sect had perished in such a short time. The shock brought to them was by no means comparable to what they had experienced before when they went out for experience. The powerful Zhao family was just like this. If they were themselves, if they didn't have their husband, what would happen to them? Smart people can get a lot from experience, lessons, experience, the improvement of their state of mind, etc. Fortunately, none of the women around Yang Chen were stupid. When they witnessed everything that happened, they didn't care about anything else. They all sat cross-legged beside Yang Chen and began to retreat to comprehend what they had gained. Of course, it was inevitable that there would be a second-grade questioning inner heart pill in everyone's mouth. The 7 girls didn't consider what would happen if anything happened to them during their retreat. With Yang Chen by their side, there would be no problem. This was the trust of the 7 girls in Yang Chen, which had just been established. Every time he experienced a wind tribulation, Long Xian's body shrank a lot. By the time the 9th wind tribulation was completed, Long Xian had become a big turtle with a radius of less than 10 feet. There was also a stone tablet almost as tall as a person on his back. It looked very old. However, if you look closely, the old stone tablet flashed with a burst of treasure light from time to time, giving people a feeling of wanting to worship. "Master, your manna." A miniature manna spat out from Long Xian's mouth and slowly flew towards Yang Chen. The things that Long Xian has collected over the years have been sent to the manna. Looking at the manna flying towards him, Yang Chen didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed it and kept it in his karma ring. The 2 girls have been sent to the place according to Master's instructions. Long Xian didn't turn into his human form. He maintained his human form and spoke in human language. Yang Chen nodded his head. Long Xian was talking about Zhao Ziyu and Bei Shuangyu. The 2 of them were much more valuable alive than dead. Therefore, Yang Chen had long stated this point in his cooperation with Long Xian. After you ascend, take care of yourself. Yang Chen thought about it and didn't say much. He just reminded, I'm still unable to do anything about the array around my sea of consciousness. I'll think of something after I ascend. You've already changed your form. No one will be able to recognize you for the time being. After you ascend, don't be in a hurry to seek revenge on the Zhao family. Wait until the time is right. With the help of Master's karma, Long Xian has saved at least 10,000 years of cultivation time. Long Xian continued, don't worry, Master. Long Xian doesn't have any other strong points, but I can live a long life. Long Xian will wait for Master to ascend and see what happens to the Zhao family. Go on then. Towards Long Xian, Yang Chen didn't remind him to keep a low profile. Back in the mortal world, Long Xian was already a level 4 Earth Immortal. Coupled with the baptism of the Wind Calamity, he was at least a level 6 Earth Immortal. After ascending, he would be a powerful being as well. There was no need for him to be afraid of anyone bullying him. Long Xian's huge head nodded towards Yang Chen thrice. With a blinding flash of light, Long Xian's body flew up into the sky and disappeared. Tens of thousands of miles away, there were a few groups of people looking in this direction with their jaws agape, wondering what had happened. Chapter 1282. When a Grade 4 Earth Immortal was going through the tribulation, this kind of movement was absolutely shocking within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. As long as one was a cultivator, it was impossible not to notice it. While Yang Chen was slowly communicating with Long Xian through alchemy, he consciously asked Long Xian to sneak in the direction where they entered the Zhao family. Of course, it wouldn't be the slightest bit off. As long as it was within 100,000 miles, it wasn't too far away. Long Xian also tacitly and slowly circled in that direction. Anyway, the Zhao family's manor was in a large area under the sea. Who would notice that Long Xian was slowly approaching that direction? Moreover, within 100,000 miles, who would suspect that Long Xian was deliberately playing tricks? The few groups of people who noticed the big movement here were, of course, the reinforcements of the Three Great Sect. 7 Girls was also an important figure in the sect. She had sent out the highest level of warning. Upon receiving the news, the Three Great Sect didn't dare to delay and immediately sent out elite people. There were even a few supreme elders hidden among them. One had to know that even if it was a matter of life and death, they wouldn't send out such a message. There was another way to ask for help. Something that could make 7 girls send out such a high level of warning was definitely something big. The Three Great Sect were unprecedentedly serious and quickly sent people to help. That wasn't all. 7 girls had Yang Chen with her. Since she had sent out a warning, Yang Chen must also be involved. If they arrived a step earlier, they might be able to make this Grade 5 alchemist owe them a big favor. In the mortal world, a favor from a Grade 5 alchemist was enough to make people ascend to heaven. There was no need to look at other examples, just look at Mu Mingyuan. After rushing to the location, the people from the 3 great sects found that the place was already empty. There was not even a shadow left. Fortunately, 7 Girls' natal spirit tablet was still there. It wasn't broken, which meant that her life was not in danger. There was no trace of her, which meant that she had fallen into the enemy's hands. After the 3 great sect met, they communicated with each other. Everyone's intention was the same, so they immediately split into several directions and began to search frantically. The commotion caused by the tribulation of a great expert directly alarmed everyone. Everyone rushed in that direction without thinking. The 3 groups were separated by thousands of miles, so no one had to worry about running into each other. Long Xian, who had just undergone his tribulation, was now a grade 6 earthly immortal. His spiritual consciousness could cover tens of thousands of miles of the sea region. Immediately, he discovered those experts who were rushing over. Following Yang Chen's instructions, he easily sent Bei Shuangyu and Zhao Ziyin to the Taishanmen's troops. Of course, Long Xian wasn't so rash as to send them over directly. Instead, he placed a spirit sense seal on both Zhao Ziyu and Bei Shuangyu before acting as though they were thrown over. Amidst the rapidly advancing Taishanmen, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd and blocked the path of 2 rapidly approaching figures from afar. Both of them were unconscious, so they were easily caught by the figure and brought back. The traitorous elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Bei Shuangyu. The reinforcements sent by the Taishanmen were all masters of the Darching stage. Someone immediately recognized the identity of Bei Shuangyu. Although Zhao Ziyin had changed her appearance, but she disappeared with Bei Shuangyu. It was easy to associate her original identity as an elder of Liu Ziwei. Both women were unconscious. The master who caught them was clearly a great elder of the Taishanmen. With just a probe, he discovered their situation. Their spiritual consciousness has been sealed by a master. The great elder immediately said to the elder who was leading the Taishanmen. The leader was also a master of the Darching stage, but at this moment, his face was full of joy. A core elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island fell into their hands. It was said that even her life source spirit tablet was lost and could not be traced. This was simply the secret of the Green Jade Immortal Island presented in front of the Taishanmen. Elder, secretly take them back to the sect, don't let anyone know. The leading elder knew the priorities of the matter. Compared with Yang Chen alone, the secret of the Green Jade Immortal Island was more important. He immediately made a decision. Others continue to save Elder Dao. The crowd was divided into two directions. The great elder took the two women and quickly rushed back to the Taishanmen. The others continued to go in the direction of the big movement. This time, they came out purely to save people. Now there was this extra gain, which made the people of the Taishanmen overjoyed. Forget about this, don't let Elder Dao know. After the great elder left, Elder Zhonglai, who led the team, told the others. They were all elder-level masters. Everyone understood the importance of the matter and they all nodded. A few days later, the reinforcements of the three major sect finally arrived at the place where Yang Chen and the 7 girls were. When they saw that the 7 girls were all in seclusion, they were all greatly relieved. Later, someone asked about the whereabouts of Yang Chen and the 7 girls during this time. Yang Chen didn't hide it. Except for the part about the demon continent, everything else was revealed. Of course, the specific details of Long Shen's bloodline and breaking the array would never be said. He just described the situation of the Zhao family in detail. The last time Yang Chen announced the cultivation secret of the 5th grade alchemist master, the major sect was very curious about the Zhao family that suddenly emerged. They had never heard of any outstanding big character in the Zhao family, but they could easily take out the price that Yang Chen wanted. The hidden strength could already be compared with the major sect. But strangely, no one could say the origin of the Zhao family. After that, the major sect didn't know how much effort they had spent to find clues of the Zhao family, but they were all in vain. It was as if the Zhao family fell from the sky. The people who tracked them could only find out that the Zhao family went out to sea, but they didn't know where they were exactly. Now the Zhao family actually wanted to put Master Yang's family under house arrest, and they also boasted that they wanted to kill the disciples of the 3 major sect. How could this be tolerated? If it weren't for the fact that the Zhao family had completely disappeared, these masters wouldn't mind letting the Zhao family disappear from the sea. However, everyone was interested in the terrifying black tortoise. Similarly, they were more interested in the method of controlling the black tortoise. What kind of brilliant method could control such a master? There was also the demon sealing array, which could block the heaven's retribution. Cultivating freely in the demon sealing array was many times better than the supreme elders of the major sect who were careful to expose their strength and cause the heaven's retribution. Unfortunately, the Zhao family mana also disappeared with the heaven's retribution. If it could be preserved, it would be great. He believed that the major sect would exchange the demon sealing array and the secret of controlling the black tortoise at all costs. Chapter 1283. Before the 7 girls woke up, Yang Chen did not leak the news that the Zhao family mana was in his own hands. Although the 3 major sects were not of one mind, who knew if these guys would suddenly make a move and snatch it from his hands? Yang Chen was not afraid of them falling out, but this would hinder Yang Chen's plan to find the Taishanmen for revenge. Everything still had to wait for the 7 girls to wake up, and he would communicate with the masters of their sect. Of course, Yang Chen was not sure that there would be information about the demon seal formation in the manor. All this needed to be sorted out by Yang Chen before he could make a decision. The Zhao family manor had been destroyed. He believed that the remaining Zhao family masters who were practicing in the demon continent had no foundation and could not set off too big a storm. Either they would ascend in the demon continent, or they would go to the Dao sects to seek revenge. After all, they were weak and would not cause much harm. It was believed that what Li Cheng asked Yang Chen to do was to eradicate the Zhao family. Now that it had been completed, Yang Chen had no interest in staying here. He simply received the 7 girls into the shuttle and did not delay their retreat. He returned to the Dao sects with the masters of the 3 major sects. This overseas trip could be said to be a fruitful one. The biggest gain was the merit book. There was nothing more suitable for Yang Chen in the world than this. Each of the 7 concubines got a monster pet at the peak of the Daching stage. Gao also got the Demon Emperor Qi, and Immortal Emperor Qi from Li Cheng, which was absolutely beneficial for her future cultivation. There were many material benefits. The entire Zhao family manor, including the resources and cultivation inheritance that the Zhao family had plundered for hundreds of thousands of years, plus the good things that Long Xian had collected on the seabed for hundreds of thousands of years, were all hidden in the manor, waiting for Yang Chen and the girls to choose one by one. In addition to material benefits, Yang Chen also got a nominal servant of Baian, carrying his own merit, lurking quietly in the corner of the spiritual world, waiting for the opportunity to kill the Zhao family in the spiritual world. In addition, Bei Shuangyu and Zhao Ziyu were sent to the Taishanmen. Yang Chen did not see the 2 women in the Taishanmen team. It was certain that they must have been secretly sent away. This was of great use for Yang Chen's next plan. If the experience of Long Xian's tribulation ceremony and the wind tribulation aura collected were counted, the Yang family could be said to have no empty hands, and the benefits were simply innumerable. For the 3 major sects to send people to help, Yang Chen was very grateful. The masters who came were given a 6 desires pill as a thank you gift. This was a big deal. Everyone who got Yang Chen's pill couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts, even the Supreme Elder was no exception. With this 6 desires pill, it meant that they would have more confidence in crossing the tribulation in the future. This was a life-saving grace. These days of hard work on the sea, there was no longer a trace of complaint. Instead, everyone was glad that they made this trip. If not, how could they get the 6 desires pill personally refined by Master Yang? The way back was calm and happy. Everyone was happy. With such a huge team, except for Yang Chen, everyone was a master of the Great Ascension stage. There were no sea beasts that dared to provoke them. Everyone just cultivated and hurried on their way. After more than 6 months on the way back, the 7 girls woke up from their seclusion one after another, which caused a lot of excitement. The 7 girls exchanged thanks with the masters of their respective sect, and the atmosphere of the team was very harmonious. Now the relationship between Yang Chen and the 3 major sect was still in the honeymoon period, good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. At the moment when the 7 girls woke up, Yang Chen told them that the matter of the manor would wait until they returned to the sect. As for other things, it was up to them. The 7 girls also knew that at this time, they would definitely look at their husband first. This was how they communicated with the masters of the sect. Naturally, everything that happened in the Zhao family manor was relayed by the 7 girls, and the masters of the 3 major sect knew more. They returned to the Dao sect's territory without any trouble, and then everyone returned to the sect. After the 7 girls said goodbye to Yang Chen, they rushed back to the sect with their masters. They had to immediately discuss with the sect about the Zhao family manor. Yang Chen rushed back to Chunyang Palace alone. He first carefully looked through the Zhao family manor to see what good things there were, and then quietly waited for the reactions of the major sect. Compared to the destruction of the Zhao family in just 2 hours, the existence of the Zhao family manor directly caused an uproar among the major sect. The black tortoise of the earth immortal level and the demon ceiling formation were enough to make all the sect jealous. As soon as they heard that the Zhao family manor was in the hands of Yang Chen, it was very likely that there were records of these things in it. The leaders of the 3 major sect could no longer sit still and immediately began to discuss countermeasures. Of course, it was inevitable that Yang Chen was secretly scolded. Such a big thing, he did not reveal a bit of his mouth along the way. Now if they wanted it, they could only spend a high price to exchange it from him. The leaders of the Taishanmen sect discussed one more thing than the 5 Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect. Finding Bei Shuangyu and Zhao Ziyin on the sea was also a big deal. Only the core leaders had the right to know the whereabouts of these 2 people. As for how to deal with these 2 people, it was even more confidential. Among the core leaders of the Taishanmen sect who participated in the discussion, there was one more young figure. It was the young master Li Liheng, who had been performing well recently. The cross-border spiritual sense cultivation method contacted senior Liu Fengzi, making Li Liheng the star of hope in the eyes of everyone. Some of the core secrets of the sect were also gradually opened to him. Bei Shuangyu and Zhao Ziyin's divine sense were sealed and they had been unconscious. Several supreme elders had already checked once, but there was no way to unlock the divine sense seal. In this way, many things could not be learned from their mouths. Now everyone was discussing how to find ways to unlock this divine sense seal. Looking at the two women in a coma, some content of the Devil Heart Sutra suddenly flashed in Li Liheng's mind. Under the instigation of Yang Lan, he had begun to secretly cultivate the Devil Heart Sutra, and even Yang Lan had quietly found a few female rogue cultivators in the Jedan stage to be cauldrons for him to cultivate. The two women in front of him, one was at the peak Yuanying stage and the other was at the Daching stage. If he could be a cauldron, he believed that the cultivation effect would be much better. If it's just unlocking the divine sense seal, maybe this disciple has a way. Li Liheng suppressed his impatience and tried his best to speak in the calmest tone possible. However, it may affect their cultivation to a certain extent. Oh, what's the way? Sect Master Li looked happy and asked immediately. It's a small trick in the cross-border spiritual sense cultivation method. Li Liheng lied without changing his face and heart rate. This disciple can directly communicate with her divine sense and bypass this divine sense seal. Chapter 1284. If Li Liheng said that it was the Devil Heart Sutra, then it would definitely be suspected by the high-level members, but if he said that it was the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, then there was no problem. The legendary cultivation method passed down by the elders of the sect, only Li Liheng's cultivation base was successful, and others simply did not know what the mystery was in it. The spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method could even penetrate the barrier between the mortal world and the spiritual world, so it could jump over a small spiritual awareness seal and directly communicate with Bei Shuangyu and Liu Ziwei. It must not be too difficult. Listening to Li Liheng's words, everyone suddenly became spirited. If they could communicate with Bei Shuangyu and Liu Ziwei, they believed that they would also understand the current situation. Seeking refuge with the Taishanmen was simply the only choice. In this case, they could get a lot of secrets of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Everyone said that they were all big sects, but in the end, it was still a cooperative and competitive relationship. If they knew more of each other's cards, they would have more confidence. Liheng, you take them back. Be careful not to leak the news, and try to dig out more things about the Green Jade Immortal Island from their mouths. Sect Master Li and several core elders looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes, and immediately arranged for Li Liheng to do things. Li Liheng promised, but he was already smiling in his heart. As long as they fell into his hands, the two masters who could not resist, in front of the means of the Devil Heart Sutra, it was impossible to have any secrets. It was still not enough. Li Liheng knew that what the sect wanted was only the secret of the Green Jade Immortal Island, not the two people, Bei Shuangyu and Liu Ziwei. As long as the sect wanted what they wanted, the sect would not ask about other things. Even if he found that the situation of the two women was different, Li Liheng could use the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method to cover it up. Anyway, no one except him knew the mystery of the cultivation method, right? Here, the sect began to discuss after the news brought back by the 7 girls. Yang Chen was leisurely looking for his master Gaou. Gaou has been in retreat in Chunyang Palace for several years, and she has long been busy with the sect. Because the Chunyang Palace was now larger, the original elders were no longer enough. Gaou successfully entered the middle Yuanying stage, plus she was a native disciple of the Chunyang Palace, so she also became one of the elders. Because Gaou cultivated the water attribute cultivation method, after the accident of Liang Xiaoming, the master of the hall had been a disciple of the Jedan stage. Now the sect intended to let Gaou become the master of the hall. It was the obligation of the disciples to contribute to the sect, and sect would refuse. When Yang Chen came back, he happened to see Gaou commanding the disciples of the Bright Moon Palace. The appearance of Yang Chen naturally made Gaou overjoyed, especially when Yang Chen did not have the 7 girls with him, which made Gaou even happier. Gong Sunling was now in retreat, Sun Qingxue and Shashanshan were in the sect, which meant that Gaou could dominate Yang Chen for a long time. Of course, Gaou was also very happy that Dao Junqi, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters knew what was good for them. Back at Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen had to meet the head of the palace and the elders. This time, the things obtained from the Zhao family would definitely be given to the Chunyang Palace. Therefore, Yang Chen waited for all the elders to arrive before he told the sect about the experience of this outing. The mysterious Zhao family, the mysterious inheritance, the demon sealing formation, the black tortoise at the earth immortal level, one by one, made everyone stunned, and they couldn't believe their ears. If they didn't know that Yang Chen's disciple would not lie to them, someone would have already criticized Yang Chen's absurdity. Since Yang Chen would not lie, it meant that these things were true. The high-level members of the Chunyang Palace only felt that everyone was a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. The things that they didn't even think about actually existed. As Yang Chen said, there were only things that couldn't be imagined in this world, but it seemed that there was nothing that couldn't be done. How big the heart was, how big the world was. It had to be said that just listening to the story without experiencing it could be regarded as a small experience. At least the high-level members of the sect had a lot of broadened horizons, and the things they saw were different from the past, which was great for the development of the sect. When they heard that the Zhao family actually put Yang Chen and the 7 girls under house arrest and made them affiliated families, the fiery Wang Yong was already angry. If it weren't for the fact that it was not good to lose his temper in front of the head of the palace, Wang Yong would have already shouted. The subsequent events were even more ups and downs. Yang Chen actually communicated with the black tortoise and cooperated with it to break the demon sealing formation, triggering the tribulation and completely burying the Zhao family. Hearing this, the elders were all excited. The Zhao family deserved to be exterminated. The genius disciple of the Chunyang Palace, the 5th-grade alchemist, and the young palace master, Yang Chen, was also someone that they could touch. The most surprising thing was to hear that the Zhao family manor was completely preserved, and even the inheritance information that the Zhao family's masters did not have time to take away was left behind. From the head of the palace to the elders of the Chunyang Palace, almost all of them jumped up. What these things meant, as the high-level members of the sect, were they still not clear. The reason why the Chunyang Palace was a second-rate sect, in addition to the lack of previous accumulation and the lack of masters in the sect, the lack of a deep heritage was also one of the keys. Although the inheritance of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave was obtained in the past, those were information from tens of thousands of years ago, and some were not suitable for the present. But the Zhao family had been passed down to the present. Weren't those things passed down the best supplement for the sect? Are these all true? The head of the palace stood up excitedly and stared at Yang Chen. The things are in the hands of this disciple. Yang Chen knew what the head of the palace was asking and quickly replied, some of the things that the Zhao family's methods have fallen into the devil's path. This disciple will sort out the things that can be used in the sect. This disciple will leave all the things that can be used in the sect. The elders were excited for a while. After this, the Chunyang Palace would have another leap in development. Now the Chunyang Palace was already a first-class sect. Although there was still a lot of gap with the 5 super sects, compared with other first-class sects, it was no worse, and even surpassed. The Demon Seal Array is of great importance. It is estimated that several major sects will soon come to the sect to discuss cooperation. Yang Chen smiled and said to the elders, the palace master and the elders can sharpen the knife. This is a fat sheep sent to the door, don't slaughter it. Yang Chen's words caused a burst of laughter from the elders of the sect. Over the years, just because of Yang Chen, the sect did not know how many times the 5 sects had been taken advantage of, and it seemed that everyone was used to it. Now, there would be a brand new big bamboo stick that took the initiative to stretch out, waiting for everyone to hit it. Chapter 1285. If only the 3 major sects bid, the benefits would not be maximized. For the sake of Shashanshan and Sun Qingshue's face, Yang Chen must inform the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect anyway. Of course, Danding sect was also a big customer. They were the most able to afford the price, so he must inform them. Speaking of the Demon Seal Array, it was almost impossible to find a mountain guardian beast with the cultivation of the black tortoise in the mortal world. However, even if there was no black tortoise, the simple Demon Seal Array was also something that the major sect dreamed of. The 5 major sects all had great elders. Now the great elders of the major sects were in a state of semi-hibernation, and they did not dare to cultivate easily. Even if there was the suppression of the sect's array, they were afraid of accidentally triggering the heavenly tribulation. In the demon seal array, there was no need to worry about this trouble at all, and they could continue to cultivate. Even if it was just for these great elders, the 5 major sects would be determined. In fact, the role of the demon seal array was far more than that. Not to mention protecting the mountain gate, another important function was that some experts whose cultivation had reached the peak of Jindan stage, Yuanying stage, and Mahayana stage could continue to cultivate in the demon sealing formation until they had full confidence in triggering the heavenly tribulation. This may have a general significance for the Tao sects, but for the demon sects, it was simply a life-saving magic weapon. Many of the demon sects' cultivation methods were quick, and the bottleneck was mainly in the state of mind. Many of the demon sects' masters failed because their state of mind was insufficient when facing the heavenly tribulation. However, if they could have a strong cultivation, like Mu Mingyuan, it didn't matter if they did not have a state of mind, they could still ascend. With the protection of the demon seal array, those demon sects' masters did not have to find ways to reduce their cultivation before they were close to ascension. As long as they stayed in the demon seal array, they could continue to cultivate. If they knew about it, it was estimated that they would be willing to get the diagram of the demon seal array. On the way back, Yang Chen had actually found the diagram of the demon seal array in the Zhao family manor. After studying it for a while, Yang Chen couldn't help but admire the ancestors of the Zhao clan. They could actually think of such a way to deceive the heavens. It was really amazing. Unfortunately, in his previous life, until 10,000 years later, they were all treasured and kept it a secret. Yang Chen had never heard of the demon seal formation. If such a big killing weapon was in the hands of Chunyang Palace alone, it would be the target of public criticism. In this regard, both Yang Chen and the Chunyang Palace had a plan. As long as they were interested in the sect, they could offer valuable things to them. They could take the formation map. Of course, whether it was the buyer or the seller who was crying was another matter. Good things were not afraid of many buyers. Therefore, the head of the palace understood and sent people to spread the news. The big customers who bought the secrets of the 5th-grade alchemist last time were notified in the first round. Other potential customers should also know the news. Not to mention how the head of the palace operated this matter. After Yang Chen and Gaou returned to Gaou's boudoir, Gaou couldn't wait to throw herself into Yang Chen's arms. Releasing the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen held his beloved wife and planned to give her another surprise. A short absence makes the heart grow fonder. After the two had a fierce entanglement, Gaou lay naked and soft next to Yang Chen, her head pillowed on Yang Chen's arm, and they talked intimately. Gaou knew the real purpose of Yang Chen's going out. Just now there were too many people, but now there were only 2 of them. Of course, she had to ask clearly. Big brother Li Cheng has found a way. I already know the refining method of the 9th water flying sword. It only takes a certain amount of time to solve it. Yang Chen first told Gaou the news. After she was happy for a while, Yang Chen hugged Gaou and said with a smile, Big brother also gave you some gifts, let me bring them back for you. What is it? Gaou naturally knew the power of Li Cheng. Even Yang Chen had such an expression. It must be a great thing. She was also looking forward to it and asked eagerly. The Emperor's Qi. Yang Chen took out the 3 jade bottles containing the Demon Emperor's Qi, the Demon Emperor's Qi and the Immortal Emperor's Qi and put them in front of Gaou plus the Emperor's Qi in your body. The 4 emperors will become one. In the future, it will be the God Emperor's Qi. No matter who the opponent is, in front of you, they will fall a big realm. Hearing that it was such a good thing, Gaou couldn't believe it for a while. How could these 3 kinds of Emperor's Qi exist in the mortal world? If the 3 jade bottles were not in front of her and Yang Chen would never lie to her, Gaou would doubt whether she was dreaming or not. After the surprise, Gaou began to worry. How could she absorb and refine these 3 kinds of Emperor's Qi? However, this problem was not difficult for Yang Chen. He already had a plan. How did you absorb the Emperor's Qi in the past? Aren't these 3 kinds the same? Yang Chen gave the answer with a smile. However, the Demon Emperor, the demon emperor and the immortal emperor are stronger than the human emperor, so it takes a longer time to absorb. Do I have to lie in the tomb for decades again? Gao frowned and seemed a little reluctant. Is there any other way? Yang Chen knew that Gao just didn't want to lie in the tomb. She didn't reject the qi of the three emperors. Yang Chen had already arranged this. He tightened his arm around Gao and comforted her softly. You don't have to lie in the tomb this time. My husband, I will set up a tactical formation in the Dragon Palace. You just need to lie in it peacefully. Gao was a little happy in her heart. However, she was still a little unhappy. Then I won't see you for decades. If you let me sleep for decades without doing anything, and my cultivation base can skyrocket, I am willing, Yang Chen said with a smile, and then said, don't worry, I will always be by your side. Gao smiled, and she was actually happier in her heart. As Yang Chen said, as long as he slept for a few decades, his cultivation base would skyrocket, and anyone would be happy. Yang Chen was even afraid that she would suffer in cultivation, so he took great pains to arrange this. How could Gao not understand the affection contained in it? With such a husband, what else could a wife ask for? In the next 100 years, I will continue to cultivate in the sect. I will refine my last 2 flying swords, improve my cultivation, and also protect you. Yang Chen held Gao's little hand and slowly said his plan for the next 100 years. When you come out, our family will go to Langya Well to gain experience. Gao didn't say anything, but nodded slightly and asked subconsciously, and then? And then? Yang Chen paused a little and didn't hide anything from Gao. He then said, when we come out of Langya Well, I believe that we will all be in the Darching stage. At that time, I will find some people to settle some old accounts, and then we will cultivate together peacefully, cross the tribulation and ascend. After ascending, it is the real killing experience. Chapter 1286. Yang Chen, who was enjoying the quiet world of 2 people with Gao, suddenly noticed that the merit ring was trembling. With a move in his heart, his spiritual awareness immediately explored it and instantly found the source of the trembling of the merit ring. The Pure Bottle Medicine Garden has been growing under a series of sacrificial refining by Yang Chen. The medicine garden was different from Yang Chen's other magic weapons. From the beginning, when he got the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden was a high-level magic weapon. Unlike the profound spirit furnace and the immortal beheading saber, which had been cultivated by Yang Chen step by step, it was upgraded from a low-grade magic weapon all the way to the middle grade. With some elixirs of more than 100,000 years, coupled with the sacrificial refining of Yang Chen's Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art, Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art and Universe Treasure Raising Secret Art, he also absorbed and swallowed several other medicine garden spaces. Now the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden has 3 layers of space. The first layer was the elixir of 1,000 years, the second layer was the 10,000 years, and the third layer was the 100,000 years or more. This time, the tremor of the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden was related to the tool spirit Azhu. In the years since he got the immortal peach tree, Azhu has been busy, trying to merge the immortal peach tree with his own body. Azhu's body was also a peach tree. Although it was also a variant, it was completely incomparable with the immortal peach tree obtained by Yang Chen. The immortal peach tree in the hands of the longevity immortal peach tree was a great treasure even in the immortal world. Even if the years of growth in the human world were not enough, it was enough to bring great benefits to Azhu. The vibration of the universe ring just now was because Azhu had completely absorbed and integrated the immortal peach tree, and his realm had been greatly improved. Both tool spirits were promoted, and Yang Chen's cultivation of the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden finally triggered a qualitative change. The grade of the magic weapon was once again improved, and it directly became the top magic weapon in the mortal world. Even the current immortal beheading saber and profound spirit furnace were a grade lower than the medicine garden. Now the 2 tool spirits, Azhu and Abai, were no less than the masters of the human immortal realm. It was a pity that their bodies had been completely imprisoned with the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden and they had become tool spirits, so they could not ascend. They could only wait for Yang Chen to take them into the spiritual world after he ascended one day. Just absorbing and integrating the peach tree caused the pure bottle medicine garden to upgrade the moment, directly increased hundreds of years of medicinal herbs in the space of all the herbs in the space. The Penglai divine wood demons that had been staying in the space of the herb garden to cultivate and had gained great benefits because of this. Originally, they had been practicing in the medicine garden for hundreds of years, and these Penglai divine wood monsters had reached the level of the peak Jedan stage. Now, because of the change in the space of the medicine garden, it directly triggered their breakthrough. All, Chen, and released all of the clouds. All Yang Chen's Yang. And the tribulation Chen, the clouds in, the clouds, the clouds, the clouds, cloud. This movement immediately attracted the attention of the top management of the Chunyang Palace. After discovering that it was caused by Gaou, they immediately began to arrange it. Those who should be arranged to watch the ceremony, those who should be arranged to stay away. The 24 Penglai divine wood monsters had almost the same cultivation base. At the same time, the thunder tribulation triggered was extremely exaggerated. It was even half of the power of the thunder tribulation when Yang Chen was crossing the tribulation. However, for the Penglai divine wood monsters, who only cultivated the 12 Yuan Chen Si suppressing formation method in addition to their own cultivation, working together to cross the tribulation was simply an instinct of life. The terrifying thunder tribulation descended madly. The Penglai divine wood monsters were divided into two groups, forming two 12 Yuan Chen Si suppressing formation method, which easily resisted the thunder tribulation. The 12 were like one, and they took the opportunity of the thunder tribulation to temper their bodies. It was a natural divine wood, and they had received incense in front of the earth temple for many years. The strength of these Penglai divine wood monsters was beyond everyone's expectations. The thunder tribulation was stronger than the previous one. In the eyes of Yang Chen, it was completely for them to temper their bodies. At this time, the Jedan stage disciples in Chunyang Palace caught up with a good opportunity. This kind of scene of watching the ceremony was completely a rare experience for their future cultivation. The advancement of the Penglai divine wood monsters was another small surprise. With them, Yang Chen was more confident that Gaou could absorb the qi of the three emperors. However, now was not the time to arrange for Gaou to absorb the qi of the three emperors immediately. He had to deal with the diagram of the demon sealing formation first. While waiting for the buyer to come, Yang Chen and Gaou began to sort out the things left in the Zhao family manor. At this point, Gaou, the legitimate hostess, was very competent. In her words, her husband had so many good things that even she didn't know how much he had, and Gaou had to count them slowly. The things in the Zhao family manor were not only the diagram of the demon sealing formation. Among them, most of the cultivation methods were very useful for reference. These needed to be identified by Yang Chen one by one and enriched in the Sutra's pavilion of Chunyang Palace. Unfortunately, these methods were of little use to Yang Chen and Gaou who had already cultivated the original methods. There were only some cultivation experiences that could be used as a reference. Some of the things that Long Xian left to Yang Chen were also very surprising to Yang Chen. Not to mention others, at least some of the seabed elixirs that had been growing for tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, Yang Chen transplanted them into his own pure bottle medicine garden as soon as he found them. He had to admit that in the vast ocean, there were countless treasures of heaven and earth, much more than on the land. For Long Xian, the inaccessible seabed was his home, where he could find good things anytime and anywhere. In his long life of hundreds of thousands of years, things that were not at the treasure level could not enter the eyes of Black Tortoise at all. Although the Zhao family controlled Long Xian through the formation and made him contribute a lot of things, the real good things were kept by Long Xian himself. Unfortunately, these treasures of heaven and earth had been maintained in the most primitive state. Long Xian had no chance to further refine these things, so he could only simply keep them. It was unknown where he hid these things so that they would not be found by the Zhao family. In the beginning, every time she found a good thing, Gaou would be surprised for a long time. Later, there were almost endless good things that made her feel no surprise at all. In addition to sighing that Long Xian had lived long enough and found enough good things, there was no other feeling. Just like in the Dragon Palace, who would care if a floor tile was made of the best jade? As for Yang Chen himself, he was holding pieces of jade slips and slowly sorting them out. He had nothing to do, watching Jiaoyu fly like a diligent bee in the piles of various treasures, and there was indescribable happiness on his face. Soon, Yang Chen found that the things left by Long Xian, together with some of the treasures of the Zhao family, could actually be put together a complete set of materials needed for the demon sealing formation. This was a great thing for the Chunyang Palace. Chapter 1287. After discovering this, Yang Chen did not say anything and interrupted Gong Xuanling's closed-door cultivation. Gong Xuanling's closed-door cultivation this time was mainly to familiarize herself with the masters in the geographical map of mountains and rivers. She was not afraid of being interrupted by the master's own formation. Seeing Yang Chen, Gong Xuanling was naturally affectionate. Later, she learned from Yang Chen about Yang Chen's journey. Naturally, the formation map of the demon sealing formation was also in the hands of Gong Xuanling. Gong Xuanling was a formation cultivator, and she had an incomparable spirituality in the formation. Take Yang Chen for example. If it weren't for the memory of the formation in the spiritual realm and the immortal realm in his mind, he would not be his wife's opponent in the way of formation. There was the formation map, sufficient materials, Yang Chen had enough spirit stones, and the spiritual power of the earth vein in the Chunyang Palace was also enough to support it. Everything was ready. Not only that, Yang Chen also had a formation master, Gong Xuanling, and a refining guru, Jiaoyu. What Gong Xuanling needed, Jiaoyu could help refine at any time. In this case, if they did not arrange a demon sealing formation, they would be sorry for so many conditions. The sect did not let Yang Chen down in his previous life, and it was the same in this life. Although at the beginning, Liang Xiaoming, Chu Heng, and others suppressed them, later, the senior leaders of the sect not only realized their mistakes, but also directly trained Yang Chen as the young palace master. As the successor of the sect, how could he not build the sect wholeheartedly? The senior leaders of the Chunyang Palace were happy to see this. They ordered the whole sect to cooperate. If they wanted people, they would send people, and if they wanted things, they would send them. They directly took the construction of the demon sealing formation as the top priority. Such a powerful mountain-protecting formation could make the Chunyang Palace more and more impregnable. The news spread quickly, and the three great sects immediately knew what was happening in Chunyang Palace. Originally, the people of the three great sects were still discussing the authenticity of the demon sealing formation. Now that Chunyang Palace was about to set up a model, of course, everyone temporarily stopped and waited to see the result of Chunyang Palace. If Chunyang Palace could only prove that the demon sealing formation could not withstand a single blow after wasting manpower and money, then everyone naturally did not have to pay any price. However, if it was really feasible, the three great sect wouldn't be in a hurry. They could just go to him. In any case, the things they bought from Yang Chen were never cheap, so everyone was used to it. Now, every sect had a female disciple who had a close relationship with Yang Chen. It was not uncommon to make use of them. The movement in Chunyang Palace also attracted the attention of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. This time, their news was behind the three major sects, but not too far behind. Under the intentional publicity of Chunyang Palace, the two major sects were also watching, waiting to see the final result. In addition to the five major sects, other sects who had received the notice from Chunyang Palace and had the ability to spend at Yang Chen's place were almost all paying attention to the movement in Chunyang Palace. Everyone's purpose was surprisingly the same. Whether it was the Dao sects, the monster sects, or the demon sects, they all had the same idea. Ling, is there any way to make a slight modification in the formation? After Gong Xuanling studied the formation for almost a year, before she planned to start setting up the formation, Yang Chen suddenly asked a question. What kind of modification? For Yang Chen's request, Gong Xuanling would never question it, but she asked for the specific situation. Too much modification may destroy the integrity of the formation. It doesn't have to be too complicated. Just add a secret tracking to let you know where there is such a formation. Yang Chen said softly, at that time, it will be of great use to me. For Gong Xuanling, Yang Chen's request was an order. After closing her eyes and thinking carefully for a while, Gong Xuanling replied with some uncertainty, there may be a way, but we need to set it up first to see the actual effect. The arrangement of the demon sealing formation finally began. During the 1 year that Gong Sunling had been studying the formation, she had refined various parts of the formation with the materials provided by Yang Chen according to Gong Suanling's constant requirements. She was only waiting for Gong Sunling to place them one by one. Calculating the position, setting up the formation, and being busy, it took almost a year to set up the formation. Now the formation was all in place, only waiting for the final activation. In the past 2 years, the Dao sect was calm. Even if there were any waves, they tacitly avoided Chunyang Palace. It seemed that all the sect intentionally or unintentionally did not target Chunyang Palace, for fear of disturbing the arrangement of the demon sealing formation. Unlike the Zhao family's formation, Chunyang Palace could not find a similar black tortoise to provide spiritual power. It could only use the spiritual vein as the source of the formation's spiritual power. In terms of power, it may be slightly inferior to the Zhao family's formation. According to Gong Suanling's calculation, as long as there was no master above the 7th grade of the human immortal, in the face of the formation of Chunyang Palace, they could only do nothing. The demon sealing formation was finally activated, and quickly formed an invisible barrier with the main hall of Chunyang Palace as the center within a radius of hundreds of miles. The original mountain protection formation, after the activation of the demon sealing formation, was controlled by the head of the palace and stopped operating. Next, it was natural to start a crazy test. Compared with the arrangement of the formation, the test was much simpler and more crude. With the existing masters of the Dacheng stage in Chunyang Palace as the main force, everyone launched a variety of attacks on the demon sealing formation inside and outside the formation. For more than 10 days, the omnidirectional attacks had no effect on the demon sealing formation. The faces of the high-level members of the Chunyang Palace finally showed a smile. For the time being, there was no master who was going to cross the tribulation. Even the peak Yuanying stage Jedan stage was not going to cross the tribulation, so they could only do this first. Of course, even if the Chunyang Palace confirmed it themselves, it was estimated that the sect would personally check it. In this way, the news can be released. After consulting Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, the head of the palace finally made a decision. When the news came out, the major sect was not polite and immediately sent masters to Chunyang Palace. Seeing is believing. In any case, they had to actually test the effect of the demon sealing formation. Chunyang Palace only tested the defensive power, but could not check whether it could shield the tribulation. There were many people who were about to break through in the big sect. Each of them brought a few of them and came to the door. Chunyang Palace was fully prepared this time. The masters who came to the door casually attacked the formation and did not stop them. At the same time, those masters who were about to cross the tribulation also began to work hard to release their aura, waiting for the moment when the tribulation came. The attack was naturally ineffective, and those masters who were waiting for the tribulation to come did not see it. As soon as they got out of the formation, the tribulation clouds began to condense in the sky. The facts had clearly shown that this demon sealing formation really had the effect that Yang Chen's family said. It was not an exaggeration. The head of the palace looked at the conclusions drawn by the masters. His face was smiling and he did not speak, but he seemed to have seen the scene of Yang Chen, the big profiteer of the sect, fiercely waving his knife and slaughtering them. Chapter 1288. In the process of setting up the demon seal formation, most of the time, it was Gong Sunling who contributed, and Yang Chen was only responsible for logistics. Professional things should be handed over to professionals. Although Yang Chen also carefully studied the diagram of the demon seal formation, at this time, his performance was very normal, and it did not give people the feeling that he was also very monstrous in the formation. With the help of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen basically had a lot of time to deal with other things. One of them was to give the 5 revolutions merit body refining pills that he had refined in the Zhao clan to those close to him. From the head of the palace to the ancestor Wang Yong, to the other elders who have been supporting Yang Chen for a long time, Jiao Shiyang, Zheng Feng, Meng Xian, Xu Chengxin, Zhu Chendao, etc., Yang Chen had a body refining pill. Even those acquaintances from the Hall of Eccentrics, the old tree demon, Hu Yun, Shi Kuei, Xie Shuo, all of them. Among the apprentices, only Hannah Mangyo's qualifications were not strong enough, so she naturally got one. Du Qian, Shanghai Feng, Wang Yuan, these peers who Yang Chen gave a lot of help in the process of cultivation also received one. If it was not a close person, this 5-grade merit body refining pill was not something to think about. Every body refining pill consumed Yang Chen's own merits. Without a direct relationship with Yang Chen, why would Yang Chen use his own merits to help others? The effect of the 5-grade merit body refining pill was not so immediate, especially now that these people have been cultivating for a long time. Even if the spiritual root was improved, it would take a few years before it could gradually show its effect. Before that, except for Yang Chen, no one would know what kind of changes this small medicinal pill would bring. All the medicinal pills were taken in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't want to give them the medicinal pills. When he turned around, they would treat it as a family treasure and pass it on to the younger generation. That would lose the original intention of Yang Chen's gift. Yang Chen did not explain much about the effects of the elixir. He only said that it was beneficial to them. No one would doubt Yang Chen's words, especially in the aspect of medicinal pills. No one had ever questioned it. After receiving the pills, everyone took the pills given by Yang Chen without hesitation. They were not afraid that Yang Chen would harm them at all. Later, while waiting for the demon sealing formation to be set up, Yang Chen assisted Gong Sunling while flipping through the Zhao family's ancient books left behind in the Zhao family's manor. Even though the personal wealth of everyone in the Zhao family had been destroyed along with Long Shen's tribulation, the Zhao family's legacy was not lost. It was all in the Zhao family's manor. Yang Chen's task was to sort them out. In fact, the Zhao family's scriptures pavilion had always been taken care of, and the things inside were not messy at all. Yang Chen only needed to look at them one by one according to the catalogue. He did not need to reorganize them, which saved Yang Chen a lot of effort. When the demon sealing formation was successful, the high-level officials of Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen had already sharpened their knives and were ready to slaughter the major sect, but they suddenly received a suggestion from the Taishanmen that was not a formal notice. Don't sell the demon sealing formation to the people of the demon sects. Yang Chen was also stunned after hearing the news. He looked at the palace master who came to inform him of the news and asked puzzledly, what do the Taishanmen mean? Why didn't they say it when they sold the secrets of the 5th-grade alchemist last time? The Taishanmen had their own reasons, and from the perspective of the righteousness of the Dao sects, this suggestion was also tenable. Since ancient times, the Dao and the demon sects had been at odds. If they sold this powerful demon sealing formation to the people of the demon sects, wouldn't it be suspected of supporting the enemy? If it was the previous Chunyang Palace, the Taishanmen would not be so polite. They would have directly sent a bunch of masters to destroy the Chunyang Palace, and then after plundering it, they would announce to the public that Chunyang Palace and the demon sects colluded with each other, which was evil, and everyone would be happy to kill them. However, now Chunyang Palace was not a soft persimmon that could be trampled on. Even if the Taishanmen wanted to deal with the Chunyang Palace, even if they did not look at the power of Chunyang Palace itself, they had to look at the intentions of several other major sects. This was the result of the efforts of Yang Chen and the sect for so many years. Not everyone can succeed as a 5th-grade alchemist master, especially the disciples of the demon sects. They pursue a shortcut to reach the sky in one step. Without the indomitable perseverance of the disciples of the Dao sects, it is impossible to become a 5th-grade alchemist master by relying on your method of practicing basic skills. The palace master explained immediately. This question, when the people of the Taishanmen came to suggest it, the palace master asked himself, and now he was just relaying the reason. As the people of the Taishanmen said, Yang Chen's method of becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master was steady step by step, which was the opposite of the cultivation method of the demon sects. If there was really a person in the demon sects who used that method to become a 5th-grade alchemist master, it could only show that he was not a real person in the demon sects. Of course, the real key was that from the beginning, many people did not believe that Yang Chen would really reveal the key to becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master, so the previous major sect did not reject the people of the demon sects. Especially the Taishanmen, anyway. As long as the method given by Yang Chen was not reliable, they could immediately have one more reason to deal with Chunyang Palace, and several other major sects could not even raise an objection. At that time, They did not prevent the people of the demon sects from participating. Anyway, if something was wrong with the character of the people of the demon sects, they would definitely start killing directly, which also saved a lot of trouble for the Taishanmen. On the contrary, after the Chunyang Palace was destroyed, they could wave their arms and shout the slogan of the demon sects: "Who dare to destroy my Dao sect's Chunyang Palace, kill the demon sects and defend the Dao." Unexpectedly, Yang Chen really said the key to becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master, and it was very reasonable. The most important thing was that every step he said, there were people who could do it. Even if the Taishanmen wanted to find fault, they could not find fault. Although they got the secret of becoming a 5th-grade alchemist master, they lost an excuse to deal with Chunyang Palace. This time, of course, the Taishanmen could not repeat the same mistake. How could the Taishanmen, the dignified leader of the Dao sects, tolerate the people of the demon sects doing business in the Dao sects? Even the business of the 5th-grade alchemist master last time, there were already some sect members who could not participate because they did not have enough accumulation, and they faintly revealed their dissatisfaction. The core of their dissatisfaction was that the Dao and the demon sects actually did business together. The Taishanmen, who had always regarded themselves as the leaders of the Dao sects, were the first to bear the brunt. Those who were dissatisfied did not care about the Chunyang Palace, for fear that one day when they asked for help from Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen, they would cut off the opportunity. Of course, they came out for the 5 major sects who got all the benefits. The other 4 major sects did not say anything, but this time, the Taishanmen would not let the demon sects succeed no matter what. Chapter 1289. In addition, there was one of the most important reasons. In fact, the people of Taishanmen did not say it. But everyone could basically think that the demon sealing array was not like a 5th-grade alchemist master. It could not be easily succeeded. Even a nouveau riche like Chunyang Palace could easily arrange a demon sealing array, then those sect with deep heritage would not be a problem. Once the demon sects got the diagram of the demon sealing array, then with the financial resources and manpower of the 5 sects, they would definitely be able to arrange it. The benefits of the demon sealing array for the demon sects were far greater than the benefits for the Dao sects. The heaven-defying function of shielding the heavenly tribulation alone was enough to raise the overall strength of the demon sects to a higher level. Those demon sects' disciples who were not confident with the protection of the demon sealing array, their combat effectiveness would definitely rise in a straight line under the simultaneous improvement of their cultivation and confidence. The most common sense that almost all cultivators understood was that between the Dao cultivators and the demon cultivators of the same cultivation time, without the influence of other factors, the realm and combat effectiveness of the demon cultivators were far superior to that of the Dao cultivators. Because of the rapid cultivation of the demon sects, the only shortcoming was the lack of mental cultivation, which was the strength of the Dao sects. But if there was a demon sealing array, when the only shortcoming was no longer a shortcoming, then the blow to the Dao sects would be fatal. From this direction, the suggestion of the Taishanmen was also reasonable. Of course, for Yang Chen, he did not care about this. When he arrived in the spiritual world, it may not be very obvious, but after arriving in the immortal world, the heavenly court had already accepted all the Dao and demon sects. In the face of a powerful enemy, only by uniting all the forces that could be united was the right thing to do. In theory, the Shentian sect had been in the heavenly court for so many years, and there should have been news coming down to inform the Taishanmen not to kill the demon sects, and to try to maintain the balance between the two sides. Unfortunately, after the Taishanmen's welcoming array was detonated by Yang Chen, at least for hundreds of years, before the new welcoming array was arranged, the Taishanmen would not be able to receive the news from the upper realm. At this point, the Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Chenkuan sect of the Five Elements sect were not so outstanding, and they were not so active in the battle between the Dao and demon sects. Needless to say, it must have been instructed by the higher-ups. Basically, only the Taishanmen were still active on the front lines in eliminating demons and defending justice. In the eyes of many small Taoist sects, the Taishanmen were the leaders who protected the traditions of the Taoist sects. Naturally, in the eyes of the devil sects, the Taishanmen were a thorn in their side. Didn't they see that the other Dao sects and sects were giving them face? The Taishanmen were going too far. Did they really think that they could do whatever they wanted just because the Shentian sect controlled the heavenly court? There was nothing wrong with eradicating evil and defending justice. At least, that was what many Taishanmen thought. In essence, there was nothing wrong with this. However, the current demonic cultivators were only cultivators with different cultivation methods. They were no longer considered demons in the heavenly court. The real demons were someone else. Unfortunately, the current Taishanmen were not very clear about this. Therefore, there was a representative of the Taishanmen who came to persuade the Chunyang Palace. The news also passed from the head of the palace to the ears of Yang Chen. Is this the meaning of the Taishanmen sect, or the meaning of the 5 major sects? Yang Chen asked with a frown. If it was a collective decision of the 5 major sects, then it really couldn't be ignored. Don't look at the Chunyang Palace's current success, but it was not qualified to wrestle with the 5 major sects. The other sects have no opinion, but it is the meaning of the Taishanmen. Of course, the head of the palace knew the meaning of Yang Chen's question, and the answer was very accurate. Moreover, the Taishanmen also said that it was just a suggestion. The specific handling of it is still up to my Chunyang Palace's own meaning. Yang Chen quickly understood the key, and his heart suddenly had a plan. Since it is the meaning of the Taishanmen, then this disciple thinks that my Chunyang Palace can't do this kind of thing to support the enemy. Yang Chen smiled and said to the head of the palace, although this will make my sect suffer a huge loss, as a person of the Dao sects, it is natural to respond to the call of the Taishanmen. Whether it is the Zhao family's demon seal formation or those cultivation inheritances, we will only sell them to the people of the Dao sects. What does the palace master think? The head of the palace was also a smart character, otherwise, it would be impossible to sit in this position. His heart just turned slightly, and he immediately understood the meaning of Yang Chen. If they did not sell to the demon sects and those neutral sect, they would greatly offend these sects. However, Chunyang Palace only acted according to the meaning of the Taishanmen, and did not deliberately offend all parties. Otherwise, they would not have sold the secrets of the 5th-grade alchemist to all parties last time. Presumably, all parties could understand. In this way, it showed that Chunyang Palace could not afford to provoke the Taishanmen, so they were forced to bow their heads, but in the righteousness of the Dao sects, they were righteous. Responding to the call of the Dao sect's leader, who could say half a word of no? In the same way, the matter of offending the demon sects and the neutral sects was carried by the Taishanmen. Who let this be the suggestion of the Taishanmen? If those sects were resentful, they could find the Taishanmen. The benefits were obtained by the Chunyang Palace, and the hatred was carried by the Taishanmen. Was there anything that made the head of the palace happier than this? Since the incident with Liang Xiaoming, the high-level officials of the Chunyang Palace had already hated the Taishanmen to the bone. They could quietly plot against the Taishanmen. Soon, Chunyang Palace sent the news out, and the response was so fast that even the representative of the Taishanmen was a little surprised. Basically, he came to suggest it in the morning, and before noon, Chunyang Palace announced it to the public, which was simply giving enough face to the Taishanmen. Even the most demanding person could not pick out the fault of Chunyang Palace in this regard. As soon as the news came out, it caused a big uproar. Naturally, there was no need to worry about the Dao sects, and some people who did not know the inside story still applauded loudly. The people of the demon sects and those neutral sect, especially some who had been preparing for a long time, waiting to buy the diagram to increase the benefits of their disciples, suddenly became furious. Chunyang Palace, no, the Taishanmen, were too much of a bully, right? Why could only the disciples of the Dao sects buy it? Chunyang Palace even sold the secret of the 5th-grade alchemist last time. Why couldn't they buy it this time? As long as they tasted it carefully, they could know the meaning. This was obviously to suppress these sects, and at the same time, not to let Chunyang Palace get more benefits. Everyone understood this truth, so everyone could understand the difficulties of Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. The sentence of responding to the call of the Taishanmen had already explained everything. Chunyang Palace could not afford to provoke the Taishanmen. This was the truth, nothing else. All the hatred emerged, and all of it was directed at the Taishanmen. At this time, Yang Chen had fallen into another gentle place. Chapter 1290. The great elder of Yin-Yang Demon School, the famous Lady Fanghua, was now curled up in Yang Chen's arms like a kitten. She was not wearing anything, and her naked body formed an exaggerated curve, which made people's hearts race when they saw it. Yang Chen's hand moved casually on the delicate skin that made countless people yearn for it. Every time his hand touched a place, it would cause an exaggerated reaction, as if Yang Chen's hand was electrified. Lady Fanghua had an aggrieved expression on her face, and she looked like she was about to cry. It was an indescribable scene that made people want to love her. Lady Fenghua's tone also made it seem as if she was acting coquettishly to Yang Chen. Indeed, the great elder of Yin-Yang Demon School, who could decide the life and death of countless people with just one sentence, and who could be said to be the most ruthless female demon in the past few decades, was acting coquettishly to Yang Chen at that moment. If anyone could see this scene, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would hit the soles of their feet. "Sir, why can't we sell the formation diagram of the demon sealing rune to the disciples of the demon cult?" The content of Lady Fenghua's act of acting coquettishly was naturally related to the most sensational topic recently. Yang Chen had said that he wanted to sell the formation diagram of the demon sealing rune 2 years ago. Now, a demon sealing rune had been built in Chunyang Palace, which completely proved the authenticity of the formation diagram. The sect of the demon cult had originally raised a large sum of money in high spirits and were waiting to enjoy it, but the news sent by Chunyang Palace made them dizzy. "At the end of the day, I'm also a disciple of the Dao sect. Of course, I can't collude with you demons," Yang Chen said with a smile, but his hand did not stop moving. It moved continuously on Lady Fenghua's delicate body, enjoying the most wonderful elasticity of her smooth skin. It was indescribably comfortable. "Grandpa, I don't care. You have to give me the diagram of the demon sealing formation." Lady Fenghua's body twisted. Her coquettish tone coupled with the stimulation of physical contact brought Yang Chen supreme enjoyment. Lady Fenghua's beauty had spread far and wide. It was unknown how many people had fallen head over heels for her. If it were an ordinary person, a casual look and a little pleading would have made them agree in a hurry. However, Yang Chen seemed to have a heart of stone. He only smiled and enjoyed it, but did not spit it out. "Grandpa, the demon sealing formation is really important. I want it." Of course, Lady Fanghua knew that her trick would not work on Yang Chen, but the joy of reuniting with Yang Chen and her desire to make Yang Chen happy made her unable to help herself. At the same time, she also enjoyed it. "If I give it to you, the Taishanmen will destroy the Chunyang Palace." Yang Chen slapped Madame Fenghua's buttocks, making a soul-stirring sound, and then the big hand stroked the same position, so that Madame Fanghua couldn't help but close her eyes, and her mouth also made a sound. For Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen had never felt pity for her from the beginning. She was born in Yin-Yang Demon School, the biggest sect of Yin-Yang double cultivation. In terms of the relationship between men and women, even Dao Junqi, Shi Wushuang, and the 5 Murong sisters were no match for Lady Fanghua. Lady Fanghua was also the only woman who could make Yang Chen enjoy himself to the fullest. After a long separation, what was the point of talking about those unpleasant things? Of course, warmth was the first thing to do. Madame Fanghua took out all her skills and paid the price of her own softness into a pool of mud, so that her beloved also climbed to the peak of joy. As for Lady Fanghua herself, she did not know how many times she had experienced the peak. She could barely maintain the absorption of Yang Chen's mixed spiritual power and could not faint. It was already Yang Chen's mercy. At this moment, Lady Fanghua could not say a word except to enjoy the aftertaste of happiness in Yang Chen's arms. For his own women, Yang Chen was never stingy. 2 fifth-grade medicinal pills were sent to the side of Lady Fenghua's cherry mouth, along with a large glass of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid with fluorescence, so that she could swallow the medicinal pill. Looking at the obvious 5 pill patterns on the medicinal pill, Lady Fanghua opened her mouth without thinking about it and let Yang Chen put the medicinal pill into her mouth. Then she drank the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid fed by Yang Chen with satisfaction. In satisfaction and happiness, she fell asleep. The medicinal pill was also a 5th-grade merit body refining pill. Among Yang Chen's women, it seemed that only Lady Fenghua's spiritual root aptitude was a little worse. Yang Chen would not let her fall behind others like this. 2 merit body refining pills may be able to improve her acquired spiritual root to a higher level, and her future cultivation would not be too bad. When Lady Fanghua was asleep, it was also the day when the Zhao family's property was sold at a clear price in Chunyang Palace. Countless people in the Dao sects were concentrated in Chunyang Palace. There were buyers, and there were people inquiring about the news. It was said that the price was clearly marked, but the 5 major sects were obviously different from other sects. Now there were female disciples in the 5 major sects who had a close relationship with Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not go too far. On the clear price, he gave them a 20% discount. The diagram of the demon seal array, this was a good thing that could be compared with the secret of the 5th grade alchemist master. The difference was that as long as there were materials, it could be built. The diagram of the demon seal array could be seen within a few years, and the Chunyang Palace was proof of that. A diagram of the demon seal array, 10 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds, or the equivalent value of 1,000 jin of the best quality spirit stone. It was not known how many years the Zhao family had spent to collect the cultivation methods suitable for the Dao sect disciples to practice, and the price was 500 jin of the best quality spirit stone. The quantity and quality of the cultivation methods suitable for the demon sect disciples were similar to the cultivation methods of the Dao sect disciples, and the same price was 500 jin of the best quality spirit stone. The diagram of the spirit capture array to control the super spirit beast, the formation used by the Zhao family to control the black tortoise, was the same price as the demon seal array, 10 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds. However, relatively speaking, the demand for this formation was much smaller. After all, the spirit beast beyond the human immortal level in the mortal world could be said to be rare. There was no demon seal array. As long as the formation diagram and the materials were obtained, the immediate effect could be seen. In addition, some less important pill refining methods were also summarized by Yang Chen and sold separately, with a price of 500 jin of the best quality spirit stone. The above was the wholesale price of a large transaction. In addition, Chunyang Palace also provided a retail service of a certain cultivation method, pill formula, and array. As long as it was a Dao sect disciple, as long as they had spirit stones, they could buy it at different prices. Anyway, it was just something that the Zhao family had worked hard to collect, not the inheritance of the Chunyang Palace sect. Yang Chen did not have any psychological pressure to use it to make money. Of course, the good things must be collected by the Chunyang Palace. However, even so, the move of the Chunyang Palace won a lot of applause. It was especially so for those rogue cultivators. Ever since they started cultivating, they had never thought that they could simply use spirit stones to buy advanced cultivation techniques. Chapter 1291. The Taishanmen were caught off guard by Chunyang Palace's move. They thought that Chunyang Palace would collect the things obtained from the Zhao family and use them as the sect's inheritance. After all, Chunyang Palace was just a small sect. They did not expect that Chunyang Palace would be so generous to sell all of them. No one would mention the various resources and materials that Yang Chen had obtained from the Zhao family. Those were Yang Chen's trophies and things that he had won. If it were not for the importance of the demon sealing formation, Yang Chen could even keep this formation a secret. From a moral point of view, there was no problem at all for Yang Chen to do so. Now these things were taken out to benefit the public. It was Yang Chen's generosity, and everyone had to be grateful. In this way, Chunyang Palace could almost be said to have the support of almost all Taoism sects. If others wanted to find fault with Chunyang Palace and suppress it, they had to see if those who supported Chunyang Palace were willing or not. According to the original intention of Taishanmen, these good things of the Zhao family should have been monopolized by several major sects and Chunyang Palace. However, Chunyang Palace did not play according to common sense. They did not take all the benefits, which caught Taishanmen off guard. When Taishanmen said that they were not allowed to sell to the Demon Gate, Chunyang Palace immediately agreed and announced that they would only sell to the disciples of Taoism. With such a happy support, it was unreasonable for Taishanmen to find fault with this. In particular, the last move of Chunyang Palace, retail, made countless people tempted. Even if Taishanmen had the intention to oppose it, They would not risk offending all the disciples of Taoism in the world to obstruct it. Chunyang Palace was willing to sell itself, but Taishanmen obstructed it in every way. What did that mean? Taishanmen was already the largest sect in Taoism, and they bought all the things in bulk. Could it be that they did not leave anything for others? In the world of cultivators, eating alone would also incur the wrath of the heavens. Although the move of Chunyang Palace made the Taishanmen a little unhappy, after all, it was Chunyang Palace's own business, and they gave the Taishanmen enough face by only selling to the disciples of Haotian Taoism, so the Taishanmen could only nod. Now, the Taishanmen had tasted the benefits of having their own female disciples as Yang Chen's people. Not to mention other things, just look at Danding School. If they wanted something, they had to buy it at full price. How could it be as good as now, when the Taishanmen could get it at only a 20% discount? Although they only saved 20%, it was still a few hundred kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. Even for the Taishanmen, such a large amount of spirit stones was a huge fortune. Soon, the great sect began to choose. On this point, almost all the great sect were the same. They packed up the devil sealing deployment formation, Taoism cultivation methods, elixir recipes, and tactical deployments at full price of 2,000 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. Those who had a discount paid 1,600 kilograms, and those who had no discount bought one at full price. Although everyone was also interested in the demonic cultivation methods collected by the Zhao family, they had to avoid arousing suspicion. Secondly, they were not willing to buy at such a high price, so they tacitly gave up this part. The happiest people were naturally the disciples of the small sect. They all came to Chunyang Palace, went to Chenqiu Pavilion and Wanbao Tower to buy a collection of cultivation methods, and carefully inquired about the cultivation methods suitable for them to buy. Of course, the individual cultivators were even happier. Although they were not pure disciples of Haotian Taoism, everyone had a few friends, and they could ask them to buy for them. In this regard, Chunyang Palace never made things difficult for them. Lady Fanghua also finally woke up. Although she did not know what the effect of the 2 merit and body refining pills was, the feeling of excretion of the impurities in her body made Lady Fanghua extremely happy. Especially when she saw her lover as soon as she opened her eyes, and her lover held her in his arms to bathe and change her clothes, she was so happy that there was nothing else in her heart. Master, I really want the formation and those cultivation methods. What should I do? When Lady Fanghua heard the rules given by Chunyang Palace, she could not help but shake Yang Chen's arm, acting coquettishly and pleading. How can I break the rules I set myself? Yang Chen directly rolled his eyes at Lady Fanghua, shook his head firmly, and said, No, you are not a disciple of Haotian Taoism, so I can't sell them to you. But I really want them. Lady Fanghua was not discouraged. She still pleaded, and her body moved more. Her chest began to rub against Yang Chen's arm, so that Yang Chen could feel her firmness and elasticity. Do you want them, or does Yin Yang Demon School want them? Yang Chen did not directly refuse this time, but asked. The sect wants them, but I also want them. As long as I can bring these back, it will be a great contribution, and my position in the sect will also be improved in the future. Lady Fanghua did not hide her thoughts from Yang Chen and told him everything. If Yin Yang Demon School wants them, then I don't need to save money for you. But you are my woman, so I can also give you a 20% discount. The extra is your pocket money. Yang Chen finally said it, which made Lady Fanghua overjoyed. She immediately kissed Yang Chen, and her face was full of joy. But Yang Chen's words made Lady Fanghua nervous again. She looked at Yang Chen with watery eyes, as if she would cry if Yang Chen refused. But I still can't sell them to you. Lady Fanghua did not understand Yang Chen's words. She looked at Yang Chen with her eyes wide open, and her face was full of confusion. If he could not sell them to her, why would he give her a 20% discount? Chunyang Palace only sells them to Haotian Taoism disciples. Yang Chen said righteously, Don't tell me that your Yin Yang Demon School does not even have a Haotian Taoism disciple undercover. As soon as he said that, Lady Fanghua suddenly understood. In fact, with her intelligence, she should have thought of this long ago. It was just that when she was around Yang Chen, her heart was tied to Yang Chen. Her mind was only thinking about how to please Yang Chen and how to make Yang Chen happy. How could she think of these things? Yang Chen gave a nudge, and Lady Fanghua immediately understood Yang Chen's meaning. I understand. I will find a disciple of Taishanmen to buy it. Lady Fanghua not only understood, but she also vaguely found out from Yang Chen's attitude that Yang Chen seemed to be dissatisfied with Taishanmen. She immediately decided to let a disciple of Taishanmen buy it for her. You are smart. Yang Chen patted Lady Fenghua's body again, but this time it was a compliment, which made Lady Fanghua beam with joy. Since your yin-yang demon school has it, you can't let the other devil's sects go empty-handed. With a smile on his face, Yang Chen advised enthusiastically, if they are also interested, you can give them some pointers. You can even get a favor from them, right? Yes, master. Lady Fenghua's pretty face had become like a flower, full of love, and she took the initiative to throw herself into Yang Chen's arms. Chapter 1292. Chunyang Palace had been very lively recently. The sale of the Zhao family's cultivation methods had attracted tens of thousands of people to Chunyang Palace to select carefully. The descriptions of various cultivation methods given by Yang Chen were quite detailed. Basically, what kind of people were suitable for practicing were clearly marked, which also made those who saw the introduction very surprised. Not to mention anything else, the introduction jade slips with 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones were sold by Chunyang Palace in a short period of time. This alone earned them more than 1 jin of high-grade spirit stones. If the table of contents was like this, the real content could be imagined. In fact, the cultivation methods were not sold at a low price, because it was not converted into the sect's contribution. Even the lowest level of cultivation methods cost at least 10 jin of low-grade spirit stones. According to this multiple, the net income of Chunyang Palace had increased by at least dozens of jin of top-grade spirit stones. In the process of sale, Chunyang Palace strictly followed the previous promise and only sold to the disciples of Taoism. The demon sect, the neutral sect, and even the rogue cultivators all showed a good attitude and smiled apologetically, but they would not sell. This was not for the Taishanmen to see, but a real implementation. Every customer who bought the cultivation methods had to check the sect's mark and record it in the book. Not only that, every sale was supervised by the Taishanmen, who were specially requested by Chunyang Palace. Every customer did not buy alone, but at least 3 people, and one of them must be a disciple of a big sect whose identity had been confirmed. This requirement alone made some disciples of Taoism with a clean identity gain a lot of benefits, and also made several people of the Taishanmen, who secretly wanted to find out the mistakes of Chunyang Palace, helpless. Every record of the sale was quite detailed. In a certain year, a certain month, a certain person of a certain sect bought a certain cultivation method, formation, elixir formula, weapon refining technique, and so on. A shop assistant received them, and there were several other witnesses, such as so-and-so, etc. At the back of the records, there were confirmations from the disciples of the major sect who had already been identified. At the same time, there were confirmations from the disciples who were in charge of supervising the Taishanmen. There was no falsification. Of course, Chunyang Palace did not completely ignore the needs of customers. At least the disciples of Taishanmen who were in charge of supervision did not know what kind of martial arts the customers had bought. They could only confirm that the customers were disciples of Haotian Taoism. They could not inquire about other things at will. Otherwise, they would be hated. The items purchased by the customers on the record were all added later. This was Chunyang Palace's own bookkeeping, and others could not see it. This method ensured that the buyers were all disciples of the Dao sect to the greatest extent. Even the Taishanmen had nothing to say since the Chunyang Palace had done so much. However, even so, there were still some rogue cultivators who successfully bought suitable cultivation techniques through a few friends in the Dao sect. Of course, it was just a few of his friends. He believed that no one would reject such a generous and cheap favor. Many people knew this method, but no one would propose it. Chunyang Palace had already put on a posture of giving face to the Taishanmen. It was impossible for the Taishanmen to do something that Chunyang Palace wanted to sell without the consent of the Taishanmen's disciples, right? Moreover, Many rogue cultivators relied on this method to get their martial arts. Once they insisted on pursuing it, they would offend more than one or two people. Under such circumstances, the business of Chunyang Palace was very lively and unusually prosperous. A large number of spirit stones came into the account. Although this time the benefits were brought back by Yang Chen and a few concubines, Yang Chen did not take them for himself. Instead, he offered them to the sect. The sect was also generous. All the profits were divided 50-50. The sect had half, and Yang Chen had half. No one had any objection to this. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Soon, the cultivators found that the price of the materials needed for the demon sealing formation soared like a rocket. This was a normal phenomenon. When the demand was large, the price would naturally rise. The problem was that it seemed that apart from the sect's own reserves, most of the remaining materials were sold by Chunyang Palace. As long as the cultivators had a brain, they would immediately understand that the reason why Chunyang Palace built a demon sealing formation with such great fanfare was not only to set a demonstration for the other sect, but also to leave time for themselves to stock up. As long as the sect got the demon sealing formation, they would definitely try their best to build one. At this time, even if the things sold by Chunyang Palace were expensive, everyone would probably accept it. No one had any dissatisfaction with this. Except for occasionally complaining about the high price of some precious materials, the rest was admiring Chunyang Palace's way of making money. A business, selling the array diagram to make a profit, and then selling the materials to set up the array to make another profit, it was really a good method. In particular, several of the key materials were produced from the deep sea. In addition to the Green Jade Immortal Island, the sect on the sea, which had a small stock, there was only Chunyang Palace left. In addition, those rogue cultivator alliances far away overseas had them, but since the array diagram was not sold to them, of course, they would not sell these materials cheaply. If they didn't retaliate against the major sect at this time, when would they wait? Because of this reason, the transactions of some cultivation methods were more relaxed. Even if some transactions were found to be purchased by some rogue cultivators, those Taishanmen disciples who were responsible for supervising also turned a blind eye. As long as it was not given to the demon sect disciples, then everything would be fine. It was better to have less trouble, wasn't it? Only the major sect had the financial resources to buy the demon sealing formation. Of course, this time, there were a few more first-rate sects. It was about suppressing the heavens' retribution. As long as the sect had the ability, they could not wait to build the demon sealing formation immediately. At least a dozen demon sealing formations started to be built at the same time. No one would have thought that among the demon sealing formations array diagram that everyone bought, there was a tracking formation cleverly designed by Gong Sunling. This tracking formation was hidden in the original demon sealing formation, and it was in the core position. It was impossible to find this tracking formation just by studying the array diagram. Only after the demon sealing formation was activated, could the position of the demon sealing formation be tracked with a special compass. No one had any doubts about this. After getting the array diagram, everyone scrambled to start building it. The good reputation that Yang Chen had cultivated in business over the years was also one of the reasons. The things that Yang Chen sold were expensive, but there had never been fake or inferior goods. This time, Yang Chen would not ruin his own reputation. Moreover, Chunyang Palace had already set up one. If there was a fake one, it would offend the public, and Chunyang Palace would be destroyed. Everything seemed to be under the control of the Taishanmen. However, after a period of construction, news soon came from various places. It seemed that several alliances of rogue cultivators overseas were also building the demon sealing formation. That was not all. There was also news from the demon sect that several big sects of the demon sect were also building the demon sealing formation. What was going on? Chapter 1293. The people who inquired about the news had never seen the diagram of the demon seal formation, and they did not know what the demon seal formation looked like, but several major rogue cultivator alliances and several major sects of the demon sects had begun to build some kind of formation. The first thought that flashed in everyone's mind was the demon seal formation. Among the 5 major sects, the 5 elements sect, Chenkuan sect, Blue Cloud Sect and Green Jade Immortal Island seemed to have received the news from the upper realm, and they were not so ruthless towards the demon sects. Only the Taishanmen, because the welcoming formation was destroyed and was still under construction, could not receive the news from above. They still insisted on the idea that the Taoists and the demons could not coexist. This time, they even prohibited Chunyang Palace from selling the diagram to the sect outside the Dao sects. This matter in itself was a bit of a public outrage, but the Taishanmen were powerful, so no one said much. The Taishanmen were also shocked when they received the news. They immediately sent people to inquire about it in detail to see if it was the real demon seal formation. At the same time, they also sent someone to Chunyang Palace to inquire if Chunyang Palace had sold the diagram of the demon seal formation. The one who went to Chunyang Palace to negotiate was another elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Taishanmen. The hall master, Maro Chi, already had a psychological barrier and did not want to face Chunyang Palace. Therefore, the one who appeared in Chunyang Palace this time was another elder of the Yuanying stage, surnamed Wu. Elder Wu did not have the intention to criticize at all. He smiled when he saw people. When facing the head of the palace in Chunyang Palace, his attitude was so good that people could not see that he was a master of the Taishanmen who had always been arrogant. Such an attitude, of course, was due to the recent improvement of the strength and status of the Chunyang Palace, and the reason why Dao Junki married Yang Chen. Elder Dao had instructed him not to offend his own husband. Another most important reason was that Elder Wu clearly understood that in Chunyang Palace, there were at least a dozen people who could easily pinch him into meat sauce. For Elder Wu's careful intention to probe, the head of the palace was very generous. He immediately called Shangguan Feng, who was responsible for the transaction, to answer face to face. Elder Wu wants to know some information about the sale of the demon seal array. You answer carefully, don't hide anything. In front of Elder Wu, the head of the palace told Shanghai Feng like this. Elder Wu was very satisfied with his attitude. How many copies of the diagram of the demon sealing formation were sold? Elder Wu was most concerned about this matter. With the attitude of the head of the palace, he was not so polite to Shangguan Feng and asked directly. Senior, a total of 32 copies of the demon sealing formation's diagram have been sold. Shangguan Feng didn't hide it either. The data was already in his head, so he answered casually. 32 portions? Elder Wu was shocked. As far as he knew, the 5 major sect plus Danding sect, and the 3 first-class sect had bought it, adding up to only 9 copies. 32 copies were sold. Where did the extra 23 come from? Could it be that the Overseas Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the major sect of the Demon Sect built the demon sealing formation? Elder Wu couldn't care about other things at the moment, and immediately asked, isn't it only allowed to sell to Dao sect disciples? How can Chunyang Palace sell it to others? Senior Wu, we have never sold it to people outside the Dao sect. As soon as he heard Elder Wu's tone, Shangguan Feng immediately began to complain. All the buyers are qualified to buy it after the disciples of your sect have confirmed that they are Dao sect disciples. Apart from that, we have not sold it to anyone. Shangguan Feng's tone was very angry. Although he called the other party as a senior, he said that he was we, and there was no humility as a junior. There are Dao sect disciples who have bought the formation map of the demon sealing formation. Elder Wu was also a sensible person. He knew that many rogue cultivators asked their friends to buy the formation map, but he didn't think it was a big deal. However, now that the formation map of the demon sealing formation had been sold, Elder Wu immediately understood the other party's method. He immediately asked, who bought the formation map of the demon sealing formation? This time, Shangguan Feng didn't open his mouth. Instead, he took out a jade slip from his Chenkuan bag. After reading it, he was about to answer, but Elder Wu waved his hand and directly ordered, don't mention the first batch of buyers from the 5 major sect, Danding sect, and the 3 Dao sects. Just tell us those we don't know. Of course, what Elder Wu meant was that apart from the people outside the sect, any disciple of the sect who dared to collude with the demon sect would probably pay a heavy price this time. Apart from the buyers from the sect, there is no one else. Shangguan Feng smiled bitterly and replied helplessly. Which one of the 3 Dao sects is it? Elder Wu's momentum suddenly broke out. Of course, it was impossible for the people of the five major sect to collude with the demon sect. Naturally, it was a matter of the other small sect. It's not them. Shangguan Feng glanced at the palace master. The palace master nodded and Shangguan Feng replied. Is it the disciple of Danding sect? Elder Wu immediately asked. Danding sect only bought one. Shangguan Feng replied honestly. This time, Elder Wu was a bit embarrassed. The problem was within the five major sect, so it was not easy to say. But soon, Elder Wu figured it out. His trip was just to find out who the person was, and it was not to let him come forward to kill the demon sect. What was the trouble? The five major sect is big, and it is understandable that there are a few traitors. Nevertheless, Elder Wu still laid the foundation first, and then asked how many copies did the Five Elements sect buy? Shangguan Feng's gaze once again looked at the palace master. Although the palace master asked him to answer honestly, he still had to see the palace master's intention. Elder Wu also saw the action of Shanghai Feng, looked at the palace master, frowned and asked, is it because you are afraid of offending people? You can rest assured that no matter who it is, I, the Taishanman, will investigate it separately. This matter has nothing to do with Chunyang Palace. There is only one copy of the Five Elements sect. After the palace master nodded heavily, Shangguan Feng replied quickly. What about the Qiankuan sect? Elder Wu did not stop and asked quickly. The Qiankuan sect is also one copy. Shangguan Feng answered equally quickly. Blue Cloud sect. Elder Wu's speech was getting faster and faster. Blue Cloud sect is one copy. Green Jade Immortal Island. Elder Wu's eyes had already shot out a ray of light, and there were signs of anger. The Green Jade Immortal Island only bought one copy. What do you mean? Hearing the answer of Shangguan Feng, Elder Wu's face was extremely wonderful, and at the same time, there was a trace of anger. Senior, in fact, in addition to these sect, the other diagram of the demon seal formation was purchased by the Taishanman disciples. Shanghai Feng no longer evaded, and directly said the clear words after the first batch bought one copy. There were 23 Taishanman disciples who bought 23 copies of the diagram of the demon seal formation from this younger generation junior. Chapter 1294. Elder Wu's face was already very wonderful at the moment. It was a bit unimaginable, but it was still a bit interesting. It could only be said that it was an expression of shock and disbelief, which made the head of the palace laugh in his heart. Impossible. Did you remember it wrong? Elder Wu finally reacted. All the diagrams of the demon seal array were bought by the Taishanman disciples. How could this be possible? He came to track down the people who lost the demon seal array, to find the guys who colluded with the demon sects. If they were all bought by the Taishanman disciples, didn't it mean that the people who colluded with the demon sects were the Taishanman? In this case, the Taishanman could not get rid of the reputation of the thief calling the thief. How could the Taishanman, the leader of the Dao sects, allow this kind of thing to happen? How can this junior dare to joke about this? Shanghai Feng also put on an expression of grievance and hurriedly explained, all the transactions are recorded, and they are all supervised by your disciples. This kind of big transaction, this junior can remember the situation before the transaction. I think the disciples of your sect also remember it. As long as it is verified, it will be clear. This junior will never dare to disobey the senior. A big transaction, of course, it was a big transaction. The transaction involving thousands of pounds of the best spirit stones was certainly a big transaction. It was related to the reputation of the Taishanman and the demon seal array. At this time, Elder Wu did not care that he was in the Chunyang Palace. He immediately ordered Shanghai Feng to call the Taishanman disciples who were responsible for the reception and supervision at the time, and confront them face to face. Shanghai Feng immediately went to call people, but he brought not only the staff of the Chunyang Palace and the supervising disciples of the Taishanman, but also several people from the five major sects. These people were the people of the five major sects who were permanently stationed in the Chunyang Palace after the last attack on Chunyang Palace. All of them had the identity of an elder. What does that mean? Elder Wu's expression changed on the spot. If it was only the people from Chunyang Palace and Taishanman, then the matter would be confined to the two sects, and the people from other sects would not know. However, now that the people from the 5 sects were all here, it was not so easy to hide it. "We are just curious," seeing the shopkeeper Shangwon calling people, "we came to see the excitement and be a witness." A female elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island immediately said with a smile. Since the incident of Bei Shuangyu and Liu Ziwei, the Green Jade Immortal Island has been maintaining Chunyang Palace in all aspects, and this time was no exception. Since they were already here, there was no way Elder Wu could chase them away. Even if the Taishanmen were strong, it was impossible to offend the other 4 major sects at the same time, so he could only accept this status quo. In front of the people of the 5 major sects, he let the staff of Chunyang Palace and the disciple of Taishanmen who was in charge of supervision at that time describe the situation at the time one by one. Speaking of it, the Chunyang Palace was also well prepared. The records were signed and confirmed by the disciple of Taishanmen who was in charge of supervision. The buyer at that time was indeed a disciple of Taishanmen. Except for not knowing what was bought at that time, the disciple of Taishanmen who was in charge of supervision really remembered that the staff of Chunyang Palace always said in an envious and jealous tone that Taishanmen was really rich. Hearing that the demon seal array had appeared in the demon sect, the people of the other 4 sects were not calm. Now it was confirmed one by one that all the demon seal array diagrams were bought by the disciples of Taishanmen. Suddenly, several people of the 4 major sects looked at Elder Wu of Taishanmen in a different way. It was a matter of great importance, so the Chunyang Palace did not hide what these people had bought. They told them everything one by one. To everyone's surprise, these people had not only bought the demon sealing formation diagram, but they had also bought the devil sect cultivation method, Taoist cultivation method, and other miscellaneous items. In total, each person had spent more than 1,000 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. According to the facts that had been known, if the people of Chunyang Palace and the disciple of Taishanmen who was in charge of supervision did not lie, it was almost certain that the 23 people who bought the array diagrams and cultivation methods later were all in collusion with the demon sect and the alliance of individual cultivators. Or to put it bluntly, those people were simply the pawns of the demon sect and the alliance of individual cultivators in Taishanmen. It was not unusual for various sects to arrange pawns for each other. Didn't the Taishanmen also arrange Liang Xiaoming in Chunyang Palace? However, the pawns of the sect suddenly chose to make trouble at this time, which could only mean one thing. They were expressing their dissatisfaction with the Taishanmen. In other words, the Taishanmen had already angered the public in the matter of the demon seal array diagrams. The Chunyang Palace was willing to sell themselves, but the Taishanmen jumped out and interfered. The other 4 major sects did not say anything, but the Taishanmen were so arrogant. What did they mean? Did they want to compete with the alliance of individual cultivators and the devil sect by themselves? The demon seal array was so important that it could not be ignored for each sect. The Taishanmen forbade others to buy it, which was not as simple as cutting off people's livelihood. If they had the demon seal array and didn't let others have it, it was obvious that they were not giving others a way to live. Although it was a bit childish to say that the Taishanmen colluded with the alliance of individual cultivators and the devil sect, the Taishanmen's face was absolutely not good. All the disciples who betrayed the sect came from the Taishanmen. If this was not because the Taishanmen did not teach well, then what was it? Elder Wu did not dare to stay, nor did he have the face to stay. He hurried back to the Taishanmen to report this matter to sect leader Li. The identities of the disciples who were suspected of betraying the sect must be investigated one by one, especially their whereabouts. Similarly, the people of the 4 major sects also rushed back to their respective sects to report. Soon, the people of the Taishanmen found that all the disciples who bought the array diagrams had disappeared without a trace, and they could no longer find any trace of them. Needless to say, these people were definitely the pawns of those sects. Now that they had completed this big task, they could be considered to have retreated successfully. The news inevitably spread out, and almost all the cultivators in the world were waiting to see the Taishanmen make a fool of themselves. Relying on the power of the largest Taoist sect, they threatened the Chunyang Palace not to sell the demon seal array diagrams. Now, there was the matter that their disciples sold the array diagrams to the devil sect. It turned out that the people who really colluded with the devil sect were actually the Taishanmen, who shouted the loudest slogan of eliminating demons and defending the Tao. Many cultivators who had long been dissatisfied with the Taishanmen selectively ignored the fact that these Taishanmen disciples might be the pawns of other sect, and only believed that they were the genuine disciples of the Taishanmen. In fact, it was true. They were indeed the disciples of the Taishanmen who had been formerly apprenticed to the Taishanmen. This time, the Taishanmen could not explain it clearly. Chapter 1295. On the one hand, the Taishanmen sent people to search for the traces of those traitorous disciples. On the other hand, they explained to all parties that this was the conspiracy of the Avildor of the Demon Gate. In private, they hated Chunyang Palace. If Chunyang Palace had informed them when these people bought the diagram of the demon sealing tactical formation, how could there be such trouble? Obviously, Chunyang Palace did this deliberately. They deliberately did not inform them, and then pretended to be innocent after the event. Everything was Chunyang Palace's fault. But the Taishanmen could not attack Chunyang Palace. At that time, it was agreed that the Taishanmen disciples were responsible for screening whether they were Taoist disciples, and Chunyang Palace was responsible for selling things. Moreover, neither the seller nor the buyer wanted the Taishanmen's supervising disciples to know what the transaction was between the two sides. Therefore, both sides coincidentally asked the Taishanmen disciples to avoid buying something. The Taishanmen also agreed at that time. At this time, they naturally could not talk about this again. The Taishanmen, who were used to taking things for granted, would never think of their sect's attitude when they sent people to ask Chunyang Palace not to sell the demon sealing tactical formation to the Demon Gate. Anyway, their sect must be right, and others were wrong. This was the consistent practice and thinking of the Taishanmen. If the Taishanmen insisted on this practice at the beginning when Yang Chen sold the secrets of the fifth-grade alchemist, everyone had nothing to say. No matter what, the Demon Gate was still different from the Taoist Gate in terms of cultivation philosophy, and the hatred accumulated for thousands of years would not be relieved at any time. But since the demon sects and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance were allowed to participate at that time, the matter of the demon seal formation had to be excluded, especially if it was not the things of the Greatest Heaven sect, or the things of other sects, but the Greatest Heaven sect obstructed it. Anyone would be unhappy. Now it was the Taishanmen's turn to be in trouble. A series of rumors of bad judgment, bad teaching, collusion with the Demon Gate made the Taishanmen embarrassed. Even when the Taishanmen's disciples went out, other cultivators looked at them differently than before. Other than those fellows who had always wanted to curry favor with the Taishanmen, the other people's attitude towards the Taishanmen's disciples had changed. They were much more distant, and there was even a hint of resistance. Now the Taishanmen could prohibit the Chunyang Palace from selling the map of the Devil Sealing Circle. Tomorrow, they might prohibit their own sect from doing certain business, and the day after tomorrow, they might prohibit their own sect from buying certain urgently needed things. Anyway, under the guise of eliminating demons and defending the Tao, the Taishanmen would have the final say. All the cultivators were waiting to see how the Taishanmen would deal with this matter. If the Taishanmen did not deal with it properly, then who would dare to deal with the Taishanmen in the future? How could the isolated Taishanmen dare to say that they were the number one sect in Taoism? Even if it was only for the sake of the sect's reputation, the top management of Taishanmen had to show an attitude. Naturally, the Taishanmen also understood this, so they quickly came up with a solution. All the disciples who bought the Devil Sealing Circle were removed from the list, and they were hunted down indefinitely. All the disciples who were in charge of supervision were recalled, and then they were punished in various ways for the reason of inadequate supervision. The elder who was in charge of this matter was erased from his position as an elder, and he was forced to meditate in seclusion. Such a punishment obviously could not appease the resentment of the cultivators, and even the other four sects were quite dissatisfied. The Taishanmen's disciples collectively supported the enemy, so that the major sects of the Devil Gate also had the Devil Sealing Circle. In the future, when the strength of the Devil Gate increased greatly, wouldn't it become more and more troublesome? With such a good opportunity, the four sects also took the opportunity to hit them when they were down. The aggrieved Taishanmen could not speak out their bitterness. The disciples who were in charge of supervision were really wronged. They did not do anything wrong. When they bought the map, the identity of those people was indeed the Taishanmen's disciples. Was this wrong? Could it be that these supervising disciples could foresee that these guys would betray the sect in the future? Therefore, these disciples who accepted the punishment were also unwilling, but the sect had to sacrifice them to show the world an attitude. As for Chunyang Palace, nothing happened. If it was also wrong to implement the rules set by the Taishanmen without any discount, then Chunyang Palace would have nothing to say. The problem was that the Taishanmen could not slap their own face, and they could not say that Chunyang Palace was wrong. If it had to be said that the Pure Yang Palace was wrong, perhaps their mistake was that they did nothing. When those people bought the Devil Sealing Circle, they did not inform the Taishanmen. This was the mistake made by the people of Chunyang Palace. The problem was that Chunyang Palace was not an affiliated sect of the Taishanmen, so they had no obligation to inform them. Moreover, the people who bought the map were obviously the disciples of the Taishanmen. It was reasonable to inform the other 4 sects. However, when the Taishanmen's people bought the map, they had to inform the Taishanmen. Did they really want to make Chunyang Palace look bad on both sides? The farcical thing slowly came to an end. Chunyang Palace did not suffer any loss. They still sold as much as they should, but it was delayed a little. The 4 sects also did not suffer any loss. They watched a good show for free, so they were in a much better mood. The major sects of the Dark Gate and the Individual Cultivators Alliance also did not suffer any loss. They got what they should buy, but it was delayed for a period of time. The only big loss was the Taishanmen. The loss of reputation, the embarrassment of working hard for no gain, the helplessness of being slapped in the face by their own people, the anger of being fooled by others, offended a lot of people, and almost became the target of public criticism. However, they still had to punish their disciples who did not make mistakes to explain to the world. The Taishanmen had never suffered such grievances in history. As the devil sealing circles of the major sects slowly took shape, this matter finally passed bit by bit. However, the major sects had a new worry. The devil sealing circle seemed to have been broken by Yang Chen. If he knew the way to break it, wouldn't the devil sealing circles of the major sects become a joke? Although the major sects wanted the devil sealing circle mainly for its powerful function of isolating the heavens test, wouldn't it be better if it could also play the protective function of the circle? Therefore, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Chen, and they began to think about how to get the way to break the circle. However, Yang Chen did not realize that he had become the target of public criticism at all. He still did closed-door training in Chunyang Palace. In his words, it would take at least a few decades for him to refine the 9-water flying sword. During this period, everyone should not disturb him. Unfortunately, those sects who were not at ease still found Yang Chen, and they were those who Yang Chen could not refuse. Fairy Junkie, Fairy Greenwood, and the Murong sisters came to Chunyang Palace together again and returned to their husband's side. With their appearance, Yang Chen had to give face to others in any case. He simply gathered all the sect members who were interested in the way to break the circle and solved the secret of breaking the circle for them. Chapter 1296. After getting the diagram of the demon seal array, the masters of the major sect kept studying it. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't find a way to break the demon seal array. However, this array was actually broken by Yang Chen. In this way, could it be that Yang Chen's attainments in arrays were not worse than his alchemy? The most important reason for the destruction of the Zhao family was that the demon seal array was forced, so it could not suppress the heaven's retribution. When the heaven's retribution of the 4th grade Earth Immortal Long Xian descended, those who were not protected all died. Although the major sect took a fancy to the function of the demon seal array to suppress the heaven's retribution, there was a person like Yang Chen who could break the demon seal array, which was a bit confusing. Although no one said it, everyone's meaning was basically the same. If there were more masters and more heaven's retribution was suppressed, once Yang Chen suddenly broke the array, wouldn't they end up like the Zhao family? If they didn't figure out the way to break the demon seal array and didn't fill the last floor, the major sect would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. Yang Chen understood their thoughts, so he didn't resist. He just let them gather together and announce it at once, so that he wouldn't have to say it a few times. The major sect was still quite satisfied with Yang Chen's attitude, especially the medicinal pills bought from Yang Chen, which had basically established Yang Chen's credibility. Generally speaking, everyone was willing to choose to believe what Yang Chen said. It was related to the interests of the sect, so the representatives of the major sect quickly gathered together and were personally received by the palace master. Junkie Fairy, Qingmu Fairy, and Murong Fifth Fairy were all present. This time, they would all stay in Chunyang Palace to accompany Yang Chen. I know the intentions of the seniors. In fact, it's actually very simple to break this array. Yang Chen faced the representatives of the major sect and directly said, basically, there are two ways to break the array in an instant. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the group of people was shocked. When Chunyang Palace sold the formation map, they didn't say anything like that. Isn't this a trap? However, Yang Chen's concubines had been very calm and did not have much emotional fluctuations. There must be a reason why her husband said that. One way is to find an expert and break the formation with brute force. Yang Chen waited for everyone to quiet down before he slowly said, as long as the power of the attack exceeds the limits of the formation will naturally be broken. Speaking of which, this was actually a common method to break through all formations. Every formation had a limit, and it was impossible for a formation to exist without a limit. Therefore, as long as the limit of the formation was exceeded, it was normal to break the formation. The key was, what kind of attack could break the demon ceiling formation? According to my guess, the specific attack power should at least reach the realm of the fifth stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. This time, Yang Chen did not give an exact value, but a guess. When the Black Tortoise escaped, it was about the level of the fourth stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. If it can't break through the realm of the fourth stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, it must need a higher realm. At least the fifth stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Normally, after passing the tribulation and ascending, one would reach the first stage of the Human Immortal Realm. Above that, there was still the ninth and 10th stage of the Human Immortal Realm, and then the Earth Immortal Realm. In other words, it was at least 2 realms higher than the Mahayana stage to be able to break this formation. In the sect in the mortal world, even if the Taishanmen were included, how could there be an expert above the 10th stage of the Human Immortal Realm? If the highest elder could reach the 5th stage of the Human Immortal Realm, he would already be an old monster among the old monsters. To break the demon ceiling formation was as difficult as ascending to heaven. This also meant that it was basically impossible to break the demon ceiling formation with brute force. The people of the major sect all breathed a sigh of relief. What's the second method? Someone asked immediately. Since the Black Tortoise couldn't reach the realm of the 5th stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, it was obvious that this was not the method that Yang Chen used to break the formation. What everyone cared about was this method of Yang Chen. The second method is to break the demon ceiling formation from the inside. Yang Chen finally spoke and said the method that everyone was interested in. I think everyone has found that this demon ceiling formation actually has a formation eye. The representatives here were all masters of formations. Anything related to formations, they should at least know about formations. As for the formation eye, after the major sect got the formation map, there were people who specially analyzed it. Of course, they knew about it. After Yang Chen said so, everyone nodded. Usually, the formation eye needs 2 people to control and adjust the formation at any time. Yang Chen said. These could be seen from the formation map, so there was no need for Yang Chen to hide it, so, these 2 people are very important. Once they have other thoughts or are killed, the formation can basically be said to be easily broken. Once the person controlling the formation eye had other ideas, of course, the formation could be broken instantly. However, if they were killed, the formation could at least run on its own for a period of time, but it was not related to breaking the formation instantly. However, what Yang Chen said could not be completely wrong. A formation without anyone controlling it was a dead formation, and it could be broken even with time. Master Yang, how did you break the formation at that time? The elder of the Taishanmen sect asked immediately. Although he could get some clues from Dao Junkie, after all, he didn't know the core, so he quickly asked. This was also the question that the others were eager to know. I was in the Zhao family at that time. I used alchemy as an excuse to ask the Zhao family to send the Black Tortoise to help. It took the divine sense of the grade 4 Earth immortal black tortoise 2 years to find out the movements of the masters controlling the formation of the Zhao family. There was no guilt on Yang Chen's face. He said naturally, at the last moment, the black tortoise suddenly launched a divine sense attack and killed the 2 masters controlling the formation I. Then, with the strength of the grade 4 Earth immortal black tortoise, it directly opened the demon sealing formation from the inside. When Yang Chen broke the formation, Dao Junqi, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters were all present. Thinking about the situation at that time, it was similar to what Yang Chen said. Hearing this, they finally understood what happened at that time, and they all nodded slightly. When the representatives heard Yang Chen's statement, they suddenly felt relieved. Yang Chen's explanation was very reasonable, and everything made sense. Of course, it was easier to break the formation from the inside than from the outside. In this way, it seemed that the only mistake of the Zhao family was to allow the divine sense of the black tortoise to enter the demon sealing formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yang Chen to break the demon sealing formation even if he had great abilities. In this way, as long as the person controlling the formation I was trustworthy, there would be no problem. After reaching this conclusion, the representatives of the major sect finally felt relieved, and their hearts were at ease. Chapter 1297. In the end, Yang Chen broke the demon seal array by chance. If the Zhao family didn't happen to have a grade 4 Earth immortal profound tortoise, and if this profound tortoise wasn't forced by the Zhao family to be the mountain guardian beast, Yang Chen wouldn't be able to break the array in his life. The final result would be either death of old age or becoming a subsidiary family of the Zhao family. The demon seal array was still safe. After coming to this conclusion, everyone's face showed a smile. Yang Chen really did a great thing this time. With the demon seal array, many masters had new hope. However, the representatives of all parties who came to this conclusion did not leave immediately. They still wanted to know another thing. Grandmaster Yang, I don't know if the medicinal pill that you refined in the Zhao family can increase spiritual awareness. Can you give us the pill recipe? The others didn't speak, but finally, the representative of the Taishanmen asked. If the medicinal pills refined by Yang Chen were counted, the inner sensing pill, the questioning inner heart pill, the 100-year pill, the heaven seizing pill, plus the demon seal array, it could almost be said that it was simply a one-stop service to cross the tribulation and ascend. People couldn't help but be amazed. The only pity was that Yang Chen hadn't refined the medicinal pill that could increase spiritual awareness yet. However, according to the news brought back by several of Yang Chen's concubines, it seemed that Yang Chen had refined a medicinal pill that could increase spiritual awareness in the Zhao family. Some people in the Zhao family had already taken it and it was absolutely effective. What the representatives of all parties wanted to know was the mysterious medicinal pill. It must be known that the bottleneck of many alchemists now was the lack of spiritual awareness. Not only the alchemists, but as long as it was a cultivator, no one would complain that their spiritual awareness was too strong. If Yang Chen could really have a medicinal pill that could increase spiritual awareness, it meant that it would be another important resource for future cultivation, and all parties would have to hold it in their hands no matter what. When the people of the Taishanmen asked about this medicinal pill, Yang Chen knew the purpose of these people. He couldn't help but glance at his several concubines. There was no need to ask, the news must have been leaked from their mouths. The 7 girls were glanced at by Yang Chen and felt nervous for no reason. Yang Chen didn't say that the news of that medicinal pill couldn't be told to the sect, so they didn't hide it from the sect. Now it seemed that the major sect was thinking about their husband again, which was not worth. If their husband blamed them, how would they live if they were caught between their husband and the sect? Fortunately, Yang Chen just glanced at them and did not blame them. This alleviated the anxiety in the hearts of the 7 women. However, even they didn't know when their thoughts had started to revolve around their husband's intentions. In order to win the trust of the Zhao family, they specially cooperated with the black tortoise. They used the powerful spiritual awareness of the black tortoise to stimulate the potential of the user, so that they could feel the rapid growth of their spiritual awareness in a short period of time. But after 10 years, that person will die. Hearing that it was actually such a reason, everyone could not help but feel disappointed. However, this was normal. No one in the sect had ever heard of a pill that could greatly increase one's divine sense. He had thought that he had made a breakthrough, but now it seemed that it was just an illusion. According to my estimation, you need to at least reach the level of a 7th-grade alchemist. Perhaps you can refine some pills that can increase your divine sense. Yang Chen saw that everyone was disappointed and added another sentence, "Mortal world, impossible." This sentence also gave everyone a glimmer of hope that was not hope. In terms of alchemy alone, there was no one in the mortal world who was better than Yang Chen. Even Yang Chen said so. Everyone had already given up. In any case, a 7th-grade alchemist master, even if it was Yang Chen, it was impossible to achieve in his lifetime in the mortal world. Currently, no one had the confidence to transcend the tribulation and ascend, so it was better not to hope for the more distant and illusory future. In any case, the problem of the demon sealing array was completely solved, as long as the person who controlled the array eyes was absolutely reliable. If the people who controlled the array eyes of the major sect had other ideas, then even if the sect was destroyed, others could not be blamed. Who asked the sect to not even find a trustworthy person? After sending away the people of the sect, the method of breaking the demon sealing array was also spread. This was deliberately done by Chunyang Palace. Those who came were all from the Taoist sect. The people of the demon sect and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance did not know the news yet. On the one hand, it was to explain to the demon sect and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance who bought the demon sealing array. On the other hand, it was also to let the cultivators know that they should not think about breaking the demon sealing array. As for Yang Chen, he returned to his courtyard with his 7 concubines. As soon as they entered the Dragon Palace, the 7 girls knelt down to Yang Chen at the same time. "I have revealed my husband's secret. Please punish me." The girls spoke in unison and knelt in a row, waiting for Yang Chen's punishment. "I didn't say that I would keep it a secret. What's the crime? What's there to punish? Get up." Yang Chen laughed and did not take this little thing to heart. He let the girls get up and asked with a smile, "Is the matter of the sect finished?" The girls got up obediently and sat next to Yang Chen. Dao Junki was the first to answer Yang Chen's question. "I have given up the position of the elder of the sect. I will stay by your side and serve you in the future." Not only Dao Junki, but also Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters had the same idea. The matter of the sect could be considered to be completely settled when they went back this time. In the future, they would be Yang Chen's concubines wholeheartedly and serve Yang Chen wholeheartedly. In fact, their respective sect would not ask them to do anything else. As long as they served Yang Chen well, it would be a great contribution to the sect. Everything that the sect should have would not be lacking from them. The matter of the formation map passed quietly. No one knew that Yang Chen had quietly dug a small pit for the Taishanmen. Today, everyone collectively silently watched the Taishanmen make a fool of themselves. Tomorrow, they might collectively take action to push the Taishanmen into a pit. Many things were imperceptibly influenced little by little, and then began to change. Next, Yang Chen no longer went out. He stayed in the sect wholeheartedly and refined his own Water 9 flying sword. This time, he went out for the refining method. After getting the merit chapter from Li Cheng, the Water 9 flying sword was naturally going to be refined. As long as the Water 9 flying sword was completed, the Great Yin Yang 5 Elements flying sword would only be the metal flying sword, and success was in sight. This refining lasted for 30 years. Yang Chen's wives and concubines basically practiced in seclusion with Yang Chen and ignored the outside things. However, Yang Chen's family, who was practicing in seclusion to refine the flying sword, did not know that there was another uproar outside, and the cause was still related to Yang Chen. The center of the storm was still Chunyang Palace, and everyone's goal was the 5 cycles merit body refining pill refined by Yang Chen.